Dobro utro! We are in the scenic city of Sofia, nestled at the majestic Mount Vitosha. This is a perfect backdrop for 5 action-packed T10 matches. We've got a great day lined up for you, with each game being more intense than the other. Yesterday was a bumper day of cricket on the European Cricket Network. We had 6 matches here in Sofia and a couple of T20s over in Croatia, along with our first ever ECS W. We finally broke that golden ball streak right at the end of the day over in Croatia. We're still waiting for our first here in Bulgaria. Is this Super Sunday going to deliver a golden ball? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our first match of the day is between the Pac Falcon Cricket Club of Viren and Sofia Academic. Let's head over to the coin toss, where match referee Tyrone Peters is alongside both the captains.
Sofia Academic to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Tails are man.
Go ball first.
They're going to have a ball.
Thank you very much for that update. So we're going to see Pac Falcon out first with the bat in hand. And yesterday was a day where one of their batters had a huge milestone in Agagul Ahmadel. He crossed over 500 European Cricket Series runs. So a big congratulations to him on behalf of everyone on ECN. He's certainly a batter to look out for, but you've also got to look out for Umar Farouk, who is in sensational form over these last few days. He's been hitting sixes for fun, and I'm sure they're going to have him right up there at the top of the order to put some pressure on this Academic Sofia side. Look out for Safir Ahmed in the second innings. He's a brilliant opening bowler and has been very effective throughout this ECS. Meanwhile, for Academic Sofia, they obviously lost a couple of key players because they had to travel away for other reasons. And, well, we're going to have to look out for how they're going to fare without Macmillan and Basharat Hussain. They did quite well, though, a couple of days ago. A few other players stepped up and made some runs, the likes of Chuktai and, of course, Daniel Ali. And then we finally got to see the best of Manan Bashir, who was a top run getter in last year's ECS. Temperatures are currently about 20 degrees Celsius, and we expect them to rise to 30 in the middle of the afternoon. The news from out in the middle is that Academic Sofia have won the toss, and they're going to have a bowl. Let's head over to have a recap of yesterday's games.
So we'll be reviewing what we saw yesterday. And here's beautiful Mount Vitosha. You can just see the capital city of Bulgaria, Sofia, right there at the foot of the mountain. And match 26 of this ECS, the first match of a big Super Saturday. We had 6 games yesterday. This was the first of the 6 matches. The Spartans beat Pac Falcon CC Viren by 17 runs. Pac Falcon were still looking for their first victory against a side other than the Gladiators, or of course Plevin, and unfortunately they would fall short against the Spartans. Afyon Karaisar are playing their first match of this ECS, match 27, and they would lose their opening match, making just 78 runs in the first innings. And it was a pretty simple chase for Pac Falcon in the second. This was their first victory outside of the bottom 2 sides, and it certainly would have helped them just get a little bit of confidence after some of the rough results they had prior to this match. And then, of course, Plevin would be defeated by Afyon Karahisar. This was their 13th match and 13th loss of this ECS. Amal Thomas top scored with 23 runs, and Plevin barely made 60 runs. And then in response, Afyon Karahisar chased this one down very comfortably with 5.4 overs to spare. The BSU All-Stars would be defeated by Pac Falcon in a 3-over bash. This was a rain-interrupted match. We had a delayed start to this game after a huge storm came by. It was an absolute miracle, and a huge credit to the ground staff and everyone involved. I mean, Gagandeep Singh and co did an absolutely stellar job the fact they were able to put this match on was a real miracle and a truly incredible feat by the ground staff. Here's a look at the match summary for match 30. Appian Kraisar would beat Pleven by 65 runs. They went out in the first innings, made 104. Pleven mustering just 40 in what was their last match of this European Cricket Series. And unfortunately for them, that's now 2 years without a win for Pleven. And our sixth and final match of the day was between the BSCU All-Stars and the Sofia Stars. The Sofia Stars had a couple of days of rest, and they got to play in this important match against the All-Stars. They restricted the All-Stars just 97 runs after the All-Stars, keep in mind, were going at a run rate just above 10 in those first 4 or 5 overs. It looked like they had the platform to really accelerate in the end. They weren't able to do that, and the Sofia Stars in response would chase the score down, thanks to Mike Jones, who continues his incredible run in this European Cricket Series. Here's a look at the standings for our opening match, or I should say our last match of the day. Of course, it's showing it's just highlighting the Sofia Stars and BSCU All-Stars over there in that graphic. Sofia Stars, with that victory, move up to 3rd place. They've just got one more loss than Academic Sofia and the Spartans, but they'll certainly back themselves to cover some ground, and they'll want to get into one of the top 2 spots so that, of course, they can avoid having to play in that first eliminator match. Finishing in the top 2 is a huge advantage in this ECS with the format that has been set up, and sides ranked 3rd and 4th will, of course, play in an eliminator on finals day. And then they'll also have to win the second qualifier to advance to the final. So if you finish in 3rd or 4th place, you basically have to win an extra game to make it to the final. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard. Pac Falcon Viren up against CC Academic Sofia. As you can see, the CCAS have won the toss, decided to have a bowl first. They're the kind of side who do tend to bowl first when they win tosses. They seem to want to know what their target is, and they pace their innings accordingly, which I think that's really the way you should be approaching these shorter format games. I think just knowing that target is such an advantage. I mean, I think a lot of times sides often feel like they've left runs on the table in this format. So you can go out there, you can chase, you know what you have to chase, you know exactly how to pace your innings. So here we go. We're moments away from the first of 5 matches we'll be playing today. The umpires are ready, the players are ready, and we're ready for ball 1. Starts off with a nice ball there, Daniel Ali, but it's played exceptionally. So nicely played. I mean, the idea was right. He's going for that Yorker. He hasn't looked to overhit at the batter. Just gets enough bat on it, closes the face of the bat ever so slightly, and it goes away for 4 runs. So nice shot there by Umar Farouk to start things off. Yeah, another big day of cricket here on ECN. 5 matches coming up here, and got plenty of action over in Croatia. We'll be talking about what happened in Croatia last night very shortly. So there's a wide over there for Daniel Ali. Good start here for Pac Falcon. Much better by Ali. He's getting that lovely shape away from the batter. It comes off the toe end of the bat. And it goes towards the fielder at mid-off. He just gets that lovely shape away once again on that delivery. Which means that Ali forces a toe ender from Farouk. Oh, just tapped away. And he's done a great job there to come across and save some runs out in the deep. Terrific bit of fielding. Take another look at this. It looked like it was destined to go for 4, and well, the man has come across and saved 3 runs for his side. Terrific fielding. Now he's going to bash this one over mid-wicket. It's a bounce and a hop, and it goes away for 4. Really nice strike over there. Let's take another look at this. Outstanding, outstanding shot. Gets that one away. Second boundary this over. Now it looks like we have Ali Rasool joining us from Academic Sofia Craig Club. Of course, he's not playing in today's match. Big loss for his side. Any idea why you're not here, Ali? Could you give us some info, a little bit of insight on why you're unavailable for this match? No, I beg your pardon. Just let me make a correction over there. Need to make a correction. See Ali playing for the Spartans. Here's a look at the stats for this ECS Bulgaria. Of course, we played 31 matches so far, and has been a run rate of 10.6 for this ECS, and had about 4.3 maximos per innings. A little bit lower than what we're accustomed to seeing on the European Cricket Network, but I think this is just a slightly more bowler-friendly conditions here in Bulgaria. But I think, though, when you get into these big matches between the bigger teams, you see that run rate tend to go up to just under 12, and the par score tends to be 115 to 120 when you're getting these heavyweight clashes. Now it's gone up in the air. Looks like it might not have enough distance, as this one's going straight to the fielder. Very well taken. Nice catch there by Khalid Shafin. And he's taken that catch very well, watches it closely, and holds on to that one. Really well held. And the first wicket will fall. Falcon are now 10 for 1. And of course, Ali Rasool winning, who just joined us in the chat, won the man of the match back in match 17 for his side against the Blacksmiths. And well, he did play in the past, from what I've seen, against Academic Sofia. And how does it feel to watch your old team go out there? And of course, now you're off donning the black of the Spartans. Got a very good morning as well to SF Shohag and Rob Thompson joining us in the chat. Oh, that one takes off and just hits him on the glove. A little bit of sharp bounce there. I mean, this is a pitch where it tends to stay pretty low usually, but he does have that knack to produce the odd one that just takes off, so there can be an element of uneven bounce here. Oh, and this one's just going to slip past the keeper. And that's a nice bit of fielding on the deep to come across and save his side some runs. Yeah, the keeper just isn't quite able to get a glove down to it. It just sneaks underneath him. This one's gone up in the air, and it looks like it's going to clear long on. He can do nothing but watch that one sail over his head. Khalid Shafin watches that long ball disappear. A beautiful stroke there by Hamad. Doesn't quite look to overhit it. He just times that one so nicely. And it's gone for a 6. Slower ball. He's got him. Great bit of deception there by Chuktai, and he has his man. It's another wicket for Ziruk Chuktai. He's obviously coming off a big performance in his last match, where he scored some big runs, but now he's making the impact with the ball as well. I think he got a feel for the batter. I mean, that's exactly what he's indicating. That one's stayed really, really low. It was always going to be tough for him to handle. That won't matter one bit to Chuktai. He gets the wicket. And Pac Falcon are 17 for 2. Well, a very good morning to Monica Ramos Acosta joining us from Colombia. That's 12:38 local time from what I can see back in Colombia. Austin's gone up in the air. Could be another wicket. It is another wicket. It is another wicket for Chuktai, the third one this over. And he's on a hat-trick. They have a chance to bowl his hat-trick ball in the next over. Oh, this is a soft dismissal. It pops up in the air. And he takes a very comfortable catch. Great bowling here by Chuktai. 3 wickets in this over. What a sensational effort by a man who has been in incredible form throughout this ECS. Let's have a look at the standings again. So Academic Sofia currently sitting pretty at the top of the table. Pac Falcon in 4th place with 20 points to their name, picking up 6 wins. Obviously getting that very important win yesterday against the All-Stars, as we do believe those two teams might be battling it out for 4th spot. So the fact that they won that big 3-over bash against them certainly makes a huge difference. They're going to continue with Daniel Ali here. He's going to get bowled out inside the power play. Not a bad idea. I mean, we know Ali's a genuine wicket-taking bowler, and he can make another inroad or two here. Pac Falcon will be in serious, serious trouble. Ahmadel goes for the big swing and a miss there. Flashes of that one hard, but just not quite able to connect. Another swing and a miss. I think he just, again, needs to watch this ball a little bit closer, maybe play it on its merit a bit more as well. Look to open up that offside. Just trying to smash everything towards mid-wicket right now. Swinging the ball away. Maybe she just looked to hit this one towards the offside. It goes a little bit straighter over here, Ali. Could see the batter going across to adjust for that outswing, and direct hit there, and maybe Ahmadel could have been in a little bit of trouble, but he's on just 1 of 6. Yeah, it just must have been some bat involved there, according to the umpire. Let's have another look at this. And, yep, looks like it's fine. Looks like that one is fine. Legal delivery. That's been a great over so far by Daniel Ali. Just a 1 run coming off it. Oh, this one's a miscue. This is a miscue. It's a catching chance. It's a fairly simple catching chance. Oh, it's been spilled. It's been spilled. Well, if they had taken that catch, Pac Falcon, well, could have been dismissed for something really, really paltry. This would have been an important catch, and he would really have been into that Pac Falcon lower order. Oh, then you've got to credit the captain as well, Huzaifa Yusuf, for diving down and trying to take a one-handed catch on the rebound. It just slips away from him. Yeah, you got a feel for Daniel Ali. He really deserved a wicket for his bowling. I thought he bowled superbly in that opening spell. Very unfortunate And Pac Falcon can really breathe a sigh of relief, because if they were 18 for 4, my goodness, this could have been a truly calamitous power play. It already is at 19 for 3. Yeah, 18 for 4 is just a different kettle of fish. Chuktai continuing. I like this captaincy, just keeping both Ali and Chuktai on for the first 4 over. Trying to see if those two can continue to make some inroads, continue to take wickets. Now played nicely towards mid-wicket. And we'll get a single. Just the 1 run. Oh, this one's been a lofted shot. It looks like it's going to land safely and go away for a 4. 1 bounce over the rope. Ahmadel shuffles across once again. Now he does get caught LBW a number of times trying to play that shot. And when he does execute it, it can be a very effective stroke. And he'll pick up a boundary. A shorter delivery. Let's just have a look at this side on. Was this the 1 for the over by any chance? Nope. One is absolutely spot on. Great decision there by the umpire. The umpire at square leg is Narayan, and he's joined by the standing umpire, Ivan Dimitrov, and umpire Satish. There's over a third umpire, and of course, you had a chance to see our match referee for this game, Tyrone Peters, during the coin toss. Now, beautifully struck, absolutely belted. This one's hit through the line beautifully. And he struck a big 6 over there. Ahmadel has just woken up a little bit after being on 1 run of 6 balls. You see, he makes that initial movement. Wonder if that just throws off the bowler a little bit. But then he has absolutely belted one for 6. Cracking stroke. Launching that one well clear of the boundary rope. That was not a small 6 by any means. Just going to make a slight fielding change over here. CCAS, and then we'll continue with the over. 11 coming off it so far, still got 2 more balls to come. And that's been given the 1 for the over, so there goes his bouncer. It's a good comeback ball there by Chuktai, digging this one in short. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect bouncer. Now then, the last ball of this over coming up. Very important ball. If he gets this right, we call this over. About even Stevens. Oh, very smart bowling. Very smart bowling. He just saw the batter looking to advance, so he dug one in short. Just going to have a look at this again. Seems like the umpires want to have a look at this. They've signaled this a no ball because he's already bowled the 1 for the over. And yeah, yep, they've got that right. They have got that right. So it's a no ball and a free hit. Yeah, so he bowled his 1 for the over on the previous delivery, and he went shorter this time, but ends up digging it in a bit too short. And a free hit is coming up here, so a chance for Pac Falcon to really get a good over here. Ahmadel on strike. Now he strikes this one hard and firmly. Fielder at point gets a hand to it. They should come back for a second run. Pac Falcon, they've sprinted this one really hard. Yeah, this is terrific running between the wickets. Oh, just have a look at this. I mean, this is terrific. He strikes this one. It's a good early call. And look at how fast they're sprinting. Oh, great bit of running there. Look at Jahidul Islam in particular. Good athleticism as the fourth over comes to an end. Pac Falcon are 33 for 3. And again, I mean, you just look back at the little moments in these matches. I mean, that catch, if it had been taken at the end of the third over, how different a game this could have been. I mean, you got a mini partnership blossoming here now between Ahmadel and Islam. It's going to be very important for Pac Falcon to reconstruct. Our first bowling change, George coming in to bowl the fifth over. Struck hard. And has this got enough distance on it? It certainly does. Well, they want to have another look at this. It's short, it's wide, smashed away, and just in front of the rope. That's going to be a 4. That's got big. Has he got enough on this? There's a fielder there, and it will carry to him. It's really well taken out of cow corner. And Islam wanted to go big on this one, and George will get his wicket. Hasn't quite been able to get a hold of this one as cleanly as he would have liked. Probably just struck a lot lower on his bat, not quite out of the sweet spot. And Chuktai, well, you can't keep him out of this game. He's been involved in every single wicket. This time, he takes a catch. And Jahidul Islam isn't quite going to be able to capitalize on that dropped catch earlier. He was dropped on 1, and he'll end up departing, having made just 5 runs. Oh, slower delivery there, good deception. I think maybe this is just sliding down the leg side. Take another look at this. Yeah, and height's also a question mark. I think on this pitch, though, because it just stays so low, your natural assumption is to always look at the line before you look at the height. That one stays low. I mean, that's the kind of bounce we've been pretty accustomed to seeing from this pitch over these last 6 or 7 days. Yeah, that one stays nice and low. That's typically what you see here at the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy cricket ground. Gonna get a leg by over here. So we got 1 ball to come in the 5th over. 6 runs off this over so far. Big swing and a miss. 5th over comes to an end. Pac Falcon are 39 for 4 halfway through the innings. Here's a look, of course, at the upcoming matches in Croatia. And, of course, a couple of big matches there, the T20Is in, again, between Croatia and Spain. And, of course, you've got that big deciding match for the ECSW, which, of course, was rounded out with a golden ball yesterday. Boy, you got some of these flies coming back into the commentary box as well. They certainly tormented us yesterday. But, well, we do have a great match going on over here. Pac Falcon in a spot of bother in what is a very important match for them. They'll obviously in that race to make sure they can at least clinch the 4th spot to make it to finals day. Meanwhile, Academic Sofia, of course, they'll want to maintain their lead at the top. So plenty on the line in this game. There you go, and this one's going to be struck away for a single. Yeah, so Shaheen, he's so good during these middle overs, isn't he? He just helps control that run rate. And this is the sort of opportunity he'll relish to bowl in with. Pac Falcon obviously keen to attack him and try to get to a big score. This one takes a Tortuga bounce. Very unlucky for the fielder. Very unlucky. I mean, he's trying to get down here to save this, but watch this. This nasty bounce it takes. Oh, dear. It's a good thing that doesn't strike him. I mean, it wasn't far from his face. He's going to go big. He's going to go straight down the ground. And that's gone the distance for 6. Huge hit. It's in the slot. Beautifully struck through the line. That's a big shot, and you really feel that he's the one who really holds the key here for his side. I mean, you really feel now that this Pac Falcon team will go as far as Ahmadel can take them. Struck firmly again, struck along the ground, and it goes straight to George. It's just going to be a single, so not too bad an outcome. They keep Ahmadel off the strike. I think Richard's task here has to be fairly simple. Just look to get singles and make sure Ahmadel can face as many balls as possible. Oh, he just pushes this one right back to the bowler, I think. There's a big, big gap on the leg side. There's plenty of room for him to get singles over there. Last ball of the over. It's going to be a dot ball. It's going to be a dot ball to end the over. So a couple of dot balls right at the end. 13 runs coming off that over, courtesy of that big 4 and a 6. Here's a look at the scorecard. As you can see, Agayul Ahmadel top scoring so far with 24 of 16. And not too many other scores of note so far for Pac Falcon. You got to credit Academic Sofia for the way they've bowled. They've been very tight. Really economical with their bowling. Gone up in the air, and there's a fielder at deep third. Oh, it's been spilled. This could be a costly drop, especially with Ahmadel batting as well as he is. Oh, well, the top edge went flying over to deep third. He just slips out of his grasp right at the end. Massive moment in this innings. They're going to have to sneak a quick single here. Oh, this could be a run out. But yeah, it's better if Richard gets run out than Ahmadel. And that is going to be the end for Richard, who unfortunately will chew far too many dot balls for his side. Just 1 run of 7 balls. And you can see, I mean, he's just mostly been pushing these shots right back to the bowler. And he gets run out over here. And nowhere in the frame. Keeper just throwing that one onto the stumps. Pac Falcon are 53 for 5. Half the team has been sent back to the shed. No mistake there by Manan. Easy work for him behind the stumps. Yeah, Ahmed doing the right thing there, getting a single off his very first ball. And that brings Ahmadel back on strike. So Ahmed and Ahmadel are currently out in the middle. Goes straight down the ground, and this one's not too far from our commentary position. Actually backspin. I mean, at one point it looked like it was actually going to enter the ice cube. But yeah, huge shot here. Great strike by Agagul. Moves on to 31 of 18. I mean, how long can he keep this going? How long can he keep this going? That's what Pac Falcon will be asking themselves. A huge swing and a miss. Massive swing and a miss. And here's where things are going to get really interesting. So the last ball of the over is coming up. I think Ahmadel, though, he'll really be looking to push for a single here to keep striking the next over. I think if it's a genuinely poor delivery, a full toss, he might look to whack it for 6, but otherwise the plan will probably be single. It gets cleaned up. It's the worst of both worlds. It's the worst possible outcome for Pac Falcon. George holds his nerve and bowls a terrific delivery. Ahmadel was looking to come out of his crease, advances down the wicket. He gets yorked, and he will depart. This is a massive moment in this match, and Pac Falcon don't really have any major recognized batters left in their lineup. Humongous blow right at the end of this over. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've had the great pleasure of joining you from here in Bulgaria, and we'll be here for another week. The Cricketing Carnival continues on the European Cricket Network, as after we conclude here in Bulgaria, we've got an ECS in the eternal city of Rome. We follow that up with a trip to Vienna and Zagreb before the European Cricket Championship. And of course, our last couple of ECS of this year will be in Malta and Spain. So another great year of cricket on the European Cricket Network. And the great thing is, there's still plenty more to come. Now, great bowling here by Yusuf. No, we just have to probably think about this realistically from Pac Falcon's point of view. I think these two, though, they just need to really be looking to try to get at least a run the ball. Got about 17 balls left. Yeah, smart bowling by Yusuf, I think, against these lower order batters. If you keep it nice and wide, they're usually not going to be able to get any bat on ball. I'm sure he's going to be looking for glory at some point and try to jam in the Yorker and pick up a wicket. Shorter delivery. Given the one for the over. Oh dear, that should have been a wide. Really should have been a wide. Gets away with one there, Yusuf. Struck down the ground towards long off. This fielder there to collect it. It's just going to be a single. And yeah, now a chance for CCS to really tighten the screws. One more. It's got another 14 balls left. Oh, what can Pac Falcon realistically get to here? Sort of was saying that they should try at least going a run a ball. Got 14 balls left. The run a ball gets you to 75. And can they get lucky on a few, maybe a few edges, go away for a boundary? And yeah, so I'm sure a few people will be looking at that closely, just wondering if there could have been a chance for a wide. Let's have a look at this as well. Ooh, I mean, keep in mind, he's already had his one for the over. That could have been a no ball. That could have been a no ball, so he's cutting away with a couple here. He's cutting away with a couple. That one certainly looked above shoulder height, but it's not going to matter in the end. Just 2 runs coming in that over. A very good one for Academic Sofia. Have a look at the graph here for Sofia. You can see that at one point when Ahmadel was going, he was just getting that run rate to trend in the right direction. But after they lost him, right at the end of the 7th over, things have slowed down again. And Academic Sofia, you'd say, are well in control of this match. And only thinking they might even be eyeing the bonus point at this stage. I mean, they have Pac Falcon down to 62 for 6 with a couple of overs to go. If they restrict them to something under 80, which looks very, very likely, I think they'll fancy themselves to chase that down in 7 overs. Okay, that's been given a wide. Have a look at this once more. Oh, well, I think that one's going over the tram line. I think the bowler has the right to feel hard done by. This one is struck away towards mid-wicket, and good fielding there by Chukdai, who bats one down. It's just going to be a single. Yeah, this is very good bowling to the tail by Academic Sofia. That's a definite wide. Easy decision there. Let's guess that one wrong, Shafin. It's up in the air. This could be a catching chance. It goes straight to the captain, who spilt it. Oh, you don't tend to see Huzaifa drop too many chances. So normally very good in the field. He tends to field out at long off and long on. And he's at cover right now. It felt like he was going to gobble this one up quite easily. Yeah, just slipping away from him. Dropped a few catches, actually. Pac, if there's one thing to criticize about Academic Sofia this innings, it'd probably be their catching. That's the 3rd catch they've dropped. Oh, that one is probably just sliding down the leg side. The umpires got that one right. Even height would be a question mark as well. Yeah, just going over the leg stump. Played back to the bowler. Good fielding off his own bowling. Ivan B joining us in the chat. A very good morning to you. Playing this one into the pitch, and then he's very alert. Struck hard towards mid-wicket. And it's going to a man who makes no mistake when he's out in the field. Chance for a run out. Chance for a run out. If only Shafin was able to collect that one cleanly. You just wonder if there could have been a chance. Just see if there was a chance here for a run out. We'll have to return to live action, though. Oh, great ball. And the keeper, if he was standing up to the stumps, this would have been a stumping. Here's a look back at that run out chance. You got to feel for him. I mean, that ball actually stays a lot lower than he would have expected on the throw back to him, so he's just not able to collect it cleanly. And the over comes to an end. A quiet over. A really quiet over. Just 6 runs off that over in the end. 8 runs off the last 2 overs. And Academic Sofia really turned the screws on this Pac Falcon side. Now it's 68 for 6. As he mentioned, if they keep them to something under 80, which looks very likely, and they will be eyeing the bonus point in the 2nd innings. Picking up a bonus point against Pac Falcon. A very decent side. Side who have a good chance of finishing in 4th place. Would be such a huge bonus for Academic Sofia as they look to lock in one of those top 2 spots. Five balls to come in this 10th over. Ahmed and Hans, I mean, 2 couple lower order batters. They've tried their best and they've been running well between the wickets. Just you have to credit Academic Sofia for their bowling as well. This one stays low, and they're going to pinch a single here. Oh, it might have been a chance for a run out with a direct hit, but great running, great running. I mean, watch the non-striker. He sets off immediately. And let's see if he would have been in trouble with a direct hit. Yes, he would have been gone. He would have been gone if that was a direct hit. They'll get the run here, and yeah, they're doing their best. You know, they're fighting hard, these two, just not the kind of situation they really should be in. He's coming for a big shot there, Ahmed, I think. If he plays that with a straight bat, just looks to get bat on ball, he could get one or two. I think dot balls at this stage are something that Pac Falcon should be looking to avoid. If you look at their ECN records, neither of these two, obviously batting in the lower order, have much of a history of striking boundaries, so I think they just need to look to get bat on ball, try to run hard between the wickets. Yeah, that's much better. That is much better. Oh, they'll come back for a second run as well. Yeah, terrific. Absolutely terrific, and that's really what you need to see from Ahmed and Hans. Get bat on ball, run hard. 72 needed of 6. 72 of 6 right now. We got 2 balls to come. Now strikes this one hard, and this is going to be a boundary. And the first boundary in this partnership. You haven't seen a boundary since the 7th over. I mean, you got to credit these two. You know, this partnership so far is worth about 16 runs, so 16 valuable runs.
Get the wicket, pause.
Another boundary would get them up to 80.
Come on.
Here we go. Last ball of the innings. It's going to be a wide, and well, Hans was looking to pinch a run.
Okay.
Looking to pinch a run. I think that's just filled. That last shot has filled Ahmed with so much confidence that he's like, nope, I want to be on strike for the last ball. And I back myself to hit another boundary. It's been a handy innings by him. I mean, he's batting on a run of ball 10, which I think for someone lower down the order is pretty effective. This one's gone up in the air. Has he got enough on it to go all the way? Yes, he does. Ahmed muscles that over the rope for 6. So Ahmed clearly knew what he was talking about when he wanted to stay on strike. What a shot. Really good shot. Hits that one through the line, over long off, just muscles it over the rope. Great power on display. And it's a terrific final over. They get 15 runs off it, and they'll get to over 80, 83 runs. Even if they can't win the game, that 6 might just help them avoid a bonus point defeat. Here we go. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. A difficult one, a really difficult one for Pac Falcon. They lost a lot of early wickets. Both Umar Farooq and Farooq Hamad departed for 5 and 10 runs, respectively. Did see some good shots played in that first over, though. This was struck away 4-4, but then that Zirek Chuktai over really broke the back for this Pac Falcon team. He picked up 3 wickets in his second over. He got rid of Farooq Hamad and Usman ul Haq, the skipper, in that over. What an over it was. 7 runs off it, and 3 wickets fell. Good fielding out at deep third. This was a 6 in which Hamad managed to hit, but then he'd get out on the very next ball. This one a little bit unlucky for Hamad. It stayed very low and crashed onto his stumps. This was a fairly soft dismissal for Usman ul Haq, who departed for a golden duck. Cotton bowled of Zirek Chuktai's bowling. Daniel Ali was rather unlucky this over not to get a wicket. He really should have had Jahid al-Islam, but unfortunately for him, the catch was dropped. Yusuf was getting it on the rebound. That would have been spectacular if he'd been able to catch it. There was a boundary struck in the 4th over off the bowling of Zirek Chuktai, an over which went for 14 runs, just slightly spoiled his figures in what was a remarkable performance for him. He was great in the field as well, did a terrific job out at mid-wicket, took a good catch as well to get rid of Jahid al-Islam off the bowling of Gerard George, and there it is, that's the catch. Jahid al-Islam would not be able to capitalize on the catch that was dropped earlier. We're now taking a look at some of the bowling. It was a good batting innings here by Agagul Ahmadel. He made 31 of 20, and when he was out there, you just wondered if he could push his side to something in the 90s or maybe even get them to triple digits, to 100. run out here. A big run out. Edwin Richard was trying to get Agagul Ahmadel back on strike, but Richard really struggled. Made just one run of 7 balls. Ahmadel, this was that dramatic over, that all-important over with Gerard George. He hit him for a 6, and then a couple balls later, he'd get cleaned up. Huge, huge wicket, and this massively slowed down this Pac Falcon side. They get just 8 runs of overs, 8 and 9. This was a catch put down by the skipper, Huzaifa Yusuf, and then Safir Ahmed alongside Hans would put on a very good partnership right at the end, a 23-run partnership to at least help their side get to 83 runs. That partnership might prove to be the difference between a bonus point defeat or just a regular defeat, or maybe they could pull off something truly remarkable in that second innings and pick up a victory. We'll now have a look at the scorecard. As we can see, Safir Ahmed batting superbly at the end, 16 of 11, hitting a 6 and a 4 in that final over. Ashu Hans was alongside him, just getting singles, trying his best, battling it out. And then Agagul Ahmadel top scoring with 31 of 20. He was bowled by Gerard George in that 7th over, a very important wicket. We'll now have a look at the bowling figures, and 5 different bowlers used for Academic Sofia. Ziruk Chuktai with figures of 3 for 20. He'll be mildly pleased with his performance. Gerard George, incredible as well, 2 for 13 in the 2 overs he bowled. And Daniel Ali was very unlucky not to get a wicket during his opening spell. So in the end, Pac Falcon will end up with 83 runs at the end of their first innings. Academic Sofia have to chase out 84 to win this one. Join us in 5 minutes for The Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. And the target of 84 has been set for Academic Sofia. Currently sitting at the top of the table. This is a good chance for them to expand their lead at the top of the table. They'll certainly be looking to try to achieve that target in 7 overs or less to pick up that bonus point. And yeah, I think Pac Falcon restricting them to 58 or less is highly, highly unlikely. So we're probably not going to see that second scenario. Now the players are out in the field, and well, let's see how this one goes. We did see Academic Sofia batting really well. I think Chuktai, Bashir, and Daniel Ali were superb yesterday. They're, of course, missing some very important players, the likes of Basharat Hussain and Lockie McMillan, who've obviously made their way back to the UK and are unfortunately unable to take part for the remainder of the tournament. 2 big losses for Academic Sofia. I mean, those 2 have been opening the batting for much of this series, and they've been terrific at it. In particular, Basharat, who's been their leading run getter in this ECS. Lockie has always been very smart with the way he's batted as well. And of course, McMillan's overs are great as well. He's been the most economical bowler so far this series. But they've lost those 2 players. They were unable to play in yesterday's fixtures and won't feature for the rest of the tournament. So the likes of Chuktai, Bashir, and Daniel Ali have done a sensational job of stepping up in their place and batting brilliantly. Here we go. First ball coming up. This push towards point. He's going to start off with a dot ball here. So a big task here for Pac Falcon. I mean, even if they're unable to win this game, they cannot afford to allow Academic Sofia to pick up the bonus point here. Of course, the way that system works is there's 4 points in play in every match. No, just strays onto the pads. It's worked away for a 4. Very nice shot there by Chuktai. Beautifully timed. And he opens his account with a very nice shot. Lovely. Just flicked away off his pads. And yeah, so there's 4 points in play in every match. Of course, if a match is abandoned, they're split down the middle, and each side gets 2 points apiece. A regular victory is 3 points for the winning side, 1 point for the losing side. But a bonus point victory means the winning side gets all 4 points, and the losing team is left empty-handed. So they'll want to get at least a point out of this one, Pac Falcon. This one is pushed towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single, but if they can make some early inroads, pick up 2, 3 very quick wickets, have them at something like 15 for 3, maybe even 20 for 4, something along those lines, and they might dream of even being able to pull off a remarkable defense in this second innings. But at the moment, though, you'd say it looks very unlikely. I mean, that win predictor, again, it's at 99% for Academic Sofia for a reason, for a very good reason. This is a quality team, and I think their main challenge here is going to be to just avoid a defeat inside 7 overs. He cleans him up. He gets a wicket. That will certainly help. Ahmed gets Daniel Ali swiping across the line. He's cleaned him up. Take another look at this. Terrific delivery. And it looks like it's just struck middle and leg. It's timber here in Sofia as Ali departs without troubling the scorers. And he's going to be greeted by Derek, a golden Derek actually. I think need to see his golden cousin. There we go. Out he comes on what's a rather overcast day so far. It's a little bit cooler than it usually is. I think have a breeze as well. It's actually not a bad day to be wearing a jacket. Just a little bit chilly. Certainly, though, I would say it does make a welcome change from the extreme heat we've had over the last couple of days. Outside edge. There's a fielder at deep third. It's going to go straight to him. That's going to be just the 1 run. So Huzaifa Yusuf pushing himself up the order. Would have thought that we'd see Manan Bashir coming in at number 3, especially considering how well he batted yesterday, but instead the captain promotes himself up the order. Yeah, Manan Bashir was also the top run getter in the European Cricket Series that took place here last year. And he was very impressive the way he did it as well. I mean, played, I believe, a good 2 or 3 innings less than the batter who came in second place. This one is pushed towards mid-on, plays that one with a straight bat. And they'll come back here for a second run. And here we go. This is the graphic we were waiting to see. 0 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, that streak was broken last night in Croatia. A golden ball in the dark. That were some incredible scenes. Of course, it was a hilarious final over. I mean, in particular, when we saw the Lavender Lionesses pulling off an incredible defense in that final over. They gave up just 5 runs in that final over. Great bowling by Tamara Trajkovic, and then there were those hilarious scenes right at the end when Jinx Zagreb are desperately trying to run the single. One of the batters is going to the wrong end. And hey, credit to Corey Rutgers. I mean, he comes in for one match, delivers the golden ball. Yeah, it's great to see that get reset. And the match it was done in was certainly a very memorable game. I think a golden ball in the dark is something they're going to talk about for a long, long time to come. It sets up that series very nicely as well, of course. The Lavender Lionesses absolutely had to win that one. Jinx Zagreb are now level with the Lavender Lioness at one apiece. And of course, it will be heading to a dramatic third and final match later today after the 2 T20Is. Of course, they still haven't gotten underway in Croatia. Slightly later start over there. 10:45 start. That's when they'll have the 4th T20I between the host nation Croatia and Spain. Of course, a couple of men's T20I before rounding out the day with an ECSW. Oh, what a ball. What a terrific ball there by Ahmadel. That was unplayable. Sneaks underneath the bottom of Yusuf's bat. Oh, and he's gone down here. And this is for actually slightly concerning reasons. He's receiving some treatment. Yusuf is gone. The captain pushes himself up the order. And will end up making just 1 run. But you have to feel for him. He is the victim of what is a terrific ball. Outstanding. That is top bowling. Bowls with great pace. And then he nails that length as well. So hard to get it away. Also, I did say if they can maybe get them to 15 for 3 or 20 for 4, they might dare to dream and will feel like they really have a chance to pull off an upset. They've got them at 10 for 2 now. And this is the wicket they will really prize. Manan Bashir. Oh, it's played straight down the ground, and does it have enough to go for 4? Not quite. It's fielded well by Ashu Hans. And that's going to be a single. Here we go then. Just bringing a fielder in at square leg. Oh, bottom edged. But this is good bowling here by Ahmadel. Really good bowling. Sensational stuff. Oh, it just comes off the edge of his bat there. Yeah, that was pretty dangerous line by Ahmadel. He could easily have flicked that one off his pads. Chuktai is very strong off his pads. We saw him hit a 4 earlier in his innings. Just flicking one off his pads. It comes off that leading edge. And it goes towards third. Well fielded as well. You got to be pretty alert as a fielder. I don't think you expect too many balls that are going down the leg side to end up around short third. So good alertness by him. It's up in the air, and I think it's going to land safely. It's going to land safely over the rope. It's been given a dead ball, so it's been given a dead ball. Hold your horses. I think this might have just clipped the electrical lines. Yup, so that's probably why it's been given a dead ball. Oh, the batter disagrees, and yep. Oh, you can see that right there. You can see that right there. I mean, it's an unfortunate rule, but it is a rule here in Bulgaria. If anything clips this electrical line that's just going over the cricketing field, it is immediately declared a dead ball. You gotta feel for him. I mean, he's absolutely belted that one. Bashir deserved a 6 for that shot. No, most unfortunate. Last ball of the second over. No need to worry about electrical lines on that. That's a huge 6. Very nice shot there by Bashir. He just had a 6 rob from him earlier, but you're not going to rob this one. Straight down the ground. No electrical lines there. And it goes all the way for 6. So 9 runs coming off that over. And yeah, if they want to win this game, they're really going to have to get rid of these two very, very quickly, because I think if they get going for another couple of overs, they'll just take this game away from Pac Falcon. Here's a look at the standings. As you can see, Academic Sofia sitting pretty at the top of the table. And Pac Falcon, of course, just trying to cling on to that 4th spot. As I mentioned, if they fail to win this game, they'd want to make sure that Academic Sofia don't chase the score down within the next 5 overs. Which will certainly be a goal for this CCAS team, especially with the 2 men they have out in the middle. It's going to be a wide, plus the extra run they'll get. So a couple of runs without a legal delivery. This one is struck straight to the fielder, a square leg, and that could have been a catching chance. Oh, that was an opportunity. It was a big opportunity at square leg. Let's have another look at this. Oh, it's been put down. It's been put down. They really needed to hold on to that. That was Manan Bashir as well, who was going along very nicely. Massive mistake, and you feel that might be the mistake that's just snuffed out any glimmer of hope they had. Chuktai just taking the single and putting the danger man back on strike. The danger man, of course, will be breathing a sigh of relief. I think both these sides have struggled with their catching. We saw Pac Falcon drop 3 catches, and now Academic Sofia dropped 3 catches. Now we've seen Pac Falcon drop 1 as well. This one's a long, long hit, and I think this one's going to go well clear of the rope for a 6. So see ya later. Huge hit there by Bashir. And the fielder at square leg can't quite see who he is at the moment. Yeah, I think he'll really feel that one. He will really feel that one. Yeah, 10 runs off this over so far. And 3 legal deliveries have been bowled. This could potentially be a match-changing over if it goes magical, especially with that drop catch. This could be the real turning point in this game. Cleaned him up! He's got him! Well, Bashir hits a 6 after getting dropped but then he will get dismissed. I was looking to go big once more, Bashir. I think they are chasing that bonus point, Academic Sofia. We do know them as a side. They're a side who always look to play very aggressively, and their captain makes it clear he wants to chase in games so they can pick up bonus points. Gonna get cleaned up there. Ahmed does get his man, and this just makes things slightly interesting. You still say that Academic Sofia are well ahead, but if they just keep getting wickets at this rate right now, they're getting about a wicket and over. We could be in for an interesting game. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, just a wild, wild shot. Not really in control of that. It's a shot of a man. He's just trying to belt the ball as hard as he can without really watching it too closely. And the Shafin coming in at number 5. He normally wouldn't be batting this high up the order for Academic Sofia with the players they have missing. He's been pushed up the order. And you could hear the sound of the bat on that, so it's never going to be LBW, and really nothing was going for this one. You can even see the impact is outside the leg stump. And Khalid Shafin so far this tournament has not scored a single run. This is the first time he's actually batting in this European Cricket Series. First time he's batting on the European Cricket Network at all. And looked a little tentative those first couple of deliveries. Quite anxious. Here's a look at the comparison between these two teams. So Academic Sofia 9 runs ahead of what Pac Falcon were at this stage, but they too have lost 3 wickets. And I think looking at the way Shafin batted those first couple of balls, I think if Chuktai departs here, we could be in for a very, very interesting finish to this game. So Chuktai's going to have to bat sensibly now. I mean, the pressure's on him. There's no other recognized batters by the looks of it. Just looking down that list here for Academic Sofia. Most of these players don't have too many European cricket runs to their name. Well, this one's gonna go all the way. I mean, the fielder was momentarily interested. Well, what's going on here? The umpire signaled that a wide. How can you signal it a wide when it's been absolutely belted? Yeah, he's changed his decision. He's given it a 6. I was very confused by that. I mean, the umpire originally... Yeah, let's have a look at this. He's given this a wide. It's very confusing because it's obviously been whacked by the batter, but then he changes it to a 6. It's also the 1 for the over, of course. So he's not going to be able to bowl another bouncer. Yeah, just a little brain freeze for umpire Dimitrov. Can happen to the best of us. And yeah, I mean, umpire Ivan has been absolutely incredible throughout this series, I think. He's about as spot on as it gets with his decisions. I think this whole umpiring crew here in Bulgaria have put in a really, really good shift, but I think umpire Ivan Dimitrov stands out in particular for the great work he's done. That's pushed away over towards square leg. And it's going to be a single. Wide down the leg side. Gets that one slightly wrong off Medell. So, well, Here's a little bit of random talk for some of our viewers. Just got the teams in for our ECN quiz night. So Charlie, of course, is going to have his day off. He's going to be teaming up with Andy House, who's, of course, in charge of integrity and a number of other important operational procedures behind the scenes. And then, of course, I'll be teaming up with Simon from our blue crew. And then got our match referee, Tyrone Peters, alongside Manav and Mahela Daub. So, yeah, that looks interesting. Really looking forward to that. I think for any of our fans who, of course, like to know what goes on behind the scenes, yeah, looking forward to this. I think to know that Simon loves his basketball as well. So we're going to be like a prime Kobe and Shaq during that quiz. That's cleaned him up. He's got him. Now Ahmadel picks up a wicket. That's the end for Shafin. His first ever innings on the European Cricket Network ends up bringing him just one run. Yeah, this is good bowling. I think this is how you really need to be bowling to the lower order, I think. Yeah, Shafin obviously batting at number 5. That you wouldn't typically call a number 5 batter of the lower order, but they are missing some players, so they've had to push a number of players up the order. Just keep it straight and on the stumps, and when they miss, you'll hit and pick up a wicket. So then George is the new batter. The 4th over has come to an end. Academic Sofia are 38 for 4. Oh, great Yorker. Jams that one in. And just brings his bat down in time over there, Chuktai. Oh, this is good bowling. I mean, Hans is a very economical bowler. Obviously has a rather odd run-up. But he's always someone who bowls very tight lines and lengths. So George getting set here to face his first ball. It's straight to the fielder at point. And the bonus point now looks rather tough here for Academic Sofia. So you've got to give Pac Falcon tons of credit for their bowling in the second innings, because it looks like there's a good chance they'll at least secure a point out of this game. Of course, it's still attainable for Academic Sofia. I mean, 17 and over is not impossible by any means. But we could be in for an interesting game. I mean, especially if Academic Sofia only end up with 41 or 42 runs at the end of their 5 overs. You know, this is going to be a tough second half of the innings for them. Down 4 with Chuktai as the only recognized batter, I think. Yeah, Chuktai now, he's going to have to play very responsibly and just try to bat out the remainder of the innings and take his side over the finishing line. Yeah, once again, played nicely off his pad. He's going to pick up a single, and this is, oh, it looked like it was going to be a single. I mean, you really thought the fielder was going to come across and cut that out in time. Oh, the assumption was this was just going to be one run. He's just a little bit flat-footed out of the blocks, and that means he wasn't quite able to cover the ground to get to it. That's Robin Ahmed, who's out a deep fine leg. You can just sense the frustration from the rest of his teammates. A lot of double teapots are out. Oh, I just assumed he was going to get to it and it would be a single, but it ends up going for a 4. So I just didn't quite anticipate that. He was a little bit flat-footed. You can see a number of his teammates just having a word with him. Oh, little mistakes like that can make a huge difference in these matches. Oh, Don't often see a leave in T10 cricket. I think Chuktai just misjudging that one. He thought that it would probably end up a wide. It just shapes back in ever so slightly, which might have thrown him off. Here we go. Last ball of the 5th over. Still been a good over by Hans regardless of that little mishap in the field. Oh, that will spoil it. That will really spoil it. It's a minimal, a massive, massive mistake. A couple of huge errors in this over by Pak Falcon. He's just not able to get his pad, Omar Farouk, in the way to stop that from getting away. Oh, this is massive. This is absolutely huge. That also means the bonus point is once again in play for Academic Sofia. If Chuktai hits a boundary off this last ball, well, then maybe that will certainly undo a lot of the good work we've seen from Pak Falcon so far. But it's a nice ball to end it for Hans. You can see a shake of the head by him. He'll be disappointed with the way that over ended. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've had the great pleasure of joining you from here in Bulgaria for the past week, and we've still got plenty more to come. This great summer of cricket on ECN rolls on. As soon as we wrap up here, of course, we'll be heading over to Rome for the European Cricket Season, and also the Meltle Shield at the end of that fortnight. And then we also have the Valletta Cup and the Netherlands Tri-Series. Of course, Charlie will be taking you through the Valletta Cup. He'll be making the trip over to Malta to cover what should be a great half week of T20 action. This one is cut away for 4. A very, very nice shot, beautifully played. And Gerard George, congratulations to him. Those are his first ever ECN runs. This is the first time he's batted on the network. And he plays a gorgeous shot away for 4. Splendid cricket. And then he blocks this one out. Just pops up, well fielded by Islam off his own bowling. And then you can also see that, going back to our upcoming events, you can also see that great tri-series we've got planned for the Netherlands, with the host nation, the Netherlands, and the United States and Canada. So that's 3 countries that took part in the World Cup are going to be on the European Cricket Network. Oh, terrible ball. Terrible ball. Yeah, it's going to be a no ball, so a free hit coming up here. Yeah, just gets this one badly wrong. It's just, oh boy, that has slipped out of his hands, and that's nowhere near the pitch. So a free hit coming up here for Chuktai. Oh, if he hits this away for a 6, 23 of 9. That would mean the bonus point's back in play again. This one's a huge 6. Massive, sent straight towards the driving range. And Andy House had that one coming straight at him. I'm sure he would have taken a great catch if it had gone near him. I think he'll feel disappointed. Didn't have the opportunity to show us his fielding skills. Wow, it's actually technically gone in there, hasn't it? Wouldn't have been. I think that was impossible. There was no chance of catching that. This one is just dabbed away towards cover. And it's just going to be a single, so the bonus point looks tough, but it's not impossible. And I think if the ball any more no balls and there's no free hits, then Academic Sofia might actually get it. He's got him! That's the end for George, so another wicket falls. Beautiful ball there by Jadil Islam. Great pace. He's swinging it in, and then look, it straightens right at the end. It clips the leg stump along the way. And half the team has been sent back to the dugout. Well, George hit his first ever European cricket runs earlier in this innings. He got his first runs with a beautiful cut shot. But he's not going to last for too long. He gets dismissed. And you can just see Chuktai is now having a word when the batter has come in. Yeah, wonder what the plan is. We do know this Academic Sofia side, they play very, very positive cricket. And I just love the mentality of Uzayf Yusuf. He's a very aggressive captain, a captain who wants to try to pick up bonus points, really looks to push it to the limit. And I wonder how aggressive they're going to be now, because 22 runs are needed of 7 balls. They can't afford to keep losing wickets. Stapak is the new batter. And it's going to be a dot ball to end the 6th over. So, well, does Chuktai back himself to get 22 of 1 over? Because if Chuktai is dismissed, that would really be a calamity for Academic Sofia, and it would mean that things would get very, very interesting in the last 3 overs. Here's a look at the scorecard. As we can see, a couple of players getting a start in there. Manan Bashir making 14 of 5. We saw George hit a good-looking shot before getting dismissed. I think what Pac Falcon will be telling themselves is get rid of this man Chuktai, and then we can really dare to dream. I like the fact they've turned to Hans. They're continuing him here. That's pushed away towards point, and that is going to be a single. So that pretty much takes the bonus point out of the equation, because it's tough to see Stapak smashing 21 of 5 from here. I think they've just decided now that they'll try to at least secure this win. You can see a few members of the Sofia Stars coming in. Got Watmo and Jones. Omar Farouk just using the back of his leg to stop that. I'm pretty sure his cough is very, very sore right now. Let's just take another look at this. I want to see if it's really just struck him right there on the back of the cough. That's what it is by the looks of it. Oh, yeah. Ugh, right on the back of the cough. Yep. On that. Well, I assume it's his right leg where it struck him as well. Ooh. Really, really nasty. This could take some time. And the thing is, if Umar Farouk is injured here, I mean, I hope it doesn't affect him in any upcoming games, because he is a very important player for Pac Falcon. I mean, not only do they not have any other keeping options, but he's also so important with the bat in hand. And well, the players are going to have a quick drinks break while Umar Farouk receives some treatment. So yeah, we'll just take a brief pause as, of course, Umar Farouk has a chance to recover. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for the upcoming match. So Pac Falcon Cricket Club of Viren will be taking on the Sofia Stars. The Stars move on to 5-2 now. They picked up a big victory last night, and they've got a big day of cricket ahead for them today, playing in plenty of matches. Of course, they had a couple of days of rest in between, didn't play on Thursday and Friday, so it should be quite fresh heading into this Super Sunday when they'll be involved in a lot of cricket. Pac Falcon, well, let's see if Umar Farouk is good to go for that match. I think I can see him up on his feet right now, so I would expect him to be fit enough for that next game. He's certainly going to continue to battle it out in this match. Let's just see how he moves for the remainder of this game. And yeah, if Pac Falcon lose this, then it just increases the importance of that upcoming match for them. That's another one that's pushed down the leg side for a wide by Hans. Yeah, if there's just one issue Hans has, he does tend to bowl a few too many wides. It's the second wide he's bowled, and of course, one wide he bowled earlier, which went for a minimo. Really was a huge momentum swinger. Oh, and this is going to land short of the fielder at point. It's just going to be the one run. Mulik Stapak also batting for the first time on the network, so that's 3 consecutive batters we have seen here who are batting for the first time on ECN. It just shows you how thin this Academic Sofia batting lineup is. You know, they obviously lose those 2 key players in McMillan and Basharat Hussain. Now they just don't have the batting experience or the batting depth left in their team. So if you can get through this top three, as we can see, they can have a few issues. Chuktai just moving around in this crease a little bit, and Hans pushes another one down the leg side. It's also going to be an extra run off buys. Yeah, George Bentley making a comment about the fact that it's a real challenge for the fielders with the bounce on this ground being a little bit bumpy. Yeah, it's one of those fields where it does cause a few issues for some of the fielders. Not the most lush. It's basically the way I would describe it if I had to be quite politically correct about it. Now, great take there by Farouk. Wonderful take. I mean, that one looked destined to go for a minimo as well. And then he gets his glove in the way and manages to snaffle that. Oh, this is going to go past the keeper as well, but they've got a very, very fine leg. And then an extremely fine third man. It's almost like they have two long stops. That's how it is, if you look back there. And one for either side of the field. Oh, goes short, goes on the leg side, and gets punished. That goes for 6. And Academic Sofia now need just 8 runs to win this one. They're going to fall just short of getting the bonus point in the end. It seemed like Pac Falcon, credit to them, credit to their bowling attack, have done just about enough to avoid giving up that bonus point. Of course, Hans will have to bowl at least one legal delivery, and with the amount of wides he's bowling, I think I should maybe just not assume that he's going to bowl a legal ball in this one and at least help his side avoid the bonus point defeat. So 8 run needed to win it from here. Still got that bonus point graphic up, but in terms of the overall victory, of course, they just need 8 runs off 19 balls. Here we go. Last ball of the 7th over. It's just going to be tucked away. So Pac Falcon have at least secured a single point out of this game, which, considering the situation they found themselves in at the end of the first innings, I think they've done quite well to ensure that Academic Sofia haven't picked up the bonus point as well. Here's one more look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. This game will be coming around in 28 minutes. And, of course, the Pac Falcon Cricket Club of Viren take on the Sofia Stars, of course. Pac Falcon probably head into this game with a 6-3 record. And they'll be desperately trying to hold on to that 4th spot and create a bit of a gap between them and the All-Stars. Meanwhile, the Sofia Stars, obviously a side who want to have one of those top 2 spots so they can avoid the elimination match on finals day and also get a second bite at the apple in case they lose the first qualifier. So, yeah, finishing in the top 2 is a big, big advantage. And the Sofia Stars will certainly want to finish in that position. They, of course, lost a couple of games to their arch rivals, the Academic Cricket Club of Sofia. The second one of them was, of course, an absolute thriller that went down to the final ball. But they've also got to watch out for the Spartans, who are currently holding one of those top 2 spots. They will be playing the Spartans in our lunchtime game. Right after the match, they're playing against the Pac Falcon Cricket Club. Yeah, Chuktai, he's batted really responsibly. I think you've got to give him so much credit. You know, considering the situation they were in, where they'd lost all those early wickets. He's just paced his innings so well and made sure that he hasn't thrown away his wicket. I mean, he's essentially been batting with the tail for much of this innings. And he's done a splendid job, absolutely splendid jobs. I think this has been one of the more underrated innings. If you look at the numbers, you're not going to think it was anything too special, but the situation he finds himself in, you really have to give him a lot of credit. He's going to be helped out there by another wicket-keeping mistake. Oh boy, extras have been such a huge issue. Make it 24 runs of extras. And I believe that is also going to be the end of the game. We'll have a look to confirm. 24 runs of extras so far. And I think that might be... No, it's not. We've still got 1 run to go. Yeah, so just for a moment, I think on our local scoreboard, which we use over here, it said 5 needed to win, but still the 1 run to go. Of course, that was not a wide. So those will be the winning runs. Academic Sofia will wrap this one up. Great victory for them. That one just taking off, and I guess in appropriate fashion, the winning runs come off a bye. You gotta say, these bowlers, they put in a good shift to try to make this game as interesting as they could. They at least managed to get their side a point after what was a very disappointing effort with the bat in hand in the first innings. As Academic Sofia will take this one by 5 wickets. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match once again. Pac Falcon Cricket Club of Viren will be heading into this game with a 6-3 record against the Sofia Stars. This match, it'll be up in 25 minutes time. And before we proceed to that game or the scorecard, we'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, you gotta credit Pac Falcon for picking up some early wickets and making this game as challenging as possible. Daniel Ali departed for a golden duck. The skipper, Huzaifa Yusuf, pushed himself up to number 3, and he would disappear courtesy of a great ball there by Agagil Ahmadel, a brilliant Yorker. Manan Bashir would play some really good-looking shots. He made 14 of 5. He got very unlucky on that one. It just hit the electrical line, and of course the rule here in Bulgaria is anything that hits that line is immediately signaled a dot ball, a dead ball, I should say. And he would hit 2 6s and would disappear and be dismissed not too long after. Safir Ahmed would get rid of him with this terrific delivery. Castled him. It was timber here in Sofia as Manan Bashir departed. And then Zirak Chuktai just had to play a smart innings for the rest of the match. He tried to guide his side over the finishing line. He knew he had to pace his innings well, because if he departed, they would have been in all sorts of trouble with really no recognized batters left in the rest of their lineup. That was the end of Khalid Shafin. He made his first ever European cricket run, picking up 1 for getting dismissed by Agagil Ahmadel. Gerard George hit a cracking shot for 4 before he was dismissed by Jahidul Islam. They were helped a lot by extras. There's that cracking stroke Gerard George managed to play. Brilliant one that he just crunched towards point. Now we're taking a look at some of these good shots by Zirak Chuktai. 5 boundaries during his innings, making 2 runs of 3 balls. Jahidul Islam would have Gerard George. As you can see, all the wickets that we saw in this innings were clean bowled. You don't tend to see that too often. That is rather interesting and not a common sight on the European Cricket Network. Here's a look at the scorecard of this inning. Zirak Chuktai top scoring with 39 of 24. Manan Bashir hit a couple of good-looking 6s, but was eventually dismissed courtesy of a great ball by Safir Ahmed. And outside of that, no real scores of note. We'll then turn our attention to the bowling figures for the Pac Falcon Cricket Club of Viren. A pretty decent bowling effort by most of the team. I think one thing they'll look back at is all those extras. Ashu Hans really struggled in that department, bowled 5 wides, and that hurt his side massively. Safir Ahmed has figures of 2 for 19. Agil Ahmadel 2 for 19 as well. Jahidul Islam gave up 14 runs in the 11 bowls he bowled. But yeah, extras, an absolute killer. 24 runs of extras, and that ends up costing their side massively. In the end, Academic Sofia will take this victory. Pac Falcon did quite well in the end to avoid giving up a bonus point after they mustered just 83 runs in that first innings. They'll need a better batting performance in the upcoming match. They'll be playing Sofia Stars in 20 minutes' time. Make sure to join us for match 33.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our second match of the day. Match 33 coming up between the Pac Falcon Cricket Club of Viren and the Sophia Stars. Let's head over to the coin toss where both the captains are alongside match referee Tyrone Peters.
Sophia Stars to call. Heads a call. Tails.
We will ball first.
They're going to bowl.
Thank you very much for that update. So as you can see, Pac Falcon won the toss, decided to have a bowl. So we're going to see the Sophia Stars out in the middle with the bat in hand. Expect to see Mike Jones and Bakhtiar Tahiri. That is the officially listed opening partnerships. Yeah, Mike Jones just been in terrific form throughout this European Cricket Series. Great drone shot of this National Sports Academy here in Vasilevsky. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard. So Pac Falcon heading into this match with a record of 6-3. The Sophia Stars are 5-2. And yeah, this should be an interesting matchup. The Sophia Stars will definitely be the big favorites heading into this game. I think Pac Falcons, to be perfectly honest, they've just struggled to do it against the bigger teams. Like whenever they've had a match against one of the top sides, they've just not been able to get the result. But they'll need it this time around. Let's see if they can change things up a little bit here and pull off a big result against one of the better teams in this European Cricket Series. Of course, the Sophia Stars harbor ambitions of silverware, and so they'll be wanting to finish in the top two. Here's a look at the win predictor, and as we can see, the Sophia Stars big favorites, 90% against the Pac Falcon Cricket Club of Viren. So we're just moments away from the first ball. Safir Ahmed is going to bowl this over. He has been terrific throughout this ECS, so one of the standout performers for his side. He's always so great opening the bowling. Him and Agagul Ahmadel have been such consistent performers with the ball in hand. Here we go, first ball. Starts off with one around the wicket, a little bit wider. And Jones unable to get any bat on that. Jones, mind you, is so good square of the wicket. He's very good with the cut shot, and he's also great at just playing that little dab down towards third man. Got a great late cut. It's going to be another dot ball, so a couple of good balls to start off here for Ahmed. This is pushed away towards point. It's going to be a single, so Jones gets off the mark, and the first run here for the Sophia Stars. Yeah, oh dear, misfield out in the deep, and that means that they'll be able to come back for a second run. Originally, you would have thought there was just a single on over there. But yeah, with that fumble, it allowed them to come back quite comfortably for a second run. Prakash Mishra is opening the batting alongside Jones. Once again, just playing it out towards that third man region where Jones is so strong, and they won't get a single. No, that's interesting. I think, yeah, Mishra just limping a little bit. He's struggling when he has to run between the wickets. Play towards point. And that's going to be a dot ball. So a very good first over here by Ahmed. Just a couple of runs coming off it. I believe he's still got a ball to come. It's not quite at the end of the over just yet. End of the over. I was just looking to see if there was going to be a wide given there. It wasn't. I mean, Jones is convinced it's a wide. Jones is absolutely convinced that it should have been given a wide. Let's have another look at this. I mean, he was just rooted to the spot, still waiting for the wide call. And well, I think I'll leave that at home for the rest of you to judge. So here we go. It's time to bring up this graphic for the first time this calendar year. 50 days to go until the European Cricket Championship. It all starts off on the 23rd of September. Of course, the host nation of this series will be playing in 50 days' time. So get excited and make sure you've got it circled on your calendar. Of course, no one actually uses a paper calendar anymore, so set a reminder for the 23rd of September. Here we go. Second over. This one is just played away straight towards fine leg, and a good bit of fielding. Mind you, got a feel for Mishra. He absolutely belted that one. It was a great shot, but he manages to pick out the lone fielder. A couple of feet either side of him, and that was going to go away for a 4. A full toss, and this one's going to be played away. Could be a chance for a no ball here. Yeah, let's have a look at this. I mean, certainly a chance for a no ball in this delivery. Yeah, probably just dipping below the waist, so he's going to get away with that. Not a good ball, regardless, by Agagul Ahmadel. Oh, this is a definite no ball. This is a definite no ball. It's immediately been given. Oh, free hit coming up here for the inform Mike Jones, the top run getter of this ECS. Yeah, very, very high. That's a beamer. It's a dangerous delivery. My Ahmadel just struggling in this over. He's letting a few slip out of his hands. He's clutching that right shoulder and wrist. Is he just carrying some kind of injury he picked up in that first match? He bowled superbly in the opening game of the day. Now the free hit coming up here for Jones. And he's going to go big. Does he have enough distance on it? Nope, just one bounce over the rope. And it goes away for a 4, so he does cash in on this boundary. On this free hit, I should say. Strikes it towards the boundary rope and gets 4 runs. Now then, Ahmadel, how's he going to respond? Goes short again. This is pulled away towards mid-wicket. And it's going to be another boundary. There was a fielder stationed at long on, but there's no way he's going to be able to make it there to cut that one out. 4 more runs for Jones. Back-to-back boundaries. And after rather slow first 6 balls for him, he's certainly found his groove now, and he's looking a lot better. Yeah, this is the Jones we're used to seeing. It's a little bit tentative in that first over. Oh, this one's going to go straight through the fielder. Should have been a dot ball. Is it going to go away for 4 as well? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Oh, big misfield. Big misfield. That's now 3 consecutive boundaries in this over. Oh, really poor. These mistakes are so costly. So often they can be the difference between victory or defeat. I mean, Pac Falcon made lots of costly errors in that previous match. Obviously, all the extras they gave up, a lot of them buys because of some poor fielding and subpar wicket keeping. They don't help themselves at times, I think, Pac Falcon. I mean, obviously, you've got to do the best with the talent you have. They just make a few too many mistakes at times. Here's a look at the standings for this ECS here in Bulgaria. The Sofia Stars sitting in third place. They're looking to break into the top two. They're currently just 1 point behind the Spartans, and they've always got 3 games in hand on Academic Sofia, but have picked up 1 extra defeat. Of course, both their defeats came at the hands of Academic Sofia. And meanwhile, Pac Falcon just want to keep that 4th spot. I think it'll be tough to see them break into that top 2, but they'll certainly want to at least make sure they make it to finals day. So a lot on the line for both these teams. No, it's played away. Short ball. Not a good way to start here for Hans. Jones just helps it on. And that's going to be 4 more runs to his name. This is just played off his pads towards mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single. A good comeback ball there by Hans after starting off with a pretty poor delivery. Here we go. Mishra back on strike for the 3rd ball of the over. Yeah, has he got enough on this to get it away for 4? He most certainly does. That's gone towards the boundary rope. Yeah, nice looking shot there by Mishra. Beautifully played. It's not the best bowling though by Hans. He's just pushing a few too many down the leg side. And he's been punished for it on a couple of occasions. Oh, another one. Another wayward delivery. This one stays very low. And this has surely gone for a 4 as well. It's surely gone for a full floor. I mean, it's quite clear there that the fielder has made contact with the boundary rope. It's a wide. And I think this is going to be a minimo. Let's have a look at this. Yep, look at that. He's clearly made contact with the rope there. That should be a fairly straightforward decision. So a wide and 4 runs. It's 5 wides. Oh, and what a disaster of an over it's proving to be so far for Hans. You know, he's someone who, when he really gets it right, he can be very economical for his team. Right then. Let's see if he can come. He's got a better ball in response. Oh, it's a full toss. Wayward delivery. It's going to get punished as well. Yeah, Hans just getting it all wrong. Let's have a look at the height on this one as well, because he could potentially be in even more trouble. Oh, he could be in trouble for this as well. This could potentially be a no ball as well. Oh, they want to have a look at this again. Oh, he could be in some trouble. It's been given. The no ball has been given, so a free hit is coming up. Oh, and he's unable to capitalize on the free hit. Mishra just advancing down the wicket, took a few steps outside his crease, was trying to bash that one over mid-wicket. But Hans survives. No, stays low, And it's going to go away for another 4 wides. Oh my goodness. This is the second 5 wides we've seen in this over, and we've seen 5, including that no ball. What an over it's been. What a disaster of an over. That's now 24 runs off this over so far, and we still have 2 balls to come. No, it's a full toss. It's going high up in the air, but the top edge is going to go all the way for 6. And he's just trying to work this one towards that leg side. Catches the top edge, flies over the rope, and it's gone the distance. 30 runs off this over so far, and we still have a ball to come. I mean, I know Charlie said something yesterday about how he never says last ball coming up. He says potentially a last ball coming up. I'm going to say the same here. Potentially a last ball coming up. You really have no idea when Hans is bowling sometimes if you're going to get the last ball. Well, that was a wide. That was a wide. He's decided to spoil it. Oh, Mishra should have left that one alone, and I think, you know, just take a look at where this is. That could easily have gone for a minimum. You never know. He might just have saved the opposition 5 runs plus an extra ball they would have had to bowl. So I think you got to take these wides against this Pac Falcon side, especially with their history of giving up so many runs off buys. The power play comes to an end. It's an exceptional one for the Sofia Stars. 51 runs coming off it. And look at that. I mean, we start off with that little parking lot in the first over. And by the third over, we're building skyscrapers. 30 runs coming off that third over. This is pushed away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Goes for the big shot here, Mishra. But there's a fielder out at mid-wicket. That is Hans, who had a very difficult over out there to field. And let's just have a look at the field setting. It's obviously a little bit tough to see from where our ice cube is positioned. I believe there's a deep backward point in place, a deep cover. I can see a long on and a deep mid-wicket. And they've got a fielder at a long stop position all the way back on the boundary. He's basically positioned at about as fine a fine leg can get, so he's not directly behind the keeper. Yeah, you could say a very fine leg. Oh, dabbed away. I mean, Jones is so good at that shot. Jones is exceptional at that shot. We saw him play that yesterday about a good 4 or 5 times when he made his half century. He always just feels like he has a bit more time than your average batter when he's playing that stroke. I think that was a comment Charlie made when he was on commentary yesterday. Just so good at that. Plays it nice and late. He picks up the length so quickly as well, which just allows him to go onto the back foot. They've just put a deep third in place now as well. In response to that shot, this one is pushed towards mid-wicket, so yeah, cover comes in, and we got a backward point out in the deep third. Player who's probably just about 5 or 10 yards to the leg side of where you'd have a long stop out at the boundary. No, this is huge. Forget about where you place your fielders when Mishra is sending them a good 10 yards over the rope. Enormous hit. Absolutely smashed this one. You could hear the crack of the bat from a mile away. What a shot. End of the fourth over, the Sofia Stars are 64 for no loss. Going along at 16 and over. These last couple of overs have been very, very productive for them. He obviously had Ashu Hans, his over went for 19 runs, and now Safir Ahmed with a 13-run over as well. This one is once again dabbed out towards third. It's going to be a single. It's going to be Jahidul Islam coming into bowl here in the fifth over. Yeah, wild swing there by Mishra. He's always keen to use his feet, Mishra, and just bash it as hard as he can. I think Mishra is usually at his best when he stays nice and still, and he's got that strong base to hit from. It's a very, very powerful hitter, Mishra. I mean, when he connects, he sends them a very, very long way. And yeah, when he's steady with that solid base, I think that's where he's at his best. Now he's going to get out here. He ends up yorking himself. And once again, he looked to advance. Islam keeps the length spot on over here. And he's managed to get rid of the skipper of the Sofia Star side. Sneaks underneath the bat, cleans him up. And another wicket falls. So that's the first one that falls here for the Sofia Stars. A great opening partnership, 65 runs off it. And these two have once again got their side off to a great start. I mean, how often do we see Mishra really batting aggressively in those first 4 or 5 overs and then just setting up a good platform for the rest of the order? And that's going to be the two good mates out of the middle, Mike Jones and Jack Watmo batting together. It's actually Tahiri who's come in. Beg your pardon. So they've sent Bakhtiar Tahiri. Yeah, it looked initially like they were sending Jack Watmo, but Bakhtiar Tahiri has come in at number 3. He was originally listed to open, but instead they have brought him in at number 3. So Bakhtiar Tahiri played a lot of cricket on the network, and he's been playing in every ECS here in Bulgaria since all the way back in 2020. Struck firmly and just over the fielder at cover. And Tahiri gets off the mark by just crunching one towards cover. This one was struck so hard. I mean, if the fielder had cover had got his hands to it, he probably would have lost a few digits. Yeah, so far in this ECS, he's managed to make 53 runs. He's averaging 26.5 for this series. And he's done it with a strike rate of 196. Hasn't been available for every match for his team. This one's certainly going to be a wide, huge, huge wide. Yeah, this one's just shooting and taking off. Yeah, Tahiri, of course, his best ECS was the one back in 2020 when he averaged 82.5 for the entire series, batted with a strike rate of 212. And he came so close to picking up his first ECS century when he was dismissed on 99. That was certainly very, very tough for him, and I'm sure it's something he still thinks about because he hasn't had a chance to make a European cricket 100 since. End of the fifth over, Sofia Stars 72 for 1. And this is, of course, a good chance to welcome you into the commentary position. Thank you for tuning in for what's another great day of cricket here on the network. Of course, we got 5 matches today here in Sofia. And then over in Zagreb, we've got a couple of T20Is featuring Croatia and Spain. And, of course, then the deciding match in what has been a great ECSW, of course. It helped us break our golden ball streak. Vinny Sandhu and Corey Rutgers were on the call for that. Corey coming back to commentary after quite a while, and he delivered a golden ball. That was a very, very entertaining match to watch. I mean, It was absolute chaos for that final ball in Croatia at the end. I don't know how they managed to scramble and pick up that single. I mean, we had one of the batters running to the wrong end. It truly was very chaotic, but highly entertaining. And we were able to break that golden ball streak. So, yeah, certainly a day to bring out the double screens. You probably want to watch this one on your TV and then have another match on your tablet or laptop. So, great day of cricket here on ECN. And of course, if you're just using one device, then just split your screen. I so often do that as well when watching multiple games. This one just has to reach out of that one. It's going to go away for byes again. I mean, this is becoming a pretty common story for Pac Falcon, the amount of runs they give up off byes. You know, we've highlighted some of the issues they have with their wicket keeping and in a number of other departments. Just very leaky. They're just very leaky. That's now 19 runs of extras, and we're a ball into the 6th over. Yes, of course, the cricket's gone underway in Croatia. Spain are 18 for no loss. 9 balls in, outside edge. Straight to the fielder at the 3rd. Yeah, 3 dominant victories for Spain to start things off over there. And they've, of course, picked up an unassailable 3-0 lead. So they will be winning this T20I Mediterranean Cup. A great tour for them. And let's see if they can just continue their run of dominance today and maybe even pick up a sweep. It's cut away very nicely. And it's going to go away for 4. It was short, it was wide, and Jones has punished Richard. So you got Mohamed Isan and Shafat Ali Syed starting off for Spain. Those two opening the batting, certainly looking good these first couple of overs. Huge second over going on there. Oh, this one's another one that's down the leg side, and once again, the umpire has to stretch his arms. It's yet another wide, so make that 20 runs off extras. Now shorter ball, punish, and it's going to go all the way for 6. Smashed a long, long way. That is a huge 6. It just was dug in, set up very nicely for Jones. It was battered that away for a 6. Another expensive over here. 17 runs off it already. Still got 2 balls to go. Look at that expected score for the Sofia Stars. It's up to 151. Yeah, pitching well outside the leg stump. Oh, you'd certainly feel like they'll be aiming for something even in the 160s or 170s. They still have Jack Watmo to come. Got Rohit Dhiman as well. There's plenty of batting there, and Mike Jones is nicely settled in on 38 of 23. Tahiri looking good as well early in his innings. They'll be eyeing something really massive here, the Sofia Stars. And of course, got that 1-point gap with the Spartans, and part of that, of course, is because the Spartans have picked up 1 more bonus point victory than the Sofia Stars. So, you know, at this point, they might be eyeing a potential bonus point victory themselves if they can really get to something truly mammoth. Yeah, it's a good comeback delivery there by Richard. End of the 6th over, the Sofia Stars are 91 for 1. Here's a look at the scorecard. As we can see, the Sofia Stars are going along very nicely here. Helped a lot by extras. I mean, 23 runs of extras so far this over. If you actually look at some of the individual strike rates, you wouldn't think they'd be going at 15 and over, but extras have been such an Achilles heel for this Pac Falcon side. And they're going to turn back to Ahmadel and hope he can just stop this bleeding. His first over was quite expensive, but he's a very experienced player who has a great history with his Pac Falcon side. Short, wide, and it's going to go away for a 4. Jones striking another boundary, moves on to 42, eyeing yet another half century this series. I mean, Mike Jones, he's currently on 449 runs for this European Cricket Series, batting in just his 7th inning as well. I mean, his average is mind-boggling right now. It's 407 because he hardly ever gets dismissed. Just truly amazing and mind-boggling. This would be his 6th 50-plus score if he can get 8 more runs over here. And this is going to go away for a boundary, so he's a shot away from bringing up another 50. No, just throws his hands at that one. Then he gets it away behind point for a 4. Another terrific shot for one of the finest cricketers in this country. Here we go. Can he bring up his half century on this ball? Nice play this away for a 4. Yes, he does. It's another 50. 50, number 5 for this series. And then you add that century he scored as well. Mike Jones with another fine innings. Oh, he has been a run machine for the Sofia Stars. Beautifully flicked off the pads. It beats the fielder at square leg. Richard was able to do nothing about that. And it's gone away for 4 more runs. He's just going to push this one towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a single. Just clean him up. It's Timber. He gets rid of Tahiri. Wasn't the best ball. Tahiri played all around that one as well. If he probably just plays it straight, he would have been able to punish him for that full toss. But he's played all around this one. And it's crashed onto his stumps. It dips quite a bit at the end as well. But that's a very disappointing way for Tahiri to get out, I think. A ball like that, you'd really expect a player of his quality to be able to bash that one away. Second wicket falls for the Sofia Stars. They are 104 for 2. Here we go. Last ball of the 7th. That's another one that stays very low. And just Farouk taking another blow. He's had a very difficult time throughout this ECS with the gloves. Obviously let a lot of runs get past him. And now he's copped another blow. Here's a look at the groups for the ECC. As we can see, of course, the host nation for this European Cricket Championship are over in Group 1. They'll be playing the likes of Croatia, Estonia, Turkey, Slovenia, and the Isle of Man. Of course, one of those teams is currently playing on the European Cricket Network. Croatia currently doing battle against Spain. And they'll have a chance to, of course, play against a lot of the Turkey players as well, since Afyon Karadishar have made their way to Bulgaria for this ECS, and so a lot of members of their team are part of that Turkey national setup. This is one that is struck straight towards long off, and it's a rare dismissal for Jones, a man who hasn't been out much during this series. Plays this one through the line. He's looking to smash it over long off. He's picked out the fielder, and it's a good catch there by Ahmadel. Third wicket falls for the Sofia Stars, so they lose wickets in a cluster here. 2 wickets falling in 3 deliveries, and I just wonder now if Pac Falcon can certainly put the brakes on their scoring. Can they maybe restrict them to something under 140, 100, maybe even under 130. That would be an enormous victory if they can do that. But the dangerous Jack Watmo coming out to the crease. Rohit Demon as well at the other end. We know he's capable of making some quick fire runs as well. That's one thing with the Sofia Star side. They certainly are blessed to have quite a bit of batting depth. It's another wide. It's just, these extras have really been such a big issue for Pac Falcon. 24 runs now of extras for this innings. There's a struck away for a 4. Very nicely hit. And Watmo will get off the mark with a boundary. Great way to start off at the crease. Yeah, so 5 runs off 2 balls in this over. Here we go. 3rd ball of the over coming up. And Watmo's just going to drop this one, and he'll quickly scamper across for a single. So Demon batting for the first time in this ECS. We've seen him bowl quite a bit. He's bowled 7 overs so far this European Cricket Series. He's a very handy batter. Someone who's made a few useful runs in the past. And they're going to strike this one away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be fielded out of the deep. Oh, well, should come back for a second run. There was just far too much hesitation. Far too much hesitation. The second run was on. I think Demon made the right call here to want to come back for the second run. They hesitate. And then, I mean, he's almost had to run half the way back. I don't think he could quite capture just how shocking that was. And Watmo's going to get some bat on this. It's a stellar fielding effort. It's an absolutely sensational fielding effort. I mean, this is going to be a no ball regardless, just because of height and the good awareness by Watmo. See, we just want to throw his bat at this, and what an acrobatic effort to get this one away. A shake of the head, obviously going down the leg side. And in the 8th over, 9 runs coming off it. We've got the 9th over coming up here, the penultimate over. This is played out towards mid-on, and it's going to be a single. Yeah, this one is rather wider delivery. That Demon is just not going to be able to get any bat on ball. Let's take a look at this replay and see if he has a case. He's obviously looking for the wide call over here. Yeah, certainly not a wide. Oh, this is a big shot. Absolutely wallop it straight to the fielder who has spilt that one. And oh, then he's going to run into Richard as well. My word. So Demon just survived potentially getting dismissed. He's given this a good strike. It's out to the fielder at long on, who, well, doesn't have to move an inch. He just spills a catch that actually comes to him at a pretty comfortable height. And then he ends up running into the bowler at the non-striker's end, so a very eventful delivery for a Demon. The end result, though, is that he's still out there. No, this is another one that's a bit of a miscue, but it's going to land safely at mid-on, and it's just going to be a single. No, this is going to be a wide. Now he's going to pull this one away over mid-wicket. It's a 6 for Demon. Just his 5th career 6 on the European Cricket Network. Goes shorter and pulled away very nicely. Good shot, just set up nicely for him. Probably don't want to be bowling that short. I think he needs to look to get it up there. Try to hit that Yorker length. Yeah, bowling way too short, and especially on this pitch, these shorter deliveries just tend to sit up very nicely and are easy to hit. Oh, I was going to look to strike this one firmly as well. It goes straight towards mid-wicket. And that's another single. End of the over. Teeman will keep strike heading into the final over. The Sofia Stars are 125 for 3. "26 runs of extras." I think that's the biggest concern here for Pac Falcon. It's really been their Achilles heel. I mean, even if you take away about 15 or 20 of those, you're looking at a very, very different score. Now, they've got to find a way to address this issue, and I think they're going to struggle to win matches against the better teams if they keep going into games and consistently giving over 20 or 25 runs in extras. And Hans is a man who's unfortunately been very guilty of that. This one is struck firmly down the ground. It's going to go away for a 4. Ahmadel gets a hand to it, but he's unable to stop it from going towards the boundary. Just struck nicely, sort of has a quite middle that perfectly, comes more off the bottom part of the bat. But it's still struck hard enough to go for a 4. It's going to go big again. And it's out towards mid-wicket, so just a single. Brings a Watmo on strike. Yeah, this is good bowling there. It comes off the toe end of the bat. And he's responded well since he was hit for a boundary. Hans, 3 balls to come in this over. 6 runs off it so far. You know, they've done a good job, you have to say, just slowing down the run rate these last couple of overs. At one stage, Sofia Stars looked like they might cross that 140, 150 mark. That's at least what the expected score indicated. This is another good ball there by Hans. Once again, coming off the toe end of the bat, but you know, the 2 overs prior to this going for just 21 runs. And we've seen 6 runs of this over so far. And Demon requesting a new bat. I think they're going to tell him, you know what, you're not getting a new bat. Still got just 2 balls to go. And he indicates there's just something on the toe end of his bat. And yeah, he's going to request a new one. And I think a new one will be sent out for these last couple of balls. So Jack Watmo sprinting across. He's like, well, let's hurry up, guys. He's got 2 balls left in this innings. Yeah, now, let's see now. 2 more balls to go here. Gets a new SS bat. Let's see if this is the 6-hitting bat. Well, it's going to be a 4-hitting bat. He sends that one away towards the boundary. Although it wasn't the best ball there by Hans. Good movement though there by T10. He just shuffles across a little bit, walks out of his crease as well, and that just allows him to access that leg side. Plays it away very nicely for 4. Yeah, good shot. And he got one more ball to come, so the 140 plus score is still on the cards. If he can hit a 6 off this last ball. This is played away and well fielded out at square leg. That took a nasty bounce and he did really well to go up and bat that down and then fires in a good throw as well. Yeah, lovely, lovely fielding out in the deep. I just need to see the back of the fielder's shirt to give him the credit for that stellar effort. You know, very, very watchful. Watches it closely. And that's the perfect throw as well. It's just 1 run to end that over. 10 runs coming in that over. 11, beg your pardon. So that's about 32 runs of the last 3 overs, which is very decent. If you really put into perspective how the rest of the innings went, I think I'm pretty pleased with how they bowled during the death overs. I mean, at one stage it really looked like Sofia Stars would get to something north of 150. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. It's a good innings, regardless, you have to say, for the Sofia Stars. Mike Jones with another half century, and Mike Jones also making a bit of history, crossing 1,000 European Cricket Series runs. Of course, we'll just take a moment to celebrate that a little bit more in the second innings. Prakash Mishra make 26 of 12, the captain. He's always so good opening the batting. He's a powerful hitter, and we certainly saw that on display during the innings. Bakhtiar Tahiri, he would make just 4 runs of 5 balls. I think he'd be very disappointed with the way he got out in the end. I mean, it was a full toss that he really should have punished. Here's a look at some of the issues that Pac Falcon had. They've had so many problems throughout this ECS with all the extras they're giving up. 26 runs of extras is what they gave up in this match. Prakash Mishra hit 2 big 6s until he was, of course, cleaned up by Jahidul Islam. That would be the end for him. But he'd feel quite happy with how he batted. 26 of 12 really got his side into a good position. This was Bakhtiar Tahiri's first ball he faced. Just absolutely belted that one for a 4. It raced away towards the rope. Jones brought up yet another half century, his 5th half century of this European Cricket Series, along with the century he scored earlier in this tournament as well. He brought up his half century with 3 consecutive 4s. This is how Tahiri was dismissed. Disappointing way to go out. In all honesty, he'll feel like he really should have belted that one by Agagyul Ahmadel away. Rohit Demon would come in at number 4. He'd make 19 runs off 11 balls. Good batting performance by him. And then Jack Watmo at the end making 10 of 7, striking 1 away. 4 of 4. Sofia Stars would end up with 136 runs off their 10 overs. Chance was put down and really should have been sprinting to the other end rather than ball watching and trying to admire his shot. Good shot over here. Nice 6. That was Rohit Demon who hit that one. A good pull shot. He'd be helped out on this shot by some rather ordinary fielding by Ahmadel. Sure, I think it was hit quite hard. Maybe we're being a little bit harsh, and he should have tried to stop that. And this was, of course, the last moment, the last ball. Good fielding, and then a good throw back to the keeper. It would be a run out, ensuring that the Sofia Stars would pick up just 1 run off the final ball. So all in all, a pretty decent batting performance by the Sofia Stars. This is a well below par score. I think at one point they would have felt like they could get even above 140, but credit to Pac Falcon for just pulling things back a little bit. They were more disciplined with their bowling in those last 3 overs, and the key thing is the number of extras they bowled really cut down in those last 4 overs. They gave up just 2 runs of extras in the last 4 overs. That means in the first 6 they gave up 24 runs. Just shows you what a big difference those extras make. Here's a look at the bowling card for Pac Falcon. Safir Ahmed with a superb bowling performance, over 15, very economical. Jahidul Islam with 2 for 17. They're the 2 standout bowlers for Pac Falcon. 137 is the target that has been set for Pac Falcon in the second innings. Join us in 5 minutes' time when we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. Sofia Stars have posted a score of 136 runs on the board, and they'll be feeling very positive about their chances to win this one. So if Pac Falcon are able to chase this target down in 7 overs, which would be a massive, massive challenge, I think, based on what we've seen from them so far this series, I'd say that's highly unlikely. They'll pick up the bonus point. But if the Sofia Stars can restrict Pac Falcon to 95 or less, they will pick up the bonus point. I think the second scenario is certainly the more likely of the two. This is a pretty good total that's been set here. And we've often seen Pac Falcon have a few issues with their batting. So they'll, let's see how aggressive they're going to be with their approach here, the Sofia Stars. I think first and foremost, they'll obviously want to win this game. And if they really start picking up some early wickets, say they have them at 25 for 3 or 25 for 4, something along that, they might really feel like they have a chance to get that bonus point as well. And let's see if they get a bit more aggressive with their field setting as well. Of course, picking up that bonus point is quite important because if you look at this race at the top of the table between Academic Sofia Cricket Club, the Spartans, and the Sofia Stars, it's been a race to grab those bonus points. And those bonus points are often proving to be the difference between these two teams. Here we go. First ball. Straight down the ground. Doesn't quite have enough distance on it, though. It's going to go straight to Watmo, who holds on to that catch. Golden duck to start things off. And Gagandeep Singh gets a wicket off his very first ball. Oh, you got to feel great for him. He really deserves that wicket. I think he bowled with great heart yesterday. Was very unlucky not to get more wickets. And here we go. Royal duck comes out, Royal Derrick. It's a wicket off the very first delivery. Sensational start for the Sofia Stars. Take another look at this ball again. Probably just stays a little lower than he expected, which is why he's not quite able to get it out of the sweet spot of the bat. And then Watmo is there to catch it. So Hamad is the batter who departs him. Wouldn't have been surprised if they push Farouk up the order. He's currently listed to come in at 5. But with the fact they're chasing 137, I wouldn't have minded opening with him or even having him at 3. And there's going to be a wide. It's another wider delivery. So back-to-back wides here for Gagandeep Singh. Just needs to get this right. Obviously a new batter. You want to be spot on to him off the very first ball. Just gets his eye in when he sees a couple of wides go past him. Oh, great ball. Draws him forward. It just beats the outside edge of the bat. Takes a step across and crunches this. Huge hit over long off. That has struck one of the trees. What a hit there. Now this is what Agagul Ahmadel is capable of doing. Look how strong his bottom hand is. His bottom hand really taking over when he hits that shot. He clears that front leg as well. It just gives him that extra room to swing his bat down hard. And that's a Yorker. Good comeback ball there by Gagandeep Singh. This is going to be a good battle between two very, very good players. Still got a couple more balls to come. Two players, mind you, are also both terrific fast bowlers. You could just see that initial movement there by Ahmadel, maybe trying to throw off the bowler a little bit. Ends up throwing off himself. Wasn't quite still when the ball went past him. This has gone up in the air, and well, it's not gone up in the air, beg your pardon. It was just a bit thrown off. This has gone away for 4, so that's going to be a boundary to end the over. Yeah, very nicely played along the ground. So it's going to be 12 runs off the first over. One match since we last had a golden ball, of course. It's good to see the counter back down to a pretty small number. Of course, it was up to well over 250 yesterday. And then, of course, we got that golden ball in that dramatic match over in Croatia, which, of course, we discussed that game during the first innings of our coverage. Incredible match, of course, between the Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. The Lavender Lionesses somehow managing to pull out a victory in that game. And it's, of course, been set up for a dramatic third match between those two teams. And the final match of a great weekend of cricket that's happening over in Croatia. There we go now. Watmo. It's a good first ball for him to start off. Yeah, tries to just bash this one away towards the leg side. I think an uppercut would be a better shot on this, especially with third man inside the ring. If he's willing to play that uppercut, he's certainly going to have some runs. Given the 1 for the over. Just want to see the height on this one. Won't have a chance to. Play towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Now then, here's a chance to see the height on that previous ball. And yep, that's perfect. Legal delivery. 1 for the over. A wild swing across the line there by Ahmadel. It goes over the stumps. Watmo, well, he knows how close he was to getting a wicket over there. Well, we see so many balls stay low on this surface here in Bulgaria. If that one had stayed low, he would have managed to get a wicket. It actually bounces a lot more than we typically see here on this pitch in Sofia. He's hitting the deck hard, Watmo. He's really hitting the deck hard. Just wonder if where this one was, because he's already bowled the 1 for the over. Oh, that is close. That is very close. Oh, well. That one is, it's about touch and go. Whether that one is about shoulder height or not. If it was well above shoulder height, then it would have been a no ball. It's a very close one. A little bit too close for comfort from Watmo's perspective. This over comes to an end. Just the 2 runs off it. Very good one for Jack Watmo and the Sofia Stars. Pac Falcon are 14 for 1 at the end of the second. Here's a look at the standings. The Sofia Stars are currently in 3rd place and looking to chase down the Spartans. The only reason they're 1 point behind the Spartans, of course, is the fact that the Spartans just picked up 1 more bonus point victory than them. And, of course, Pac Falcon trying to cling on to 4th spot so they can make it to finals day. So, yeah, the sides ranked 3rd and 4th will play each other in an eliminator match on Friday. Meanwhile, the top 2 teams will advance to qualifier 1, meaning they'll get a couple of chances to make it to the final. So yeah, you basically have to win 2 games to go to the final if you are ranked 3rd or 4th, whereas the sides ranked top 2 and need to just win 1 of 2 games to make it to the final. So obviously it's a huge advantage to finish in the top 2, and that's why the Sofia Stars will be battling hard to make sure they get it. This one's a ball that's going to go all the way for 6. Ahmadel just throwing his bat at it. It was an attempted wide Yorker. I think it's just hit the electrical line. Yep, it looks like it's hit the electrical line. Oh, it's been given a dead ball. Is it hit the line? No, it's not for the line. This is interesting. I believe the breeze has just blown the bails off. Let's have a look at the camera 3. Okay, let's have a look at this. I think before that ball is delivered, yes, there we go. You can just see that bail on the floor. So the breeze has just blown off one of the bails. Well, it wasn't the electrical line. I mean, we've seen a number of dot balls because of the electrical line. Let's take a look at this. No, full toss crunched. And this is going to be a single. Struck really hard, struck very firmly. And they'll pick up just the 1 run for that. That's worth having a look at this one again. Ooh, well, that was another very tight one. I think it might just have trimmed the line. I mean, keep in mind, this one's going to go away for 4. That under these rules, if even 1% of the ball catches that wide line, it's not a wide. I think that's something that's just worth noting. This one was in the slot, wasn't the best ball. It gets punished, goes away for a 4. Raman Kumar, his over, has brought 8 runs so far, and we still got 3 balls to come in this over. Yeah, struck hard towards cow corner, and it goes straight towards Watmo for a single. Two balls left in this power play. Struck hard towards extra cover. And it's just going to be 1 run. Oh, it's just a little bit of bat over there. And they're going to pick up a run. Outside edge. And it's a single to end the power play. Pac Falcon will be 25 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. Here's a quick look at the bar chart comparing these teams. Of course, we're into our second match of the day, the second innings. And Pac Falcon, as you could see, are well behind what the Sofia Stars were at this stage. The Sofia Stars obviously had that big third over where Ashu Hans gave up 30 runs. That was just a disastrous over for Ashu Hans. I mean, he bowled 2 minimos, had a no ball which went for a 4 as well. And really, I think that over swung the momentum. It just totally took this game away from Pac Falcon. That one is struck nicely for 4. Good shot there by Usman. And it goes away for 4 runs. So he now moves on to 11 of 7. Up in the air, top edge, and it's going to go over the fielder, and it's going to go over for 4. He's just flashes hard at this one, the batter. It's a good approach. And, you know, just throw the kitchen sink at it. I hope you get lucky. Well, not too far from Diana Oros with her burrito. That's, of course, the name of her camera. She doesn't actually have a burrito with her. Right, so 2 balls into the 4th over. I think for Pac Falcon here, getting to 96 is probably a bit more realistic. They're just not going at a good enough pace right now to really win this game. They've got to speed up, really do. It has to struck hard, and oh, well, the fielder just turning his back on that. He was a little bit scared by that. It's Gagandeep Singh out there. That's just nicely hit, so right on cue when I say they're not going at a good enough rate. They do strike a 4. They need that 4, and I think they need to try to at least keep this at about 15 and over for the last 3 or 4 overs. That would require them to, of course, speed up quite a bit from where they are at right now. I mean, the biggest over they've had so far is 12 runs. It's this over. It's tied for the biggest over. Here we go. Can they get going? Is this the wake-up call for Pac Falcon? Top edge. Going to go away for a 4 as well. Very fine once again. Not too far from Diana. Oh, big top edge. Off it goes for a boundary. Yeah, it's a lucky fortuitous boundary. Goes past the keeper. I think you can see he's looking to target that mid-wicket region. Just that little extra bit of bounce that he's not able to judge means that that top edge goes away for 4. And this one's a swing and a miss. The first dot ball of this over. He's clearing the front leg, looking to go for a big shot over mid-wicket. And he isn't quite able to get it, so there we go. Can they hit another boundary and make this over magical? Nope. I think he would have been better served trying to step inside and take the wide there. I mean, with the issues we've seen teams in this country have with extras and buys, you know, if he steps inside and takes that, there's always the chance that you could just get a few extra runs just running off buys, or maybe one that even slips past the keeper and goes for a minimo. So, yep, I think step inside, take as many wides as you can get. 16 coming off that over, a decent one, a much better one for Pac Falcon, as they are 41 for 1. Although that required now is shot up to 16. So we're going to see Mishra coming into bowl over here. And is the captain of the Sofia Stars side, and also the president of the Bulgarian Cricket Federation. He's been a great host to us, always bringing us lovely food every day for lunch and dinner. It's just, you have to be very thankful to him for putting on what has been a great European cricket series so far. Top edged. Once again, it's going to go in that region. We've seen 3 boundaries go very fine in that third man region, a couple of them because of edges. I think it would be worth sending a fielder back there. I mean, I'm surprised Sofia Stars normally have someone back in that position. They don't right now. And we've seen 12 runs go through that region in the last 4 balls. Still haven't put a deep third man out. It's gone up in the air. It's going straight to the fielder at point. And this is going to be some catching practice, as easy as it gets. Mishra has his man. And that's going to be the end for Ahmadel. PFCV are 45 for 2. He's trying to go for a big shot over mid-wicket. It catches a thick outside edge. It loops up in the air. And it's caught comfortably at point. The 3rd wicket of this ECS for Mishra, and the 42nd wicket of his illustrious career. There we go. First ball being faced by Farouk. Farouk's going to dab this one down towards third. And this is going to be a single. So Farouk gets off the mark. Yeah, Farouk, I was a bit surprised he was kept down to number 4. Probably would have had him batting a little bit higher up the order, especially with the kind of form he's been in over the last few matches. And that's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, now that bonus point, I mean, if they get rid of these two here, if they pick up a couple of quick wickets, that bonus point is in play already. Now, speaking of illustrious careers, have to give a big congratulations to Mike Jones for crossing over 1,000 European Cricket Series runs. Yeah, there's just a chance for us all to congratulate him. And oh, he's been such a joy to watch throughout this series. I mean, he's been piling on runs for fun. And the fact that he's picked up 1,000 runs in what has been a very, very illustrious career for him here in Bulgaria. One of the true stars of this country. And it's just a testament to what a fantastic cricketer he is, and is also terrific work ethic. There it is. Farouk will depart. Plays across the line at one. Mishra has his man. Great bowling by the skipper. Wicket number 43 of his career. Just keeps it full and straight. It stays a touch low, which doesn't help, but it's in between that gap between bat and pad. And this is going to be the end for him. So another wicket falls here. And I think with that wicket, all of a sudden, they can start to think about a bonus point. So a chance to welcome you into the commentary position. A very good morning to all of you. Dobro utro in Bulgarian, of course. It's lovely to have you alongside us for what is another great day of cricket from here in Sofia. We've got 5 matches for you today. We're in the second innings of our second game. The match following this one is a truly important game. Of course, we got the Spartans going up against the Sofia Stars in our lunchtime match. Both those sides harbor ambitions of silverware, of course. The Sofia Stars want to get into that top 2, and finishing in that top 2 is a huge advantage, because it means you might have 2 bites at the apple to make it to the final. Of course, you finish in 3rd or 4th place, you'll have to take the longer path to the final, i.e. you'll have to win one of your qualifiers, and then you also have to win the elimination match. So really looking forward to that upcoming match. It's going to be a big game. Both those sides are very evenly matched, and they have a lot to play for. Let's head that back to the middle, where it looks like we're ready to resume with the 6th over. It's going to be a wide to start off here for T10. Saw him bat a little bit in the first innings, and he hasn't batted too much in his European cricket career, and when he has, he's generally not made too many runs. But I think looking at the way he batted in that first innings, you can tell that he certainly worked on his batting a lot, and he played some great shots. I think he'd be very dismissed with the way he actually ended up getting out. It's going to be wide, I think. Yeah, with this kind of line, should have 3rd man back. I think I've seen a few top edges just flying to that region. I mean, I know Demon's not bowling with too much pace, but there we go. They've made the change now, so they've sent a fielder back. And oh, this could be a chance. This could be a run out. Well, has he got a hand on it? I mean, he's got a big grin on his face. And this was absolutely belted. Lowish full toss. Oh, you can't. It's so tough to tell with his angle. The umpire's in the way. Oh, he's definitely gone. Let's have a look at this. This will tell us if there's any hand involved. So he's certainly got his hand on it. We have concluded with video evidence that he does get his hand to this, and now we got a chance here. It looks like he's run out. It has been given, and that should be the run out. So you could tell that he was nowhere inside the crease, and it's an unfortunate way to get out. And this here will confirm that he's, of course, nowhere near the crease. So it's a diamond duck for Islam. He gets out without facing a single ball. There he is, Diamond Derek. And it's another wicket as we return to live action. Another one falls, and the team hat trick is on over here for the Sofia Stars. Wickets falling in a tumble. We've seen 4 wickets now in these last couple of overs. Full and straight, through the gate. That is the end for Usman Ul Haq. The skipper departs without troubling the scorers. A golden duck for him, and Derek will be striding out to get in his paces. Well, no, actually, credit to Usman Ul Haq. He just sprinted away, made sure that Derek couldn't get to him. I think this is the new strategy you're starting to see amongst the European cricket batters. They are sprinting as soon as they get dismissed for a duck. They don't want to get Derek to chase them. Now the bonus point could be on here for Sofia Stars. Now struck firmly, struck very nicely, goes away for 4. Good shot there by Ahmed. We know Ahmed, though, is capable of hitting a boundary or 2. We saw him hit a 6 and a 4 in the final over of the opening match of the day for Pac Falcon. Inside edge, and this will at least bring about 1 run. So they'll pick up a single. Yeah, here, I guess the Pac Falcon once again in a similar position to what they were in the previous match. The key for them now is just to find a way to avoid a bonus point defeat as they did against Academic Sofia. It's just about picking up these single points they can get. That will just help them in the race to at least make it to the 4th spot. Jones puts out the long barrier and make sure that's just going to be 1 run. Yeah, the sole point looks tough now, doesn't it? 41 needed of the remaining 4 overs. You're asking your lower order to go at just a shade above 10 and over. Challenging. Very, very challenging. Mishra coming back for his second over. His first over was sensational. Picked up 2 wickets in it. It's very important wickets as well, which really just broke the back, you'd say, of this Pac Falcon side. He managed to get rid of Ahmadel and the in-form Umar Farouk. And from there, you have to say this game has really just unraveled for Pac Falcon. Just straying onto the pads a little bit there, Mishra. I mean, you can tell he's just trying to bowl full and straight to the tail enders. Hasn't quite got that one right. And Ahmed, that's a good looking shot. And he gets away for 4. This is a play towards cover, and it's going to be caught. Simple enough catch. The 3rd wicket for Mishra. And now Ahmed will depart after playing a couple of good-looking shots for 4. He's backing away, looking to hit it through the offside. And he struck this fairly tamely to the fielder at cover. He takes a comfortable catch around chest height. Nicely caught by Sahil Kumar. And Pac Falcon are 60 for 6. Backing away, but he hits it straight to the opposition fielder. Here we go. 4th ball of the over. Yeah, just struck him well outside the line of the off stump. Not too much going for that one, a rather optimistic appeal. Yeah, and also probably moving away quite a bit as well. Big swing. Well, that's a tight one. That's a really tight one. It might just have caught a little bit of the wide line along the way. That certainly is what the umpire's opinion was. That's just good bowling by Mishra. I think he's keeping it simple. He's bowling perfectly to the lower order. I mean, that's the thing about Mishra now. He's always going to bowl perfectly according to the fundamentals. Bowl to the lower order, you bowl full and straight, and that's exactly what he's been doing. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. The Sofia Stars have a big game coming up against the Spartans. This is going to be a battle to determine who can pick up one of the top 2 spots. The Sofia Stars won the toss for that game as well. They have put the Spartans in. That matchup is coming up in 36 minutes. Going to be Jones coming into bowl. This one's gone up in the air, and oh, it could have been a wicket. It should have been a wicket. No, it really should have been taken. I wonder who that is. Oh, really hard to see. Is that Bakhtiar Tahiri by any chance? Oh, he has a chance to track that one really well and just slips out of his hands. This is struck out towards mid-wicket. And it'll be a single. So Mike Jones, generally more known for his batting than his bowling. He's a fairly decent bowler. He's been not used too much in this ECS. And when he has, he's been a bit expensive. An economy rate of 14.6 prior to this match. Just the 1 wicket he has picked up. That was against a BSCR. Referring to this calendar year, of course, not just this series. This one's gone high up in the air. Jones wants to take the catch off his own bowling. But maybe it would have been better served leaving that for the fielder coming in from mid-wicket. I think that's Raman Kumar was in that position. I'm not sure if Jones had too much faith in him. And Jones says, nope, it's mine, I'll take it. And it's always so tough to take those catches when you're going towards the boundary rope. Big, wild swing and a miss. And the 8th over comes to an end. A very good over for Jones. That will certainly help his economy rate. As they get closer and closer here to picking up the bonus point. As should be very doable from this stage, I think. It's going to take some kind of a miracle for Pac Falcon to pick up the lone point. Yeah, you can just see Pac Falcon well below that line. That blue line, of course, that's the run rate they need to go at to pick up a single point. The red line, of course, and one for the victory. They're not going to win the game from here. I mean, the required is up to 35.5, but yeah, I think at this point, realistically speaking, having lost 6 wickets, that single point looks tough as well, of course. When you've got some top order batters out there, 30 runs of 12 balls isn't much of a challenge, but I think it's going to be tough for Robin Ahmed and Ashu Hans. No, he's just come across there, and that should be out. It's as plumb as it gets. You know, that's the thing. I mean, when you're looking to go across and then trying to play across the line as well, you're always so prone to that LBW. That one which comes back in is, it's always going to do you. I mean, unless you're just very good wristy player, great at flicking it off your pads, you're going to be in trouble when the bowler bowls a straighter one. That's the end for Ashu Hans. Yeah, shuffles across, looking to play it towards the leg side. And if you do that and you miss, you know it's going to be an LBW. Looking to play this one towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a dot ball, so I think the outcome of this match is pretty much settled, and we'll also probably now operate under the assumption that they'll be able to pick up the bonus point here. So we'll just, of course, have a look at what the ramifications of this result could be, provided, of course, that Sofia Stars pick up a bonus point. So this one is struck hard out towards mid-wicket, and it's well fielded. Oh, great take one-handed. That's actually where Bakhtiari is positioned, so he's not out at deep third. That should answer our question about who is out at deep third. Still unable to uncover that mystery fielder's identity. So the Spartans and Sofia Stars will be playing each other in our next match, which is coming up in 31 minutes time. And those two teams have a second match scheduled, or later in this series as well. Haven't quite been able to just locate where that is. We'll keep you updated on that. So 68 for 7. And Mike Jones is going to come back here for a second over. Oh, it's edged, and it's once again going into that third man region. I mean, I think it's right to call it a vortex. I mean, there's so many balls that have been heading into that region. Going to play one across the line. It's another dot ball. Got 4 balls left in this innings, and until Pac Falcon are put out of their misery, and as you can see, that sole point now is unattainable as well. This one is struck down the ground, and he's going to use his shins in the end to field that. Very, very painful. That's Rohit Demon fielding it long on. I mean, he gets the job done, but this is a painful way to save your side some runs. Ooh, that's going to hurt. Wild swing over there. Very wild swing. So next match, as we mentioned, is BCC Spartan against this Sofia Stars side. Match with plenty on the lines. Two sides ranked second and third will be going at it. This one's high up in the air and skied. Well, where does that one come from? We haven't seen a boundary in ages. Haven't seen a boundary since the 7th over. Wow, what a shot. That is a great hit. He certainly got a hold of that one and sent it a long, long way. Now, this is a flighted delivery by Jones. Ahmed isn't able to get anywhere near that. He tries to advance down the wicket. This is why you really need to have a keeper standing up to the spinner. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, wild swing. So yeah, we're just having a look at this, just trying to figure this out right now. That's the reason for showing this replay. Yeah, so let's have a look at this. Does he get his bat down back in time? Oh dear. Well, I mean, not a lot on the line in this decision, but we of course still want to know. It looks like he has grounded his bat, so should be okay. So yep, the update has been made there, and it ends up being a dot ball. So 8 runs coming off that final over. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard. The Sofia Stars, of course, now with a record of 6-2, will be going up against the Spartans. This is a huge match, as we mentioned. Of course, these teams playing each other for the first time this European Cricket Series, and they're in second place and third place. So this is a battle to basically make it straight to the qualifier match on Friday. So the winner of this match will take a huge step towards being able to bypass that elimination match on Friday. We, of course, expect both these teams to make it to finals day. Here's a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a diamond duck. Farooq Hamad was out of the very first ball, sent one straight to Jack Watmo. Well taken by him at long on. We would see Usman Ul-Haq and Agagul Ahmadel put together a pretty decent partnership. They're both seeing it quite well, hitting some nice looking shots. Their partnership was worth 45 runs. Usman Ul-Haq hit 5 boundaries. Ahmadel making 17 of 13, but outside of those two, there weren't too many scores of note. And when the two of them departed, well, you gotta say Pak Falcon really stumbled, and that's why they ended up with 76 runs and hand a bonus point to their opponents, Sofia Stars. Man, look at this one. Very nice shot there. Hit out towards square leg. Good looking stroke. And unfortunately, no one else was really able to back them up. There were a little bit of luck at times. They got a bit fortunate with a few edges that went to that third man region, but you gotta say the Sofia Stars were a little bit late plugging that gap. This one was a catch taken, a very simple catch for Sahil Kumar. Soft dismissal for Agagul Ahmadel, and then of course Usman Ul-Haq would depart as well, making 24 of 17. Omar Farooq was bowled by Prakash Mishra. You had a chance to see that on the previous highlights package. This was an unfortunate way for Jahidul Islam to get out. He was out for a diamond duck. We were able to conclude that Demon got a hand on it, and they then went on to crash onto the stumps. Robin Ahmed would come into bat next. He'd make 14 of 13. We're now taking a look at the dismissal of Usman Ul-Haq. He was out for 24 of 17. Robin Ahmed, credit to him. I mean, he got some bat on ball. He hit one big six, and other than that, he was pretty good running between the wickets. And this was a catch taken by Sahil Kumar to dismiss Safir Ahmed, who hit a couple of boundaries, but then was dismissed shortly after that. It was a catch that was put down at deep third. Didn't make too much of a difference to the outcome of this match, as in the end we can see that the Sofia Stars pretty comfortably picked up the bonus point. There was a potential run-on opportunity over there, and then a big six that was sent over mid-wicket. So we have now come to the end of the first innings, and of course Sofia Stars win this one by 60 runs against Pak Falcon Cricket Club of Viren. We'll have a look at the scorecard, and as you can see, the top scorer was Usman Ul-Haq with 24 of 17. Seems like there's a small delay with the graphics, so I'll take you through some of the more important bits. He had a partnership of 45 runs with Agagul Ahmadel. The second wicket partnership was the biggest partnership of this match. Meanwhile, looking at the bowling figures of the Sofia Stars, a great all-round performance. Everyone did a terrific job. Jack Watmo bowled just a 1 over, gave up 2 runs. Rohit Demon with figures of 2 for 10. The skipper, Prakash Mishra, did a terrific job, 3 for 12. And Mike Jones had a chance to have a bowl too. He will certainly help his economy rate with his 2 over spell, which went for just 12 runs. We'll take a short break, and in just 22 minutes time, we'll have the big match, the very important game between the Sofia Stars and the Spartans.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
It's time for our biggest matchup of the day, the Sofia Stars against the Spartans. Let's head over to the coin toss.
All right, Spartans to call.
Tails.
Tails is a call. Oh, it's a heads.
Ball first.
They're going to bowl first.
Thank you very much for that update. So Prakash Mishra winning that toss, and his side are going to have a bowl here against the Spartans. Really looking forward to this. This is a massive matchup. Plenty of ramifications in this game. And we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard. So the Sofia Stars against the Spartans. Enormous matchup between two sides who are trying to battle it out to get one of those top two spots. And as we can see, there's plenty of talent on board in both these teams. Here's a win predictor. As you can see, PFCV. I believe this is the wrong game. I think yeah, that is the wrong win predictor. Yeah, sorry, apologies for that. I didn't quite bring up the right graphic there. This upcoming matchup does not feature Pac Falcon. It's the Sofia Stars against BCC Spartan. Sofia Stars have won the toss and, of course, decided to field first. Yeah, so we'll, of course, have the latest win predictor up for you as soon as we can. Here we go. First ball coming up. This is pushed away towards point for a single. And they start off with a 1 run. So Chris Lakoff gets off the mark off the very first ball. Now Krishna Kumar will be on strike. No, this is pushed away towards mid-wicket. And that's going to be just a single, and will now come across for a couple of runs. There we go. Third ball of the over coming up. No, it's bowling with great pace here, Singh. And I think that one probably just sneaking down the leg side. I mean, it's a great length. He's bowling with such fire, with such passion. You love Gagandeep Singh. He is at his best. Yeah, and you can also see it's the impact there is clearly just outside the leg stump, and it's also swinging quite a bit. Now cut away, and oh, well, Jones, is that Jones out in the deep? I believe it is. Yes, it is. He's done quite well. He's really done quite well. He's actually probably had to use his torso as well to try to save the runs over here. Yeah. But he puts in that slide, and then he gets up and throws this back. So a good fielding effort by him. Saves this side a couple of runs. No, hit straight Down the ground, doesn't quite get a hold of it, so it's just going to be one run. It's going to be very easily fielded. Big day of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. We also got some action going over in Zagreb as well. Spain taking on Croatia. And just striking him outside the line of the leg stump. This is good bowling. It's fiery bowling, and they're really struggling to face this. Yeah, Spain posting 205 runs against Croatia in the first innings. Now, a mammoth target for the hosts in the second innings. They have to try to chase down a target of 206 if they want to pick up their first victory of this series. Here's a look at the countdown. It's got 50 days to go until the ECC, which starts off on the 23rd of September. The marquee event on the European Cricket Network, the Euros of cricket. And it should be a real joy once it all starts off in Malaga at the Cardama Oval. It's just become such a big global event that attracts global media attention as well. I mean, and this year looks like it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Of course, we've got the new format with the Challenger and Premier Division. I think just make sure that every game is going to be that much more entertaining. You're going to have sides playing teams on like a similar caliber. Bulgaria themselves, of course, are in Group 1 of the Challenger Division, so they'll be starting off on the 23rd of September. They'll be playing their opening match on that day, and you can guarantee that some of these players who we're seeing today are going to be a part of that national team squad. And we'll be certainly hoping to do Bulgaria proud. Top edge, and away it goes for a 4. Krishna Kumar not in control of that. Watmo looking to dig it in short. And he's also turned his head on that. Wasn't quite in control of that whatsoever. Was trying to hook that one away. 4 runs. All right, let's see what Watmo's got in response on this third ball. Goes big. Has he got enough on this? Yes, he does. Sends that one straight towards his dugout, straight back at his teammates. They want plenty more of those coming their way. 6 more runs, and it's back-to-back boundaries here. Pressure now on Watmo. Probably a touch too short. And this one is just powered over mid-wicket. Great flat-batted stroke. Tucked away towards fine leg for a single, so that's a much better ball. Gets it right over there. That's where he needs to be. That's exactly where he needs to be. Oh, it's going to go over the fielder at mid-on. And away it goes for 4 runs. Lakov striking a very nice shot there. He saw Krishna Kumar play a couple of good shots when he was at the non-striker's end. It just beats the fielder, lofts it over him. Very, very good cricket. Knows there's no one back at long on. And he's just made sure to strike this over the fielder's head. Good power play batting. No, is he going to go? He's going big again. Does this have enough? It certainly does. Goes the distance. Massive 6 and a massive over for the Spartans. 21 runs off it. It goes magical. And that is just what they needed after a fairly quiet first over. He's not quite in control of that shot. He's probably trying to hit that one in front of square. It catches an edge, and it goes flying away for a 6. Not too much you can do about that as a bowler. Sometimes you just need to take your medicine. So here's why this is such an important match. Of course, both these sides currently separated by just 3 points. Obviously, the Spartans have a game in hand, so a bonus point victory here for the Spartans puts them above the Sofia Stars. And of course, if it's just a regular victory for the Spartans, they would be just a point behind the Sofia Stars. So, yeah, very interesting and a lot on the line in this game. And obviously, the Sofia Stars are able to pick up a victory in this game, then they'll get a huge, huge advantage, and they'll build a considerable gap between themselves and the Spartans. Of course, it's very important to grab one of those top 2 spots. As we mentioned, sides who hold the top 2 spots will advance straight to the qualifier round. They won't have to play in the elimination round, and that is a huge advantage, because not only you get to bypass that elimination round, but if you lose in the first qualifier, you still have a chance. And oh, what a catch! What an incredible catch off screen! Oh, it's a one-handed blinder. Bakhtiar Tahiri has grabbed a catch for the ages, just casually stuck out his hand, and it's managed to stick. What a way to pick up your first wicket, and what a way to start off this massive, massive match between 2 contenders for this year's ECS Bulgaria title. I'm sure he's just as stunned as the rest of us. I mean, cool as you like. He plucks a hand out, and he manages to take that catch. Well, that is absolutely sensational. Oh, it's a catch for the ages, a catch that he is never going to forget. What a moment for Bakhtiari. Incredible. Sensational. That looked like it was destined to go for 4. And there is Bakhtiari. He puts a hand out. He puts out his right hand. And he holds on to that catch. Now struck firmly. This one's definitely going to go for 4. Nair hitting this one along the carpet. Great shot. 4 runs for him. Wow, I think we're still stunned after that great catch we just witnessed. Bakhtiar Tahiri with one of the most special moments. I mean, that could easily be the catch of the day. And of course, we still got 3 more matches to go. No, it's going to be tough to top that. We've seen some incredible catches over the last couple of days. I mean, of course, we saw one of Afyon Karahisar's bowlers picking up a one-handed catch. Then we saw probably the most unique catch we have seen on the network, where he just flicks up a ball that was coming at him and takes the catch. The first probably combined football and cricket catch, which we saw yesterday. This one is played away very nicely. It goes away for 4 runs. And now we've seen another one-handed blinder. So despite some of the comments we've seen about the fielding here in Bulgaria, certainly treated us to some great catches. He's going to hit this one down towards long on. It's going to be a single, and well, talk about getting your body behind the ball. That's certainly what Watmo did there. Made sure there was no chance that was going to get past him. Pushed away towards cover. Are they going to push for a second run? No, looks like they're settling for the single. Into the power play. The Spartans are 41 for 1. So a fairly decent power play from the Spartans' perspective. Of course, the key highlight of that power play was that incredible gap catch by Bakhtiar Tahiri, grabbing an absolute one-handed blinder that really he had absolutely no right to catch. One of the most special catches we have seen. Sahil Kumar is going to bowl the first over after the power play. It's wide down the leg side. Now, can Kumar get it right on this ball? Well, that one came back quite a bit. It's probably just going down the leg side. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, pitching outside the leg stump as well, so it's never going to be an LBW. Now the second ball of the over coming up. Lockout's going to go big here, and it looks like it's going to land safely. And it's going to be fielded well out in the deep as well. They ensure that it doesn't go away for a boundary. Third ball of the over. Comes off the inside edge and it goes away for a 4. Very unlucky there for the bowler. A streaky boundary for Nair, who of course started out his innings by playing a very gorgeous shot. Not the case here. This one is rather fortuitous. Rides his luck on that one. Oh, that's another inside edge. Oh, lightning struck twice. Back-to-back occasions. We've seen one go away for a 4 when it really shouldn't have. Oh, he gets lucky over there, Nair. Not much the bowler can do. I think it's just sometimes you got to take your medicine, and that's just a really unfortunate break for him. Very unfortunate break. Siddharth Nair. Getting the rub of the green on these last couple of balls. First time he's batting this year. I've seen him bat a fair bit in last year's ECS, but hasn't batted so far this tournament. And of course, the highlight of his ECS last year was an incredible undefeated century he had, which of course was a very, very fine knock. Batted with a strike rate of 261 during that innings and really set up the Spartans very well. Lakoff back on strike. This is played towards mid-wicket, and it's a throw towards the non-striker's end. He'll make it back safely. The fourth over comes to an end. 13 runs coming off that over. They're going along at a very nice rate here, the Spartans. I think right now they'd probably just be the happier of the two sides with the way things are progressing. We'll now take a look at this graph. As you can see, they're going at about 13.5 and over. There's a bit of width on offer there, and he's struck this one hard towards the fielder at cover. It's going to be a single. Yeah, good running there between the wickets. by the two of them. Nair just pushes this one straight down the ground. And that's going to be another single. So these two have now put together about 15 runs together for this partnership. It's just, I think they're just starting to get them into a little bit of a rhythm after, of course, losing that earlier wicket courtesy of a great catch. Oh, is it? Oh, it's just been spilled at the end by Mishra. Well, it looked like he was going to hold on to this. He's normally such a good fielder. He's got a very safe pair of hands. And he had a chance to take one off his own bowling. This will be a better angle. That'll give us a good idea. Oh, dear. It came right to his hands. It was at the right height as well. One bounce. And straight to Watmo. It's not going to carry to him. Lakoff will just take another run. He could very easily have been out on the previous ball. Close call for Lakoff. Oh, there's a big appeal here. Maybe just pitching outside leg. Maybe just pitching outside leg. Mishra is convinced he's pleading for his case. Let's have a look at this. Hard to tell from that. Yep, pitching well outside the leg stump. One more ball to go until the drinks break. It's been a great over so far. Just 3 runs off it. Well, Lakoff, beg your pardon, Nair is going to hit this one firmly. And it's going to go away for a 4. Very nice shot by him. He's hit a couple of good-looking shots through that cover boundary. Hit a more traditional cover drive earlier. This time, he just goes for a good old-fashioned slap. Kind of clears that front leg and then really brings that bottom hand into play. Hits it hard. And it goes away for a 4. 61 for 1 at the end of 5. Well, here's a look at the golden ball timeline. So it's been an interesting year. We, of course, had a massive golden balls barren streak that we were looking to break yesterday. And we finally got a chance to snap that yesterday in Croatia during that incredible match between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. Of course, the Lavender Lionesses managed to take that one in a golden ball victory. Jinx Zagreb just missing out. They, of course, had a chance to avoid taking it to the golden ball. Keep in mind, they needed just 6 runs off the final over, but then they had that chaotic final ball where they somehow managed to get a run when one of the batters was running to the wrong end. It was real drama, and they were able to take it. Towards mid-on, that's going to be a single. Here we go. Mike Jones, I got to say, he bowled quite well in that match against Pac Falcon. Very tight lines and lengths. He's going to get a wicket here. He's going to pick up a wicket. Nair playing across the line, trying to sweep this one away. And it's going to crash into his stumps. It stayed quite low as well, which doesn't help Nair. And Mike Jones has a wicket. Oh, we talked so much about his batting throughout this European Cricket Series. The fact that he's been leading the way with the runs. As you can see, that one just going underneath the bat. It's always very risky to play these horizontal bat shots on this pitch just because it's so difficult to judge the length. And he picks up his 22nd career wicket, his second of this European Cricket Series. Serby is the new batter. Got a chance to see him playing yesterday, and he batted very nicely at times. I mean, he didn't get to spend too much time out in the middle, but from what you could see, he certainly made some very good first impressions. You can tell he's got some nice technique. He's played plenty of his cricket over in Cambridgeshire in England. And he brings a vast amount of experience with him to this side, a little bit new to the European cricket level. He certainly has plenty of experience playing the game. This one is dabbed away nice and late. He gets off the mark. Lakov back on strike. Hits this firmly and hard. It will take a couple of bounces, and Sahil Kumar just unable to stop that from going away for a boundary. He put in the slide right at the end. And Lakov just had to wait on that a little bit. Some pace was taken off that ball. But it goes over the boundary rope. 4 more runs for Lakov. A good ECS so far, Chris Lakov. 142 runs so far this ECS. Oh dear, that's hit the electrical line. That should be a dot ball. And has been given a dead ball. Yeah, it's coming off the top of that electrical line. Yeah, it was a top edge. And you just wonder, I don't think this would have carried to that fielder anyway. It was probably going to go away for a 4. It would definitely have gone away for at least a boundary. It would have gone for the 6 as well. Who knows? And yeah, it's just hit some of the electrical transmission assets above this ground. And that's the rule here in Bulgaria. If it hits that, it is automatically signaled a dead ball. Something quite unique about cricket in Bulgaria. So many things are. Yeah, shout to catch it. Oh, and it should have been caught. It really should have been caught. Oh, and Lakov dropped for the 2nd time in his innings. Oh, well, this was a really good chance. It was fairly comfortable. It's gone to that man as well. Bakhtiari. I mean, we saw him take an absolutely incredible catch. Bakhtiar Tahiri took a brilliant catch earlier, a one-handed grab to get rid of Kushal Krishna Kumar, and then he gets a pretty straightforward catch. And he's unfortunately put that one down. Very unfortunate for the Sofia Stars. They would have backed him to take that catch. He's unable to grab it. This is going to go away for a boundary. Just wondered if Watmo was going to get across in time. But he's just not able to. Gets past him. And that is another boundary. So you can't give this man, Chris Lakov, more opportunities. And we've seen how well he's batted throughout this ECS and his career. And obviously Chris Lakov first bursting onto the scene all the way back during the European Cricket Series in 2020, the first ever one here in Bulgaria. That one wasn't too far from the stumps. When he led the way with an average of 62.8, strike rate of 195. And he's been such a key figure of Bulgarian cricket. This one's played away towards Cow. It's going to be the 1 run, but unfortunately wasn't able to play too much of a part during last year's ECS. He was struggling a lot with injuries. He had quite a few niggles he was carrying and wasn't able to make too much of an impact. But he looks like he's back to his best in this ECS. He's not only batting superbly, he's bowling really well as well. The economy rate of 5.4 with the ball in hand. He's picked up 4 wickets as well. And his batting, well, it's been superb. He has 161 ECS runs to his name so far this series, and of course including the runs he's made in this match. He's done it with a great strike rate as well. Strike rate of 239 for this ECS. He's got a half century as well. And he's now probably eyeing his 2nd. He's had a bit of good fortune though, you have to say, in this innings, being put down a couple of times, but I don't know if he'll be thinking it's time to use that good fortune I've had and really go on and play a big innings. There's going to be quite a chase, and Watmo covers a lot of ground. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Has he made any contact with the rope? I think this is perfectly clean. I think they've been able to save it. This looks to me like a sensational bit of team fielding. Jones and Watmo, the two buddies, combining with a sensational display of team fielding. So, no, he's not making contact with the ball there. And Jones, will he get to it in time? We need to freeze it right here. That's the moment where we need to freeze it. Is his finger in contact with the rope? Oh, it's so tough to tell. I mean, this is going to be a nightmare. I am glad I'm not the one who has to make this decision. And it's been given a 4. It's been given a 4. Well, I mean, my initial thought was that they saved this one cleanly. And, yeah, my initial thought was that they saved this cleanly. Here's a look at the ECC groups. This one is struck straight down the ground. That's going to go all the way for 6. And Lakov will smash this. Yeah, just had a quick word during that break with Watmo. I think Watmo was really keen to hear my opinion on that previous decision. Yeah, they obviously disagreed with that. I mean, Mike Jones was convinced that it was not a 4. I mean, obviously he'd know better than anyone. And he's a very honest cricketer as well. I mean, let's face it, he's not somebody who's going to be fibbing. So, I mean, yeah, I thought that maybe he'd saved it, but got to think from the perspective of the third umpire. I mean, I had a pretty good vantage point of it. I mean, I was right here, saw their reaction as well. Looked to me like they'd stopped it. But that was not the third umpire's position. Here we go. This one is launched for a 6. It goes all the way. And Serby will send that one over the rope. Yeah, big hit. It's in the slot. He uses his feet really well. Gets underneath it. And launches it for a 6. And once again, he's going to advance down the wicket, and it's going to fall short of the fielder. Yeah, using his feet really well here, Serby, to attack the spinner. This is struck straight towards Mishra, and that's going to be 1 run. So 15 off this over so far, and we've got a ball to come. A wild swing over there. And it's a dot ball to end the over. 8 overs in the book. The Spartans are 96 for 2. Now we'll take a look at some of these statistics that are coming up. As you can see, the Spartans going along at a pretty decent rate. Lakov now 5 runs away from a half century. This is played out towards point. And there's going to be a couple of runs. A good running between the wickets there by Serby and Lakov. This is a big over. Pressure over for Singh. As I say, it all happens in the 9th. Struck hard into the surface. And it's going to be a single, so 2 more runs needed now. Now struck hard. And this one's high up in the air. Oh, it's been put down. Well, oh, they put down tons of catches here. This is the third catch that has been put down. And you can tell the Sofia Stars are just starting to get frustrated. Starting to get a little bit frustrated in the field. And we saw a one-handed blinder taken earlier by Bakhtiar Tahiri. But since then, gotta say the fielding has been rather shocking. Felix Serby will survive that one. Dropped on 13. Beats him for pace, but it gets past the keeper, and that is not something you usually see from Suraj Negi. Just creeping underneath him. It's a rapid delivery. It stays low, and it's nutmegged the keeper. Oh, very unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. So great comment here by Helix. I'm going to read this one right after the ball. It's up in the air, and it's struck firmly into the gap. No, it isn't. Watmo comes across so well. And this is going to be a big chase to get back to the striker's end. And Felix Serby looked like he was going to be short of his ground. But Singh just isn't quite able to hold on to it. Let's take another look like this. This looked destined to go for 4. And Watmo, with a sensational fielding effort, saves his side some runs. And he throws it back in a single motion as well. Oh, electric cricket. This is just gripping viewing. Struck hard once again. Watmo has been one of the busiest men in the field. He's going to put in a big slide and a dive again. How many runs has he saved his side out at long on? I mean, you can tack on 3 more. He saved right there. Top-notch fielding. As this over ends up going for 12. And it looks like we're in for a very entertaining final over. I mean, hey, we promised this would be the biggest game of the day, and it's certainly delivered so far this first innings. We've had a lot of drama, some real contentious moments. And then let's see who's going to bowl this final over. Looks like they are going to go for Watmo regardless of the fact that he went for 21 in his first over. They still had the option of going to either Demon or Sahil Kumar. Here we go. Final over coming up. This one's gone up in the air, and it's been absolutely walloped by Serby. What a hit. Incredible shot. Smashes that one all the way for a 6. So decided to keep the faith in Watmo because of his experience, despite the fact he was a little bit expensive in that first over. And it starts off with a 6. A great shot there by Serby. So yeah, didn't get a chance to read that comment which Helix made. Helix suggesting that I should be commenting from the penthouse behind the wicketkeeper. Oh, if only. If only. Yeah, should just be commentating from. Should just open up that window, have a desk right next to it, sitting there, the air conditioning, commentating from there. Have a great view as well. I mean, just looking at those apartments, you'd probably be able to see the field positioning a lot better than from here. Yeah, that one's good, but there's another one just behind the keeper. I think if you could just capture that, that'd be appreciated. Yeah, there's one behind the keeper. I mean, obviously that penthouse is amazing, but there's even just a regular apartment. How about you get me one of those instead? I'd be perfectly happy. Yeah, there we go. I mean, I'd be content with that as well. I could get me a place on the top floor. The director in my ear saying I'm a modest guy. This one is coming straight for the production tent, and well, just clipped the top of one of our pieces of equipment here. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. It came into the ice cube. And, well, Chris Lakov, I've been praising him quite a bit, and he decides to attack me. He does bring up his half-century. What a way to bring it up by sending it straight into our commentary position. No, they'll take a couple of runs over here. There we go. Last ball coming up. It's been a great innings by Lakov. A big swing and a miss, and they will scamper across for a single. So, well, a thoroughly entertaining first innings comes to an end. The Spartans end up with 124 runs. Now, you got to say there's certainly enough runs to make this a competitive and entertaining second innings. It's just about par, this score, maybe even slightly above par. And we should be in for a lot of fun in that second innings. I think Jones will certainly be licking his lips for the opportunity to come out of the second innings and try to chase this down and give his side a big advantage in the points table. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, the batting was open once again by Kushal Krishnakumar and Chris Lakov. Krishnakumar played a couple of good-looking shots, hit a 6 and a 4. We know he's a very explosive batter. And then, of course, Chris Lakov ably supported him. Lakov rode his luck a little bit, was dropped a couple of times, but he took advantage of that. A chance to be caught bowled by the skipper Mishra, and was later dropped when he was on 28 by a man in Bakhtiar Tahiri, who would take a one-handed blinder to get rid of Kushal Krishnakumar, one of the finest catches of this tournament. There was a chance which Lakov provided. Mishra was unable to snaffle it. And then, of course, we would see another wicket fall. Siddharth Nair would be dismissed by Mike Jones. That one just staying a little bit low, trying to get out the old sweep, and was unable to execute it. Again, playing those horizontal bat shots is so difficult on this surface. One sneaking under the bat and getting clean bowled. This one is struck over for a long on. Nice shot there by Chris Lakov as he bats superbly. Felix Serbi would come in at the end as well and play a sensational innings, 25 of 12. I mean, we saw a bit of him yesterday, and you could tell that he is a really, really talented cricketer. This partnership, this third wicket partnership, was worth 62 runs and just helped the Spartans get to this very respectable total of 124. Some very nice shots. And look at that one, straight through the line by the young man. He's certainly done a great job. Felix Serbi, of course, played a lot of his cricket growing up in Cambridgeshire. So very different conditions here in Bulgaria to what he'll be accustomed to playing and growing up, and he's certainly adapted very well. Here's a look at the scorecard. As we can see, the Spartans managed to post 124 runs on the board, courtesy of a great innings by Chris Lakov, his half-century, his second half-century of this European cricket series. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling card. As we can see, Gagandeep Singh with some pretty solid figures, 0 for 14 in his 2 overs. Big challenge for the batting side to deal with him. Rohit Beeman with 1 for 12 in the solo over. He bowled. Sanil Kumar solo over, 1 for 12 runs as well. Prakash Mishra had a chance to get a wicket. Of course, he couldn't take a catch off his own bowling, and then Mike Jones went for 1 for 22. Watmo's a touch expensive, 0 for 36, and he gave 10 runs of extras, which is just about par for what we have seen for much of this series. So this bumper, massive match between the second and third place sides looks like it's finally poised. We're in for an entertaining second innings. Join us in 5 minutes for The Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings as you get a beautiful drone shot of the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy cricket ground. Great pleasure to be bringing you some terrific action on this Super Sunday. Got 5 games lined up for you. This is our third match of the day. And this is the biggest of them all. The Sofia Stars against the Spartans. The two sides ranked second and third, battling it out in a crucial matchup to determine who will get one of those top 2 spots so they can bypass that elimination game. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. I have a feeling bonus points are certainly not going to matter in this match. I think both these teams are so evenly matched. This is going to be a closely contested game. It's probably going to come down to those last few overs to determine who wins it. So it's going to be Ali Rasool bowling this first over for the Spartans. Here we go. First ball coming up. No, it's just pitching outside the leg stump to start off, but a great ball. Ali Rasool, terrific opening bowler, the leading wicket taker of this European cricket series. He's a terrific left-hander. Gets that ball to just swing back in, and this is going to be a huge, huge matchup. You got Jones going up against the leading wicket taker. So leading run getter versus leading wicket taker. As he plays one into the pitch, terrific Yorker length. And so far, you have to say, Rasool just winning this matchup. Starts off with a couple of dot balls. And this is just dab towards third. It's going to be quite a chase and great bit of fielding, sensational bit of fielding. I think that's Jake Matthew out in the deep. He's done an outstanding job to get to it and save his side. Plenty of runs. Gets down. Top dive. We know Jones is just so productive through that third man region. Jake Matthews, bit of a specialist for the Spartans. He always tends to field out there. Tahiri facing the first ball. Nice bowling here by Rasool. I mean, that is a terrific delivery. Just pitches it on a perfect line around that middle and off stump sort of line, and then it just straightens. No, another great ball. Terrific length as well. And the batter has no choice but to block this one out. Just 1 run off this over so far. And he's going to knock this one away for a single. So terrific start for the Spartans, giving up just 2 runs in that first over. I think the Sofia Stars a little bit more watchful when they're going up against Ali Rasool. So 2 runs off the first over and 2 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European cricket. There, of course, that streak was snapped last night in Croatia during our first ever golden ball in the dark. Of course, Vinny Sandhu and Corey Rutgers were on the call for that one. And both Mr. Maximo and, of course, Corey managed to snap that streak. Serby coming into bowl, the second over. Played away towards mid-wicket, and oh, that's a big throw back to the non-striker's end. It's going to be another single, so yeah, great bowling here. That one was full toss that really should have been punished. Serby getting away with it. Now flashes at one outside the off stump. Take another look at this ball. Going for that big booming cover drive, but isn't able to connect. Very good afternoon to Chris Smith, joining us in the chat, as well as Jake Stewart. Just straying onto the pads over there, and it goes all the way. Hits the long ball, goes for 6. And Serby just getting his line wrong over there. And the leading run getter of this ECS adds 6 more runs to his name. This is struck through cover, and it's going to go away for a 4. Nicely struck, good looking shot. Yeah, beautifully played away. Gets behind that one and blocks it nicely. It's going to be a tight single, but they're going to be able to make it. So, yeah, good running there between the wickets by Jones and Tahiri. They're bowling really, really well here. You've got to credit the Spartans. They've been on the money with their lines and lengths. And it's going to go straight to the fielder at mid-off, and it really should have been taken. Well, that's another catch that has been put down. Both these sides struggling with their catches. We saw the Sofia Stars drop 3 in the first innings as well. Well, this one was just spooned up for the fielder at mid-off. No, you would have backed him to take that. You really would have. The Siddharth Nair was put down that catch. Tahiri lives to fight another day. Straight down the ground. And once again to the same fielder, and he takes it this time. This was the more challenging of the 2 opportunities, and he's managed to hold on to it. Well, full credit to him. He had a chance to make amends, and that is certainly what he did. Oh, what a great moment. Oh, he was given a fairly simple catching opportunity on the previous ball. Tahiri feels generous, gives him another chance. He's going to his right. He has to put in that little roll. And the wicket has fallen. The first wicket. The Sofia Stars are 8 for 1. The new batter is coming out to the middle. And we just witnessed a really special moment. Really well taken catch by Siddharth Nair at mid-off. Pushes this one towards point. And it's going to be a dot ball to start the over, so it's going to be Watmo and Jones. 2 buddies batting together. I mean, these 2 always tend to have great partnerships. They're usually on the same wavelength as well when they're running between the wickets. And they field together at long off and long on. Just a truly great cricketing pair. Fantastic combination. They've got to dig their side out of a hole here. That required a shot up. Oh, this could be a run out. This could be a mix-up. And right after I talk about how these two usually run between the wickets, they're involved in a major mix-up. Now, this is not something you tend to see from Jones and Watmo. Oh, my word. Well, I would have had to take back everything I said if they'd gotten run out over there. Huge mix-up. And it really should have resulted in a run out. It really should have. No, this is pulled away. And I think it might just have landed in front of the rope. Yes, it has. That's the umpire signal. We'll, of course, have a look at the replay once to confirm. Yep. 4 more runs. Oh, just pitching outside leg. I think that's the thing with Rasul. He tends to bowl a very leg stump line. He's a terrific bowler. Let's have a look at this. Yep. As one can see, clearly pitching outside leg, so it can never be LBW. 6 runs, though, off this over so far. So 2 more balls to come. I mean, this has been an incredible start with the ball in hand for the Spartans. They've been on the money, ball after ball, causing all sorts of issues for the Stars. And a good fielding over there, very good fielding. And it's just a single. He plays this one into the pitch. It sits up nicely for the fielder who has taken that well. That's Nikolai Nankov. And put into that position. 1 ball left in the power play. Guarantee they're going to go for a big shot here. They don't. Because that's a terrific ball, but oh, it's going to slip past him. It's going to slip past Siddharth Nair. Well, he put one down, and he took a great catch off the very next ball. And now he's involved in a mishap. They do get a boundary run at the end of the over. And Nair will be disappointed with himself. He knows he can do better than that. We certainly saw that on display when he took a terrific catch. 19 for 1 at the end of the power play. Regardless of that misfield, the Sofia Stars will be delighted. Well, I should say, the Spartans will be delighted with that power play. The Sofia Stars will be, well, they'll be miserable right now, I think. Required's already up to 15. And they're going to have to go at 15 and over for 7 overs from here on out. Big challenge. Really, really big challenge. And they've done themselves no favor in this power play, but I think you just have to credit the way the Spartans have bowled. It's been very, very tight bowling. Just the 1 run of extras in that power play. And that was, of course, a leg by when there was that close shout off the bowling of Ali Rasul. So it's not often you go through a power play without seeing a single wide, no ball, or runs of byes. Single taken. He's going to push this one away towards point. And Watmo will grab a single. Very watchful of that ball, but I mean, at some point they're going to have to start taking risks. I mean, this is great bowling. This is terrific bowling by the Spartans. I mean, there's been absolutely no looseners. I mean, we can't give them enough credit for how accurate they've been. But at some point, the Stars are just going to have to find ways to manufacture runs. They're going to have to start taking risks because this required is now going to shoot up to above 16. And if they're not giving you any runs, you're going to have to go out there and find a way to create your own. Now cut away beautifully. Going to go away for a 4. Great shot, terrific shot there. And that was a much needed boundary. Just the 4th boundary we've seen so far this innings. We're still waiting for a Maximo. Got one more ball to come in the 4th over. Final ball of the 4th over coming up. Oh, cut away again. 4 more runs. Jones is so strong. Square of the wicket. And if you go short and wide to him, you know he's going to rock back and cut it away. The thing with Jones, though, he just picks up the length so quickly, and that's why he always just feels like he has more time than your average batter when he's out there. Particularly good with that late dab. Biggest over we've seen so far. 12 runs coming off that over. As you can see, the Sofia Stars, regardless of that, are still well below the required, and even the blue line, which is a line, of course, which would take you to the score. You need to at least pick up a single point. Felix Serby is going to be coming into the attack. Back into the attack, I should say. Of course, he was bowled the 2nd over, and they've brought him right back. Not a bad idea. I mean, if he can break through this partnership, really put the Sofia Stars in all sorts of trouble. Yeah, so Chris Smith pointing out in the chat that Sebastian Hughes-Pinnon has picked up a 5 for, yeah, great figures for him. I think with figures for 5 for 12. As Spain pick up another rollicking victory against Croatia. They expand their lead to 4-0. And the 5th match between those two teams will be coming up later. About 50 minutes time, I believe. Spain, of course, scored 205 runs in the first thing, and then they bowled out Croatia for just 65. Yeah, just one score in the double digits for Croatia in that 2nd innings. That was Sakar Manzoor with a run of ball 14. Yeah, just say that Croatia, I think, got a feel for them. They certainly look like they're a team who are just outmatched by that Spanish side. I mean, none of these games have been particularly close. Spain have generally made fairly quick work of them. Yeah, it's a tough learning experience for the hosts against one of the very best teams on the continent. Oh, it's a big throw there, and it's just going to strike Watmo's bat as he runs to the striker's end. Now struck away towards square leg. Puts in the slide, and there's a call to throw it to the keeper's end, but it's actually gone to the bowler's end. I mean, he's ignored the call. I mean, it was pretty loud and clear. I could hear it from here. They were shouting, "Keeper, keeper, keeper." But he ends up going to the bowler's end. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, certainly I think he would have been better off going to the keeper's end. I think either way, Watmo and Jones would have been safe. Fifth ball of the over coming up. No, he's going to pull it off this time. He's going to pull it off this time. What a ramp shot by Jones. Oh, and he executes it to perfection. We saw him hit a glorious 6 with a ramp shot in that dramatic match between the Sofia Stars and Academic Sofia. Oh, great bit of premeditation, just helps it along. Well, you can't set a field to that, can you? Very innovative cricket. And they need to start hitting boundaries at regular intervals. You can see that required. It's above 15.5. Let's see if they can get one more. Oh, it's a dot ball to end the over, so there's 13 coming off that Serbia over, which is more than good enough for the Spartans, as they'll, of course, have their opposition right where they want. So the Spartans certainly dominating these first 5 overs. The Sofia Stars have lost just 1 wicket, so they have plenty of wickets in hand. They still have the likes of Prakash Mishra in the dugout, who we know is a very powerful hitter. The concern, though, here is that required continues to climb, and got to give tons of credit to the Spartans. They bowled perfectly. Their lines and lengths have been spot on. They've been very accurate with their bowling. Their captaincy has been spot on as well. Everything has gone according to plan so far for the Spartans. And it looks like it's up to the Sofia Stars here to really try to change things. And maybe they're going to have to go out there and make take a few risks. Here's a look at the upcoming calendar, of course. We've had the great privilege of bringing you plenty of cricket from here in Bulgaria. And look at all the destinations we still have lined up for you. We're looking forward to seeing some cricket from all these wonderful parts of the world. Of course, we'll have a chance to visit a few of those remaining tours as well. So, yeah, gonna be great to be a part of what's been another great year on the European Cricket Network. Down comes the keeper, so that was just had a quick delay because he went to get his helmet. So, yeah, this is a big weapon for the Spartans. The fact that Kushal Krishna Kumar is such a good wicket keeper, probably one of the best wicket keepers I've seen here in Bulgaria, at least during this ECS. I mean, a lot of teams they just never have the wicket keeper up. The wicket keeper's just not able to keep up. So even to the spinners, you can use your feet and know that you probably won't get stumped. Not the case with Kushal Krishna Kumar, though. I mean, he's more than happy to keep up to the stumps. Two singles to start off. And they're going to have to start taking some risks here. It's now just under 17. Oh, well fielded at point. That's a Gul. We'll expect we're going to see with the ball in hand as well. Probably the next over, if I had to guess. Played into the pitch. And it goes straight to him. So they've bowled out 2 bowlers so far. So that would probably mean you might see Lakov, Nair, and Jacob Gul bowling the remaining overs from here. I'd be shocked if Jacob Gul doesn't get bowled. And dealing exclusively in singles right now. This is not good enough for the Stars. It really isn't. They're going to have to start hitting some boundaries. Oh, but you've got to credit this bowling here by the Stars. They're hitting their lines and lengths with great consistency. And you know, let's have a look at this. Just 4 runs of extras so far, and 2 of them coming off leg byes. We haven't seen a single no ball yet, and just a couple of wides. This is sensational. It really is, and it's a testament to how accurate and how disciplined they have been. You know, we've only seen wides in 1 over so far this innings. That was the 5th over, where we saw Felix Serbi bowl a couple of wides. No other bowler has bowled a single wide so far. I mean, especially coming off, you know, a couple of games where we saw one side, Pac Falcon, giving up over 24 runs in extras in each innings. This is certainly a joy to watch. Jacob Gul coming in to bowl his first over. Very handy spinner. He's been terrific throughout this ECS. I think he's really embraced this role in the middle overs where he can just help his side control the run rate. Oh, dot ball. Big dot ball. Jacob Gull, of course, turned 22 back in April. Great in this European Cricket Series, an economy rate of 7.9. He's picked up 5 wickets so far in this ECS. And while Jones can do nothing but just block, just push that one away towards mid-off. Seen just one boundary since the 4th over. Just 1 6 so far this innings, and just 5 4s have been hit. He's going to have to go big here, but he's just going to find the fielder out at square leg. Now this required continues to creep up. Forces another swing and a miss. And now you even look at that run rate for a point. It's not that easy. 35 of 20 just to get the single point. I mean, they've put themselves in a position here through their incredible bowling that they might even have half a chance at picking up the bonus point. Sensational bowling so far. Absolutely sensational. That's another swing and a miss. Another big swing and a miss. 7th over comes to an end. The Sofia Stars are 53 for 1. So victory is looking very tough from here. They'd have to get 72 runs off the next 3 overs, which is probably not going to happen. So at this stage, if the Sofia Stars can even pick up the single point from this game, I think they'll be content with that. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. The Blacksmiths have won the toss in that game, and they've decided to have a bowl first. So they're going to put Afyon Karahisar in, and the Blacksmiths will try their best to chase that down. This one is struck towards cover, and it's going to go for a single. This one just on the wrong side of that wide line. It's going to be given a wide, but we need to start seriously thinking about them picking up this single point, because that's now 32 of 16 needed from here, and their current run rate is 7.4. So they're seriously going to have to start batting a lot quicker just to get the single point here. But I've got to say, the Spartans, they have been stellar with their bowling. It's been a very simple plan. Just bowl nice lines and lengths, keep it accurate. They're bowling full and straight. And they kept extras to a minimum. Now this is the kind of shots they need to start playing. They need to take a few risks here, the Sofia Stars. I mean, if they're not going to gift you any runs, they need to go out there and start manufacturing them. So walks across his stumps, and he smashes this over fine leg. Those fine legs inside the rings. That's a fairly safe shot. Deep backward square leg covered a lot of ground, but it's never really going to get to that. Full toss, crunched. Maximo. Second Maximo of this innings, as Jones will smash that one away. And we haven't seen too many full tosses this innings. That's a rare full toss we've seen bowled. Bit surprised with some of this bowling here by Siddharth Nair. But again, he's only human. He can make a few mistakes as well. 21 runs, needed of 13 balls. Straight down the ground, and goes for 4. Very nicely struck And it turns out to be a fairly expensive over in the end. 17 runs coming off that over. And I think that over will pretty much settle the fact, or at least move the Sofia Stars closer to picking up that single point. I think if they manage to sneak in another quiet over, they would have had a chance to pick up the bonus point. Jacob Gull is going to bowl the penultimate over. That means Lakov is probably going to get on the final over. Yeah, Rahul Rana joining us in the chat. Very good afternoon to you. Now that one just takes off. Well, let's have a look at the bounce on this. You didn't see this one coming. I mean, this is a rather odd pitch. You do get some uneven bounce, and I mean, most of the balls on this pitch stay rather low. I mean, take a look at that one. I mean, have a look at the bounce on this. And compare that to the previous ball, which was bowled about, I'd say, a good length, back of a length, and it just takes off, and it's just around chest height. Yeah, struck firmly and hard towards mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single, so well, this is good bowling here by Gull, and now 15 of 9 for just 1 point. It's certainly still something you'd expect the Sofia Stars to get, but the fact that we're even in a situation where we have to think about whether or not they'll pick up the single point just says how good the Spartans' bowling has been. That, though, was a pretty poor ball, the previous delivery, and you can tell Watmo was livid. He smashed his pads in anger, slammed his bat onto his pads. It was a full toss that really should have been smashed away. There's a wide, the first wide, just the second wide, I should say, we have seen for the last 4 overs. 6 runs of extras so far. He's going to go big. He's going to launch this all the way, and that will go the distance. So just 7 runs needed now for the Sofia Stars to at least pick up a point from this game. Yeah, massive, massive hit. Now stroked away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single, and the over comes to an end, so the Sofia Stars will need 6 runs in the final over to pick up a single point. There's no way they're going to win this match from here, of course, because they need 44 runs for the actual victory itself. So Chris Lakov is probably going to bowl this final over. And the man who, of course, scored a half-century in the first innings to put his side in a good position now has a chance to just ice this game for his team. I wonder if they're going to try how aggressively they're going to push for the bonus point here. I mean, you'd expect the Sofia Stars to get it, but it'd be worth the risk. This is, once again, he attempts a ramp shot, and oh, there was a chance at the bowler's end. Well, Watmo, we know he's fairly good at that premeditated ramp shot. We've seen him hit 6s and boundaries a few times using that stroke. Yeah, let's just take a look at this. Looks to be perfectly fine. So the push towards point for single. I mean, they're taking this deep. I mean, there's still another 4 runs needed for the point. I mean, this is getting nervier than the Sofia Stars would like. And I just wonder if he's going to bring someone up. So they bring mid-off up into the ring, and they send fine leg back. I think he knows that Jones might attempt that ramp shot again, so they want that catcher back at fine leg. And this time, Jones is going to try to go to the offside, and oh dear, that's a misfield, a costly misfield, and that misfield will mean that Sofia Stars have managed to grab a point. Oh, if he had stopped this, it would have been just one run, would have been 3 needed of 3, and it just would have given his side maybe a chance of pulling off something special, but nope. Sofia Stars are at least going to get a point out of this game. Lowish full toss, drilled down the ground, goes away for a 4, so maybe that misfield won't make too much difference in hindsight. Strikes this one away for 4. It races to the rope. Now we're just a couple of balls away from the end of this innings, and this victory will of course mean that the Sofia Stars will now be just 1 point ahead of the Spartans, but the Spartans will of course have a game in hand, which is absolutely massive, because keep in mind, a regular loss gives you 1 point. And this is also going to hurt the Sofia Stars net run rate quite a bit as well, boosting the Spartans net run rate. And of course, so work out all the math when the standings are updated. But this is a pivotal fixture and a crucial win for the Spartans, and they'll get a wicket right at the end. No, they won't, beg your pardon. As the Spartans will take this one against the Sofia Stars by 32 runs. Very impressive victory for them. And they are now taking a huge stride towards securing one of the top 2 spots in this ECS. Handshakes all around between all the players and also the umpires. These 2 teams have plenty of friendly respect for one another. It's now a chance to look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. The Blacksmiths playing against the Afyon Karahisar SHS, and the Blacksmiths will have won the toss, decided to have a ball, so they're putting Afyon Karahisar in. Let's see how Afyon Karahisar fare against this Blacksmith side. Our next 2 matches are between these 2 teams, so Afyon Karahisar will certainly head in as big favorites against the Blacksmiths. And of course, now is a chance for us to look at the highlights of this innings. Gotta say, the Sofia Stars, even though they lost just 1 wicket, they simply never managed to get going. They were batting with a run rate of 9.2 for much of the innings, and I wonder if Mike Jones and Jack Watmo will look back at a few moments and think, well, could we have taken a few more risks and at least tried to give this a better go? Personally, I think all the credit in the world goes to this incredible Spartans attack. They did a stellar job, giving up just 6 runs off extras, and they bowled so tightly, hitting their lines and lengths with such great consistency. It was metronomic at times. Ali Rasul gave up just 12 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Felix Serbi figures of 1 for 18. Jakub Gul giving up just 14 in the 2 overs he bowled as well. And this entire bowling unit was so tight, bowling beautifully in tandem, putting so much pressure on the Sofia Stars. Jack Watmo made 22 of 19. Mike Jones added another half-century to his name, and he continues to expand his lead right at the top of the ECS table. Has 6 half-centuries for him and 100. Incredible, hasn't he, Mike Jones? Unfortunately, this game he couldn't quite go at the strike rate his side needed him to go at, which would have been something north of 200. So we'll take a quick break. We'll leave you with the scorecard for match 34, and we'll see you back in 28 minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our fourth match of the day features the Blacksmiths Cricket Club and Afyon Karahisar. Let's head over to the coin toss for match 35. Well, unfortunately, there's no coin toss, so I'll just inform you what the outcome was. So the Blacksmiths Cricket Club win this one, the toss, and have decided to field first. They have put Afyon Karahisar SHS in. Yeah, just taking a look at the drone shot of this beautiful cricket ground over at the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy. Yeah, it's great to be bringing you some cricket from here, as we can see a few preparations being done, and the players will be out on the field very shortly. And now we're getting this gorgeous view of the capital city of Bulgaria, Sofia, from Mount Vitosha. Breathtaking scenes. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard. The Blacksmiths have just 2 wins so far this European Cricket Series, both of them coming against Pleven. And they'll be going up against Afyon Karahisar, who of course will be batting first after the Blacksmiths put them in. Ali Ozdemir has been really good for them. He's been a really consistent player. Of course, he took a huge blow yesterday, so be interested to see if he will be at his bat. Mesut Öztürk has been the star performer for Afyon Karahisar. He has batted and bowled superbly throughout this series. Meanwhile, turning our attention to the Blacksmiths, a lot of young talent in there. You've obviously got the Dowlings and Oscar Duff himself. Afyon Karahisar coming in as 80% favorites in what is going to be a very important match for them. I have to say, these 2 games against the Blacksmiths are both like must-wins for them, in games where they'll probably also have to look to pick up some bonus points if they want to keep pace with the top 4 teams. Here we go. First ball is coming up very shortly. It's going to be Oscar Duff who's going to bowl this first over. Just moments away from the first ball, Oscar Duff is going to bowl the first over. Just going to pick up a single to start things off. It's Sinar opening the batting alongside Lodi. Of course, Lodi was part of the team that toured Bulgaria last year. He was part of the Istanbul KSK side that won the title, the ECS title. Well, that one's staying rather low from Oscar Duff. Doesn't rise whatsoever. It's a very short delivery, and look where it ends up going past him. Two young players going up against each other here. Got Mehmet Sinar and Oscar Duff. I'm not gonna grab a run over here. They'll pinch whatever they can get. Yeah, so Oscar Duff, he just turned 15 in June. Meanwhile, Mehmet Sinar turned 18 back in March. The 2 young cricketers going at each other. A good ball, but the keeper is just not able to handle it. And they're going to pick up another run off buys. Yeah, something they just need to watch out for here as well. I mean, one of the reasons we saw the Spartans pick up that convincing victory against the Sofia Stars was just because they're so good in the extras department, weren't they? I mean, kept extras to an absolute minimum. Now he's cleaned him up. He's bowled him. What a ball. Going down the leg side. He's just gone too far across here, Sinner. And it's clipped his leg stump along the way. A sensational ball there by Oscar Duff. We'll take another look at this. Yep, just goes too far across. And he gets bowled on his leg stump. Now, good bowling there by Duff. I mean, you can just see him shuffling across a little bit, and he goes for that leg stump. Gets the wicket. And Afyon Karahisar lose their first. Yeah, fails to trouble the scores in the end. Mehmet Sinar. New batter at the crease. This is going to be played straight towards point, and oh, you got to feel for Duff there. You really got to feel for him. That should have been stopped. And Öztürk will get a boundary off his very first ball. Doesn't hit it too hard. Just gently taps it towards point. Should have been a fairly regulation bit of fielding, but it isn't. And they will give up before, rather needlessly at the end of the over. Should have been a 2 or 3 run over if we think about it, because he also had a couple of byes before that. I think Oscar Duff bowled sensationally to start things off. "50 days until the European Cricket Championship is going to air. Looking forward to that one. Of course, we start off with a Challenger division over the first few weeks, and then after that we'll move on to the Premier Division. Of course, a very interesting format for the ECC this year, where sides have been divided into 2 divisions, and of course both promotion and relegation will be available as well. So 2 teams will be promoted from the Challenger division, and 1 team will be relegated from the Premier Division. It's believed in the upcoming years after that will just be 2 and 2. So 2 go up, 2 come down. Played away towards mid-wicket, and that's going to be a single. Yeah, very quiet stuff. I mean, this is the bowling to start off here by the Blacksmiths. Keeping things nice and tight to start things off in these first 7 deliveries. Pick up another single over here. Yeah, just hitting the right lines and lengths right now, making it tough for Afyon Karahisar. Oh, pulled away, pulled away. That's going to go for 4. This goes a bit too short, too far down the leg side, and Lodi plays that very nicely. Yeah, lovely stroke. And again, very risky to be bowling that length as well. With the kind of field setting he has, he needs to be full and straight. With the field he's set for himself, I think anything short, just angling in, going towards the leg side, all the batter has to do is just help it on. There's nobody at fine leg. Absolutely nobody. Push towards mid-on. And Vasily Ivanov is there to field that. It's going to be another run, just a single. Now then Akash. He's got a couple more balls left in his over. Now hits the batter rather high, and oh, well, there's a fielder backing up, but it's not going to matter. So 9 runs off this over so far. Still got a ball to come. Yeah, look at how that one just takes off. Hits the outside edge of the bat. Just sharp bounce that really bamboozles the batter. End of the second over. Afyon Karahisar are 16 for 1. Yeah, big matchup for both these teams. Of course, the Blacksmiths, their chances of making it into that top 4 are probably pretty low, but I think they might be in a bit of a race with Afyon Karahisar, one of the all-stars. They want to try to get as far up that table as they can. It's a young, developing team, so the amount of wins they can get in this ECS year by year will be a very important metric for them to track their development. This one is just pushed away towards point. And meanwhile, for Afyon Karahisar, well, didn't look at their best, did they, in that first match? I think many people would have seen them in that first game, would have thought that maybe this team isn't quite as strong as the team we saw last year. Kind of that came in from Turkey. Instead, it's just been a little bit of a challenge for them to adapt, but they have had a couple of games against Pleven to just start settling into things. I think, for lack of a better term, they probably have their 4 easiest fixtures all lined up together. So they're probably not going to face a stiff task for a couple of days. Third ball of the over. Play towards cover, played slightly uppishly. Going to be a big chase for the fielder, but he'll get to it very well. Good fielding by Ivan Plaminov. He's keeping the scoreboard ticking right now. Running well between the wickets as well. It goes straight down the ground. This is going to be a boundary. Goes away for a 4. Third 4 of this innings. Very, very sweetly struck. Oscar Duff just going a little too full there. Ends up being in the slot, over pitch, hit with a straight bat, straight down the ground. Nicely timed and nicely played by Abdullah Lodi. And this is pushed away towards mid-wicket. And that's going to be a single. Final ball of the over. Oh, this might need to be looked at side on. Yeah, Osterk was looking for the call, but let's have a look at whether he had a case. No, he didn't. Even though he was up on his feet, I think it's very clear that I should say off his feet. Even though he was off his feet, it would have been pretty clear that would have been a legal delivery. So, Afyon Karahisar going along very nicely here. 26 for 1 at the end of the power play. It's probably slightly below par for what we expect, but the Blacksmiths are not a side who tend to make too many runs. They're a little bit more bowling heavy. And they're also missing one of their key batters today in Kananpal Singh, so it's going to be very tough to see where they're going to get runs from in the second inning. So I think even if they could get to something in the 90s or the hundreds, they would certainly back themselves to defend it in the second innings. Here we go. First ball after the power play. Josh Dowling bowling it. That goes down the leg side, gets past the keeper, and gets past the fielder at long stop. They have someone back there just to protect the boundary from all these byes that tend to sneak by. Oh, it's a good effort by the young man. He tries his best, puts in the dive, but it's going to go past him. The keeper for the Blacksmiths is Valentin Geshev. Oh dear, a big trash bag has just flown onto the field. Oh, if only we could Now look at that, just flying in like Aladdin's flying carpet. Struck towards mid-on. That's going to be a single. Osturk batting on 7 of 5. Oh, great delivery there by Dowling. He absolutely nailed that Yorker, and Osturk has played that so well, but oh, you gotta feel for him. That should have been stopped out in the deep. That really should have been stopped. Let's take a look at this. Oh, and he's just overrun, and then he has to try to reach back and try to save the runs. So unfortunate. So unfortunate. This is hit towards mid-wicket, and it's going to go away for a 4, so it's another boundary. Osturk has struck this away very sweetly. Goes away for a 4. It was a lowish full toss, and he has punished the bowler for that mistake. Yeah, so that was a Yordan Gyoshev who was out in the deep. Was just trying to find out the fielder's name and was out in the deep. Got a feel for him. I mean, he covered a lot of ground, but then was just trying to reach back. But couldn't do anything about it. And this one's gone up in the air, and oh, please don't tell me it's going to go through 3 fielders at least. The third man to come across was able to stop it from going away for a boundary. Let's have another look at this. I mean, this is, once again, that's another ball that just shot up off the surface. And either hit the splice, the bat, or the glove, and just popped up and presented a catching opportunity. Oh, this was going to go away for a boundary. Lucky boundary, but Lodi will take them however they come. Just a little bit frustrating from the Blacksmith's point of view. I think some of these bowlers are putting in a good shift. And luck's not quite going their way. A few edges have gone against them, but they've also not really been backed up in the field. I think that's the big thing for the Blacksmiths. If there's something they can really focus on in terms of their development, is their fielding. I mean, a lot of these players, they'll just become better with their batting with age, I think. They'll start to get more and more powerful as they grow older. They'll be able to hit those big shots. I think their fielding, that's something they can certainly work on. As a bowling unit, though, they're pretty solid, you've got to say. All with great accuracy. They land the ball in the right areas. Straight down the ground. This one's up in the air. It's going to be a very tough chance to take. It's not going to be a chance to take. It goes beyond the rope, and it goes all the way for 6. Lodi ends the over with a big shot. Enormous hit. Comes down the wicket and smashes it through the line. 24 runs coming off that over. First one that goes magical. And that was just the over that Afyon Karahisar needed. 4 boundaries struck in that over, 3 4s and a 6. That was the first Maximo in this innings that we just saw hit off the last ball, the 4th over. Struck firmly towards cover, and it's going to trickle over the boundary rope. 404. Very nicely hit there. And I can just see that Osturk looking to hit this one through the line, hits it towards cover. Slightly overpitched that delivery. He was trying to go for the Yorker length, but wasn't quite able to execute. And it ends up being a 4. Goes for a big swing and a miss over there. And the keeper's just not able to handle it, so we'll get some runs off buys. Four balls left in this over. 5 runs off it so far. This is pushed away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be another single. Yeah, so they're just taking along here off Yonkaraisar at a fairly decent rate. You know, at this moment in time, you'd say they're set to get to that expected score of about 125 according to the supercomputer. This one's another one that's played away very nicely. Good shot there by Ozturk, the experienced campaigner. Hitting this one towards mid-wicket. Oh, it's a great shot, really is. Oh, full toss. This is going to get crunched, and it's going to be sent over the rope. Maximo, a huge hit there for Ozturk. Not the best ball by Akash. Leaves his full toss hanging. Ozturk's eyes would have lit up. Well, he doesn't have to hit it too hard, just needs to get enough bat on it to elevate it over the rope. 6 more runs. Oh, this is going to evade the grasp of the keeper, but then there's a terrific bit of foot fielding out in the deep. That's a Genchev Ivanov. Was trying to just sprawl across and somehow save the runs. It takes just an awful spin off the surface, and then Ivanov sticking out his feet, almost going into that like he was tackling someone in football. And he has saved the runs. Yeah, just using the sole of his shoe to save some runs over there. Oh, has this one slipped away as well? Yes, it has. Oh no, it's just another mistake. It's another fielding error. That means this over is going to go magical as well. 20 runs off it, 45 runs off the last 2 overs. And Oscar Duff, oh, he got a feel for the young man. Lets that one just slip right through him. And of course, this is a good chance to welcome you into our commentary position. Nishay Bhatt here, and I'll be taking you through all of the action tomorrow. A long day of cricket. We, of course, had 6 matches yesterday and got another 5 lined up for you today. Plenty of action today on the European cricket. Now, of course, alongside us, we have some action over in Croatia, where we've, of course, seen the Spanish men pick up a 4-0 lead, an unassailable lead against the host nation, Croatia. They've got one more T20I coming up, and we're hoping that Croatia can just put on a better show in that match. Unfortunately, they've been dominated in the first 4 matches, been made quick work of. They were dismissed for a paltry total in the 4th T20I. But they've got one more chance, one more showing to pull off something really special against a very strong Spanish side. A Spanish side who, of course, almost went to the final in last year's ECC. They were denied an opportunity in heartbreaking fashion. But, of course, the main match, I've got to say, the real highlight of the day over in Spain is that last match of the day between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. That their matchup yesterday produced the golden ball, a very memorable golden ball. One that came about in chaotic fashion. And we saw some rather comical running right at the end to tie the game. And then, of course, the Lavender Lionesses managed to get over the finishing line, tying that series at 1 apiece. And those 2 teams are both very evenly matched, so should be set for an exciting, deciding match between the 2 of them today. The first ever ECSW is going to come down to its final game to determine the winner. Full toss played away towards fine leg. Lodi, yeah, he'll feel like he's missed out on one there. I think it's too tentative a shot. Really should have looked to throw his hands at that, go hard at it. I think the fact that that delivery has only gone for 1 run is a bit of a letdown. You know, this has gone up in the air. Dowling will throw this back. And it's just going to be 1 run. Oh, great ball. Terrific delivery. Jams in that Yorker. That's the length which he needs to be bowling at. Two balls left in this over. It's been a great one by Dowling so far. He's going to go big here. Doesn't quite have enough distance on it, but oh, really unfortunate there for Dowling. Oscar Duff fielding it long on, and it just gets past him. Oh, Dowling at his hands and his head. Oh my goodness. And they got a feel for some of these bowlers. It's important that he just doesn't let this get him down. You can just see they've made a swap in that position. They've just moved Josh Dowling out towards long on. This one's gone high up in the air. Josh Dowling's covered a lot of ground to try to catch it, but it was Ivan Plamenov was underneath it, just couldn't quite track it in the sun. It was always a tough chance. It was skied, it was up in the air. And this is where you just need lots of cricketing experience to be able to take on these catches. I mean, some of these players haven't played too much in the past, so it's always going to be very tough for them to take it. Over comes to an end. You got a feel for young Anthony Dowling. He could easily have had a wicket in that over and probably should have gone for fewer runs. Here's a look at the scoreboard. Abdullah Lodi, 34 of 17. Mesut Ozturk, 35 of 17. Josh Dowling coming into bowl the second over. It's a good ball there to start off, but just for a moment you wondered if it would get away from the keeper. It doesn't, though. Dowling's first over, it's a bit expensive, went for 24. So it's important that he just comes back here with a stronger over this time. He just pushes one down the leg side. It's the 14th run we have seen of extras so far. Oh, full toss. It's up in the air. And it's going to go away for a 4. Well, as Lodi works this one away, there was a full toss he missed out on earlier. He's not going to make a mistake here. Look how far he's batting outside the crease. He actually can't even see the ball in that angle, but it would certainly have dipped down below his waist if he was back in his popping crease. Yeah, batting really, really far outside his crease over there, Lodi. Nicely played off his pads. Just going to be a single. No, goes a bit too far down the leg side, and away it goes for 4. Ozturk helps it on. And he misses out on it. You can just hear someone saying, pitch it up, Josh. Yeah, I think he really needs to be just getting that up there in and around the off stump. It's just a bit too short, and it's on the leg side. It's slightly above waist height, hip height. And all Ozturk has to do is just help it on. Away it's going to go for a 4. No, it's a better delivery, but it does beat the keeper. Oh, it's been given a wide. Oh, let's take another look at this. It's been given a wide. I'd like to see this here again. Oh, wow. The question is, do you just think the outside part of that ball just shaves the tram line along the way? Yeah, might have, but not according to the umpire. Towards mid-wicket. And that's going to be a single, so... Yeah, it's just very quiet. You got that sort of afternoon time lull. Right now, everyone's had their lunch, and things are just a little bit more quiet. And not the most vocal in the field either so far. So, 14 runs off this over, and we've got a ball to come. Wild swing and a miss. 7th over comes to an end. Afyonkara Hisar are 96 for 1. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're here in Bulgaria until Sunday, the 11th of August. But then look at some of the fixtures we have lined up right after that. We've got a great series coming up in Rome after we're done over here. I'll be heading over to cover some of that. We've got the Valletta Cup, the Netherlands Tri-Series, featuring 3 World Cup teams. And, of course, the host nation, the Netherlands, the United States, and Canada. And then, of course, our final 2 ECS before the European Cricket Championship are in Vienna and in Zagreb. So lots of great cricket coming up on the network. It's a bumper summer of European cricket. And we're going to continue our glorious journey across the continent. And Lodi just batting so far outside his crease. And this is where, if you had a keeper who could just stand up to the stumps, especially with the way Ivalio Kadzarski is bowling, which is not particularly rapid. I mean, look how far back he is. And just, credit to Lodi for taking advantage of the fact that the keeper can't stand up to the stumps and is taking plenty of steps outside his crease. Oh, well, it's a good thing they haven't run into each other, I think. Ivan Plamenov has done a good job of getting out of Josh Dowling's way in the end. You can see Dowling coming and then, just gets out of the way there. Does really, really well, Plamenov. Good fielding by Josh Dowling, too. That's up in the air. Oh, this could be a catching chance, and no, it's going to go beyond the fielder. And it is going to be, though, a sensational bit of fielding by Mehdi Akash to save his side a few runs. So hopefully gets a round of applause for that. I think we have seen a few fielding mishaps for the Blacksmiths, so it's important they do cheer it when they're finally able to save some runs. Great work there by Akash. Away it goes towards square leg. 4 runs as Lodi brings up his half century. It's a European cricket 50 for him. Let's just see if most of his dugout have realized that he has brought up this half century. Abdullah Lodi brings up a 50. His first career half century on the European Cricket Network. Big congratulations to him. This is played away towards mid-on. So his previous best score was, of course, that 42 not out he had against Plevin yesterday. And, I mean, you got to credit him. I mean, he's taking part. He's taking full advantage and getting as many runs as he can against the likes of Plevin and the Blacksmiths. Oh, just struck hard, and he has to do well there to get out of the way. Great reflexes by Lodi, making sure he doesn't get in the way of that. Almost got taken out by Öztürk. Wouldn't be the first time one of Afyonkara Hisar's players was struck by his own partner. We, of course, saw Ali Özdemir cop a horrible blow yesterday, hit on the ribs, and his teammate struck one straight back at him. Here's a look at the graph. As you can see, Afyonkara Hisar going along at 13.25 and over. Anthony Dowling coming back for his second over. His first one was a really good one. Went for 8. He's just sending third back. Yeah, nice length there, but again, just too hot to handle for the keeper. And it's more runs of buys. I mean, you can tell that Valentin Geshev hasn't had a chance to wicket keep much before this series. I mean, just look at that, going with crocodile hands. I think he just needs a little bit of time so he will start to fully develop into a keeper. And Lodi brings up his 50. First career half-century for him on the European Cricket Network. It's a great moment for Lodi. He raises his bat in acknowledgement. Very well batted. Hit towards mid-wicket. And that is going to be another single. Fourth ball of the over coming up. No, he's going to try to go for the wrap shot. And the keeper will somehow just stop it using his legs. Yeah, so just peeked out of the ice cube to try to find what the field setting is here. So it's got the one fielder out in the deep. And a traditional sort of third man position. There's a long stop in place as well. And then the other 3 fielders outside the ring are at deep backward square, long on, and Cow. Oh, it's gone up in the air. But this is going to go sailing over the rope for a 6. And Öztürk is going to bring up his half-century as well. What a partnership between these two. They've helped put their side in a very, very strong position. And Mesut Öztürk, a man who has a plethora of cricketing experience, is going to bring up his first 50 of this calendar year on the network. The keeper just about walking across, using his pads to stop that one. He did have 50 during last year's European Cricket Series here. Yeah, he's just played in a plethora of series, hasn't he? Involved in pretty much every format that is available on the European Cricket Network. This one is clubbed, it is walloped, and it's going to go away for more runs. Yeah, big 6 there for Öztürk. Gets cleaned up. And a wicket at last. Öztürk departs right after getting his half-century. Hits a 6, and then he's gone. Yeah, decently well batted by Mesut Öztürk. Combines and ties his highest ever score on the European Cricket Network. Just looking to play one across the line over there, coming down the wicket. And he misses, the bowler hits. Second wicket falls for Afyon Karahisar. Here we go then. Got 1 over to go. It's going to be Ivalio Kadzarski to bowl this second over. His first one gave up just 10 runs. And he's going to be facing a settled batter. Well, it says Lodi's on strike, but it's actually Durmaz. And Lodi is at the non-striker's end. Yeah, just need to sort some stuff out here. Lodi really should be the one going to the strikers, and I think we'll just try to clear this up. Okay, so looks like Durmaz is going to stay at the strikers end. This one is stroked away towards cover. It's going to be a single. So it's going to be re-bowled. Because, yeah, it should have been Lodi facing the first ball of the 10th over. I think just ignore that previous ball. This one's a full toss. It's played straight towards the fielder at square leg. And it's going to be a single. Yeah, that was a rather bizarre one because it was quite clear the wrong player was facing that first ball. I'm sure everything's going to get corrected and sorted out. A big swing and a miss. Oh, it just gets past the keeper. Just gets past the keeper there. And you got a feel for Valentin Geshev. It's just such a challenge for him on every ball. You can just tell he's very uncomfortable in that position, and I think he just needs some time and some proper coaching and someone who can really help him just instill fundamentals of wicket keeping. Struck towards mid-wicket. It's going to be another single. So yeah, just a few issues right now with some of the graphics. We will have them up for you, and there we go. Looks like everything is okay now. So yeah, 2 balls to come. Afyon Karaisar are 128 for 2. Can they get up to those into the mid-130s or something really, really formidable? That's going to be a challenge for the Blacksmiths. Smashed hard, smashed long. And oh, what a sensational bit of fielding there by Duff. What a sensational bit of fielding. I mean, it's a great moment for the young man. I mean, he obviously was involved in a couple of misfields earlier. And, oh, I think that's fine. I think that's okay. I mean, anyway, the ball's out of his hands. He's done a stellar job. Sensational job. Saves his side. Some runs. Oh, it's been given a 4. I think it's just because of this right here. It's believed he might be stepping on the rope. Nonetheless, a terrific effort. Up in the air, and oh, almost a chance. Almost taken. Oh, that was so close to being out. And that is going to be the end of the innings, I believe. And yep, that's going to be the end of the innings. And you can just see that top edge. Oh, he had a chance to grab that. Would have been really amazing if he had managed to take that catch. That was Genchev Ivanov who made that effort. As Afyon Karaisar are going to end up with 133 runs in their 10 overs. Great first innings for them. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. You've got to say it was an innings that was controlled really well by Afyon Karaisar. They continued to go at a great rate for much of the innings, and then they just accelerated right at the end. And that was more than good enough for them to get to a very respectable total of 133. Abdullah Lodi and Mesut Öztürk both scored half centuries. The two of them combined had a partnership of 121 runs. That really was the main story of their innings. Abdullah Lodi scored 6 fours and managed to hit a 6, whereas Öztürk hit 10 boundaries, 7 fours, and 3 sixes. Zafar Durmaz would come in later. He struck 1 boundary, but other than that, was very keen and happy to let Abdullah Lodi hog most of the strike. Just taking a look at some of the moments in this innings. There were some chances for the Blacksmiths that, unfortunately for them, they put down. There were a number of misfields as well. I think fielding, you can tell, is an Achilles heel for this Blacksmith side. I think a lot of these players just need to spend a bit more time playing the game, and they'll continue to get better and better at it. It's an exciting young team, but this is just a difficult phase very early in the stage of a team's development. Results aren't going to go your way. You're going to have a lot of frustrating moments. But I think give them all some time, and they'll get better and better. Here's one of the chances that was put down. This was a big no ball that was bowled. That was struck away for a 6. This was about during that 5th over. So Mehdi Akash's 5th over go for 22, and then Josh Dowling bowled it over as well. That went for 25. And I think during that phase, that's really when they just started to take control, the Blacksmiths, and it looked very, very difficult. They didn't feel like they would be able to let this one slip away from them. Josh Dowling would give 14 runs in his second over, an improvement from his first that went for 25, but he still ended up with figures of over 39. This was the wicket, the end of Mesut Ozturk, just playing it one across the line, and then crashed into his stumps. An outside edge over there. And there was a chance to catch it off the very last ball of the innings. Genshev Ivanov, well, that would have been a really special catch if he had been able to take it. We'll leave you with a scorecard of this innings, as of course Afyon Korahisar will come back in just about 7 minutes time to try to defend their target of 134 against the Blacksmiths.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings as we once again get this gorgeous drone shot of the city of Sofia at the foot of the Mount Vitosha. Afyon Karahisarov posted a score of 133 runs on the board, and they're going up against the Blacksmiths Cricket Club, who have only 2 wins so far in this ECS, both of them coming up against the winless Plevens. So you'd say that Afyon Karahisarov a good enough total here, and they'll probably be eyeing that bonus point. Now here's a chance to look at the bonus point equations. If they're able to achieve this target in 7 overs or less, which is highly unlikely, to put it kindly, they will pick up a bonus point. But if they can restrict their opposition to 93 runs or less, then of course they will be the ones who pick up the bonus point. So here we go. Let's see how the Blacksmiths fare. Certainly going to be a very challenging affair for them. Just trying to get their field setting spot on here. It's going to be Mesut Öztürk to bowl this first over. There we go. First ball of the second innings. Just plays that with soft hands and blocks it out. Oscar Duff. Yeah, very good ball. The 2 fielders outside the ring are currently at deep third, and then another fielder out at deep point. This one just going down the leg side. Got a big gust of wind now, just going from the offside to the leg side. So that's just going to help cool down some of these players on what is a very hot day. He's going to play this one away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be quite a chase for the fielder, and of course that's the man right there who took one of the best catches you'll ever see. And of course Dalian going to have some runs though here off overthrows. Yeah, the one thing you have to say with this Blacksmith side is they run very well between the wickets. They run hard. They do those little things. Dalian feels this one, fires a throw in. Unfortunately goes for overthrows. Yeah, of course Kursad Dalian took a absolute blinder of a catch yesterday. I mean, it was nothing short of magical. Just tell you more about it after this ball. This one's blocked out, and it's going to be a single. So the ball was drilled straight back at him. Of course, he was fielding at mid-on. He just stuck a boot out in a split second, probably going for some foot fielding. He flicks it up, and then catches it cleanly, one-handed. Just unbelievable reflexes and improvisation. It was a hybrid of cricket and football skills in a catch. So an absolute stunning display of athleticism, a great presence of mind as well by the young man. He's going to block this one out. There's Öztürk. 5 runs off this over so far. Last ball of the over coming up. Let's get the toe into the bat on that. There's a fielder out at third who does a good job. Comes across, cuts it out. Just a single, 6 runs off the first over. So it's been 3 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, this golden ball was all the way back last night during a match between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. It's good to finally break the streak. Of course, Corey Rutgers came into the commentary box and, well, in his first game in a long time, he managed to snapped the streak immediately. It's a very, very exciting finish. This over is going to be bowled by Sally Ellis. Here we go, second over. That one just staying a little bit low. And Duff isn't able to connect to it, so yeah, I thought we could just talk about a number of different topics here, and we could start off by just looking at a few things about Bulgarian cricket history. Tucked away towards mid-wicket. Very interesting country, of course, how cricket came to the nation. It was all the way back in the early 20th century when it was first played here by English diplomats who were, of course, stationed in Bulgaria. So it's pushed away for a single. And then, of course, after World War II, the game was played for quite a while over at the American College in the center of southwest Bulgaria, in a little city called Blagoevgrad. And of course, during the communist era here, sports like cricket and baseball were largely dismissed as being foreign influence and a bad influence on the public as well, which is why they were suspended. And there was a little dark age for the sport of cricket during those few decades, and the sport was no longer played. And then, of course, the new history of the sport began in 2002 when the Bulgarian Cricket Federation was founded with the efforts of some enthusiastic sportsmen. And that really was where the nation just got captivated by the game, where it finally caught the fascination of many locals. And it was very soon that the Bulgarian Ministry of Sport recognized the Cricket Federation as one of its new sports. It was officially formed, recognized, and the government had a very clear aim of trying to just grow it throughout the country. And one of the main priorities they had was youth development. And then the very next year, in 2003, they had the first ever National Cricket Championship, which was, of course, held with the participation of 4 teams. And now you look at that, where it started, and where we're at now, where, of course, we have these matches that are televised, featuring a number of teams, including teams that are touring this country. Just look at that standings. 8 teams now here in this European Cricket Series. Here's a look at the standings. Academic Sofia sitting pretty at the top of the table. Afyon Karahisar now looking for their 3rd victory of this ECS, and look to get a bonus point victory here against the Blacksmiths so they can make up some ground on Pac Falcon side they lost to, and they're so lost so far. Straight down the ground, but there was a chance to catch it. There was a chance to catch it. That one went to the captain, Murat Yilmaz. I mean, he's done well to at least ensure that it doesn't go away for a 4. It was always going to be a tough chance. So I guess the half cup full approach would be to say he saved his side 3 runs. Head towards mid-off. Yilmaz is sprinting there. He's going to try to get a foot to it, and that foot is just about enough to slow things down. And they're going to get a couple of runs. This one is pushed away towards fielder. It's another single. And of course, in 2008, though, continuing our Bulgarian cricket history story, the ICC granted Bulgaria affiliate status, which really opened new doors for the development of cricket in this country. Cleaned him up. Gets the wicket. Duff just playing around that one. And the Blacksmiths lose their first. They are 14 for 1. And a nice bit of bowling. It's on a good length. And it just hits the middle stump. That's going to be the end for Duff, as they find themselves 14 for 1. Going on to clatter onto the stumps, and there it is. Raises his fist. Knows that's an important wicket, Zafar Durmaz. You can just see the correction has been made on the screen. At one point, it was written Salih Ali, so it is Durmaz who is bowling this over. Yeah, apologies. Just in case on your scorecard it writes Salih Ali's, it's Zafar Durmaz bowling this over, just to make it clear. It's up correct right now on the TV graphics. I think also Akash is the new batter, was coming at number 3, of course. The Blacksmiths missing Karanpal Singh. He was such a good batter for them, of course. Karanpal Singh made 94 runs earlier in this series. And a sensational batter who was a big, big miss for this Blacksmith side. And we're now going to have a look at one of the magical moments from yesterday. Well, there it was. What a catch. Take a look at this. Flicks it up and then grabs it one-handed. A sensational bit of improvisation. I'm sure he's going to say that that was completely intentional and exactly as he planned to do it. Yeah, just stuck out that boot. And in one moment of magic, he created his name in history, and he has etched his name in European cricket history forever. Yeah, that is a catch which we're going to look at for a long, long time to come. Here he is, the man we just mentioned, Dalian, coming into bowl the first over after the power play. So yeah, there's a little preview of what you can expect from Dalian. Pushed away towards cover. That's going to be a single. Yes, of course, missing for the Blacksmiths in this match is Karanpal Singh. Another very exciting young player in their side. 21-year-old. Very good cricketer. He's made 220 runs so far this series with a strike rate of 200 as well. Somebody who is capable of clearing the boundary. Going to go for the big shot here, Akash. And he gets the Maximo. So that's the wake-up that the Blacksmiths desperately needed. That's the first boundary of this innings. Boy, were we desperate to see that. A crack of the bat, hits one through the line, and a 6 at last. A 6 at last. Well, is that waking everyone up from their little afternoon siesta? That was a powerful hit by Akash. And can he just get some momentum into this Blacksmiths inning? Here we go. Big swipe there across the line by Akash. Doesn't get anywhere near the line of the ball. I think we're going to need to see plenty more shots like the one that Akash just hit from the Blacksmiths' perspective. Straight down the ground, comes off the bottom part of the bat. Does it have enough to go for a 4? No, it doesn't. Great fielding there by the captain, Murat Yilmaz. And he saved his side 3 runs. Dowling back on strike. Oh, it's just going to be a big appeal here. And the finger has been raised. The finger has been raised. Dowling will have to depart. He took some time to think about it. The umpire, you can just see, he shuffles across. And oh, well, just a question mark here about the impact. Just a little question mark here about the impact. Where does it impact? I mean, look how far across he's gone. Oh, well, this is tight. I mean, is the impact here just outside the off stump? That's the big question mark. You could see how far across Dowling goes. And, you know, when you go that far across, you know, there's always a chance that the one that just comes back might get you out. Yeah, just watch this, moving right back in. And he has to play around his pad as well, which just makes it that much harder for him to access the ball. And he's been given LBW in the end. Yeah, I think we're just going to have a few question marks there about where the impact was. I think there going to be a few deferring opinions on that. It's a tight call. Certainly is. And always trying to run back here and create a run out. Now, good effort there by Dalian. Let's take a look at this. Akash decides to go wandering. Yes, no, yes, no. And look how far back Akash is. Ooh, even with a direct hit, I think, from there, he might just have been back in time. So, come to the end of the fourth over. The Blacksmiths are 24 for 2. At the moment, they're quite far off what they need to even get to a single point. Yeah, so they're just going to make a few fielding adjustments. Going to tell you where they're moving everyone. Is Murad Yilmaz, the skipper, bowling. So he's got a long off in place. And then he's packed that leg side boundary. Oh, it's gone up in the air. There's no one out there. It won't matter, though, because it's going to clear the boundary rope. 6 more runs. And Akash, well, if someone can hit a few big shots for the Blacksmiths, it looks like it's going to be him. It's in the slot. He frees his arms, and he has smashed that one away a long way. Great hit by Akash. A very good afternoon to John Gray joining us in the chat. Hope you're having a lovely time. Yeah, of course, feel free to get in your questions or interact in the chat. It's always great to talk with you all, especially on a solo day. I mean, there's no Charlie here either today, so yeah, it'd be lovely to have a good conversation. Yeah, so Mehdi Akash was the one who hit those big shots. Somebody who is capable of clearing the boundary rope. He's batted in 3 innings on the European Cricket Network prior to the one today and struck 13 boundaries in them. 9 fours and 4 sixes. Hit out towards mid-wicket, and it's gone away for a boundary as well. I'll be a bit disappointed by that Murad Yilmaz because he's packed that boundary. This is very interesting. He's got a long on in place, then a cow corner as well, and a deep mid-wicket, and it's somehow gone through all of them. Last ball of the 5th over coming up. Outside edge, and it's going to go away for 4. Unlucky for Yilmaz. Not much you can do about that. But the Blacksmiths will get 4 runs to end the over. 15 runs coming off the 5th, the biggest over of the innings. The first over that goes for more than 10 runs. And the Blacksmiths are, of course, now need 55 runs off the remaining 5 overs to pick up a single point. Time for our parity match in-game analysis. Of course, great to have you alongside us. And this has been a really tough outing for the Blacksmiths so far, going up against a very experienced Afyon Karahisar side. The Blacksmiths, well, this is a young team. A lot of players in this are developing. They're in the early stages of their cricket career. I think at times you can see them make a few mistakes when they're out in the field. They don't always get the fundamentals right, but I think this is a team with more coaching, with more time, will only continue to improve and get better and better. There's certainly some players in there who I think are going to be big talents for Bulgaria for years to come. You can look at the 2 Dowlings, Oscar Duff. You got Karanpal Singh as well, who was unavailable for this match. I think they're all players who Bulgarian cricket will look at as future assets. Oh, well, foot fielding in the deep one. I'm not sure it was quite necessary, but can we really fault them for foot fielding after we saw what happened yesterday when someone went with his feet, when Kursat Dalian went with his feet? Just going to watch that one go for a wide. .5 overs left. Very nice bowling here by Sinar. Here we go, 4.4 overs to go. 4 balls left in the 6th. Yeah, just bowling great lengths here, Sinar. Young man, of course, just turned 18 earlier this year. Just going over the stumps. Top-notch bowling. It's going to be a good battle between him and Akash. I mean, Akash is the only one who has been able to clear the boundary rope so far for this Blacksmith side. That one is going to be a wide. I think you've got to credit, you've really got to give a lot of credit to this Afyon Karahisar side for keeping extras to an absolute minimum. Just 6 runs of extras, which is a really, really pleasant sight. I think all the sides in this tournament really struggle in that department. I've been very impressed by a couple of teams who have done a good job of keeping extras to a minimum in some matches we've had today. First of all, the Spartans who gave up just 6 runs of extras against the Sofia Stars. And then this Afyon Karahisar side who have done the same. Akash is going to go big, and oh, it's gone all the way for a 6. So, I mean, that's modern bat technology for you. I mean, where was he looking to hit that? He was probably looking to hit that around that square leg, mid-wicket region. And it's caught an edge. I mean, look at that. He is not looking to play this one over point for a 6. Oh, my goodness. Well, Akash is finding a way to clear the rope somehow, which is a very pleasant sight for the Blacksmiths. That one just going past the off stump. As the Blacksmiths now need 45 runs off the remaining 4 overs to pick up a single point. The victory itself, though, is almost unattainable at this stage. They need to get 85 runs off 4 overs to actually win this match, which means they'd have to go at 21.25 and over, which is just a humongous ask. Here's a look at the scorecard. Just the one score in the double digits. That's Mehdi Akash with 22 of 13. Okay, here we go. It's going to be Shakil Faruqi coming into bowl the 7th over. Yeah, Faruqi's had a pretty decent tournament so far. I think I've been very impressed with his bowling. He's kept things very tight and simple. I think he's going to relish bowling in this situation where against a side like the Blacksmiths who don't really have too much power. And he can continue to just work on those very great stats he has for this tournament. This is struck hard and struck away for a 4. So right on cue, we do see some of the power this Blacksmith side have. That is a very good shot by Josh Dowling. He struck this one firmly towards mid-wicket. And it's too hot to handle for Mehmet Sinar. That one just gets away from his grasp. And it's 4 runs for Josh Dowling. Here we go. 3rd ball of the over coming up. It's going to go to the same region again. And this time Mehmet Sinar makes no mistake. Just the 1 run. A little bit easier to feel it this time as well. He wasn't going across. He sort of came at the ball and was attacking it. Oh, shot to catch it, but it's going to go over the Lodi's head. However, that's just going to be a single. Good covering there by Kursa Dalian. He's going for the big shot again. Wasn't quite able to time it nicely, but lands between the two fielders safely. Yeah, I just love the way Akash is batting. Really looking to attack. Josh Dowling on strike right now. Well, this could be a no ball. It is a no ball. It's been given a no ball. And they'll pick up a single. It's a free hit coming up here for Akash, who's already managed to clear the boundary rope 3 times. Can he do it for a 4th? Yep. Clear no ball there. Here we go. Free hit coming up. And he's unable to capitalize. Good bowling there by Farouk. He kept it nice and wide. Just over the tram line. The perfect wide line. Last ball of the 7th over coming up. Well, hard to say if it's LBW or not from that angle. Yeah, just can't say anything. Have to look at this straight on. Now then, this will tell us whether it's LBW or not. Yeah, that is gone. He is definitely gone there. And we'll take another look at this here. This will be much more conclusive, but he does look like he's gone. Yeah, you can see going on to hit middle stump. Very clear. You can see the middle stump over there. And that's about as easy as it gets for the umpire. Good innings by Akash. Very enjoyable. And it was certainly a pleasure to watch. His 2nd highest score on the European Cricket Network. And it comes here against Afyon Karahisar. The skipper, Idzarski, has come out to the middle. So here's a look at our last match of the day, match 36 of this tournament. Afyon Karahisar winning the toss and batting first. So, well, could this be another long one for the Blacksmiths? You can certainly think that Afyon Karahisar will look to go out there and post another big total on the board. And then maybe the Blacksmiths will be in a very similar position to this, where kind of out of the game already. And they're desperately just trying to see if they can get to a single point, which looks equally unlikely. Very good evening to Jeffrey Mobs. I believe you're joining us from out in Australia, so yeah, different time zone for you. Of course, good afternoon from our point of view, from our time zone. Yeah, random question here by John Gray. This is very random, asking what's the best game of basketball I've ever seen? Interesting. I've had to think about that a little bit, but I think the choice I'll go with is 2011 Game 6 and the NBA Finals. And that's purely a personal preference. It's by no means one of the best games that's ever been played. It was just a standard game, but because that was the match which the Mavericks won the NBA Finals for the first time, it's certainly a game that holds very dear to my heart. And I remember being a little kid, finally getting permission to stay up to watch that from my parents, because I was like, well, the Mavericks are about to win the championship. And then also it was just around the end of when I had exams as well, so it was a chance to relax, unwind, and also watching my favorite team win for the first time ever. So yeah, the one and only time the Mavericks have won the championship. Of course, they were in the finals this year as well, but lost to the Celtics. Here's a shorter ball there by Lodi. We'll take a look at this side on. Oh, nasty bouncer, really nasty, and I think it's a good thing that Josh Dowling has been able to get out of the way of that. Yeah, by the way, it's Dowling on strike, not Kadzarski. Kadzarski's at the non-strikers end, so just got to correct that graphic, and this is going to be a wicket. It's another one that's going to fall. It goes up towards mid-off, and it's very comfortably taken. Good catch there by Mesut Öztürk, a man who you just can't keep out of the action. He's not making an impact with the bat in hand, he's making it with the ball in hand. And if neither of those two, he's doing some great fielding. So the new batter has come out to the middle. Dowling has now been dismissed. So they are 59 for 4. 59 for 4. Just waiting for the graphics to update. And not quite aware of the identity of the new batter. I'll make sure to update you as soon as I know. Can't even see his jersey number, so it's kind of tough to say. And I think there's just been a few issues, with the scoring and the graphics on that side. So we're going to have a brief delay in the game until those issues are resolved. Yeah, just waiting to see what happens here. So I think the new batter is Valentin Geshev, the wicket keeper. So should write Geshev on strike, facing his first ball, and Kadzarski at the other end on 1 of 2. No, this one was just struck up in the air and goes straight to Mesut Öztürk, who takes a very simple catch. So could have a delay for a short while over here. And while we have this delay, of course, feel free to bring in your random questions and allow us to discuss a few other things. So here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. And well, we've had the great pleasure of joining you from here in Bulgaria, but the Cricketing Carnival will continue on the European Cricket Network, because after we conclude here in Bulgaria, we'll be heading over to the eternal city of Rome for a European Cricket Series, and of course, the Meltel Shield in Croatia. Mind you, they still got some action going on there. The last match of the day should be coming up later. Of course, that'll be the big game between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses, an exciting conclusion to the first ever ECSW. And then look up some of the other great tournaments we have coming up. The Valletta Cup, I know Charlie's going to be there covering all of that action. And then the Netherlands Tri-Series, featuring 3 teams that were all in the World Cup: the Netherlands, the United States, and Canada. So just some high-quality cricketing action coming up on ECN. .35 needed of 12 for a point. So a couple of overs left. The wind is pretty much unattainable now. 75 runs needed, so even if they hit a 6 off every ball, that wouldn't be enough. So now let's just see if they can get these 35 runs. I think if Akash was there, you might have said that they would have had a chance. But now that he's gone, it's very unlikely. This one's just going down the leg side. That's going to be a wide, so Öztürk just getting it slightly wrong there. But overall, in the extras department, they have been sensational. So, Jeffrey, this is the answer to your question. What happened yesterday with the foot fielding? This happened. I mean, tell me where you're going to see a better catch than that. Flicks it up, cool as you like, and then grabs it one-handed. Terrific bit of improvisation, and a great presence of mind as well later to grab that catch one-handed. I mean, look, I'm sure he's going to tell all his friends that he meant to do that. That was exactly as he planned it, and that he's been training to pull off catches like that for ages. And you know what? I'll let him stick to that narrative. I'm not going to pretend that he just stuck his foot out because he was too lazy to reach down. Also, how does Corey feel? I wish someone needs to forward this clip to Corey. You know, maybe I should forward that to him and tell him to have a look. I know he hates foot fielding and is always railing against it. And now foot fielding results in probably one of the best ECN highlights we have for this calendar year. Pushed away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. Just a 1 run. Geshev gets off the mark. He's trying to get his field setting right here. I think they're putting an extra fielder in the circle, so at the moment they have 4, and they're just adding a 5th fielder in. I mean, they might as well be pretty aggressive with their field setting. You know, I mean, I mean, I wouldn't even mind going with a power play field setting right now. I think neither of these two have that much power, so yeah, maybe I wouldn't really mind just putting more fielders in the ring. Don't need to have too many guys back. It's going to be another wide. Yeah, so I'll tell you who's outside the circle right now. There's a fielder at deep point, but he's not all the way back on the rope. He's about 3/4. Got a traditional deep third man. Long on. Cow corner, who are also about 3/4. That's a wide. Just had to step outside the ice cube to see the field setting, because with our position, our vantage point is kind of blocked and we can sort of see the pitch at an angle, but it's hard to see most of the field, in particular here on the straight boundaries. And yeah, most of those fielders in the deep are at 3/4. Oh, this could be close. This could be close. And if he's not LBW, he might be run out. And, well, ooh, we could see this. Maybe, is there some bat involved? Probably not. Probably just going down the leg side. It's tough to say, really tough to say. But we'll have a look now at the run-out opportunity here. Now this is the angle we're waiting for. Is he run out or not? Here we go. Oh, that looks tight. That looks like he might be gone. Yes, he is. I think he could be in some trouble. I think he could be in some serious trouble over here. And it's been given out. Yes. And another one falls. Another one falls for the Blacksmiths. Ivalio Kaczarski, well, he survived the LBW shout, but he's not going to survive the run out. Let's have a look at the entire sequence. Yeah, according to the umpire, that's probably just going down the leg side, and then he decides to have a wander. And he gets run out here. Sharp fielding, sharp glove work. Ivalio Kaczarski departs, having made just 2 runs off the 6 balls he faced. Here we go. Ah, that is really a nothing shot. I mean, you can't really describe that. It wasn't a shot. I mean, what's the appeal about? What's the appeal about? Really hard to say. I mean, there's barely a shot offered on this, and clearly comes off the pad. Obviously not going to be an LBW. Can't be a caught behind because it's off the pad. And that's the end of the 9th over. So 1 over until the Blacksmiths are put out of their misery. Here we go. Final over coming up. And it's going to be bowled by Zafer Durmaz. It's played away towards mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single here. So, yeah, Blacksmith's picking up that point. Looks really unlikely right now, in all honesty. I mean, you need to see 4 6s and a 4 of these remaining balls at the bare minimum for them to win it. Can Stallion do it? Well, guess for yourself when you're looking at that batting stance. Well, the answer is no. And he gets dismissed over there. Now, you got a feel for him, I think. That's not fair on him. I mean, someone should have explained to him the proper way of holding a cricket bat before he went out there. I mean, he's not going to score too many runs batting like that in cricket, especially on a low and slow pitch. 66 for 6. Oh boy. Well, let's see. Let's analyze the next batting stance. I hope it's a little bit better than the previous one. And yeah, you don't want to be too critical on them, of course, and I am not being critical on them. I think I just wish someone had explained him how to properly hold the bat before he went out there. I mean, it's just not fair on him. I mean, going into that kind of situation, you're never really going to get any runs holding your bat perpendicular to the ground. And it's not going to be Plaminov coming in here. Oh, dear. Almost gets hurt. Goes straight to the fielder, and this one is thrown back. And there was just a moment there right at the end where the ball almost struck him. And the keeper went over to apologize. Mertkan Fil is behind the stumps for Afyon Karahisar. So, yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I mean, these two games which Afyon Karahisar are playing in are matches they're expected to win. And they're doing exactly what they need to. They're probably going to pick up the bonus point here. And then they'll look to do the same in the final match of the day. And really for them, it's just about instilling good habits, getting into some good cricketing form, allowing a few batters to find some form, and then over these next few days, they'll really start to play some challenging matches. Chris Smith saying he tried to play baseball with it then. Yeah, I mean, that kind of was a baseball stance. I mean, it was closer to a baseball stance than the cricket one for sure. Here we go then. Last ball of this innings. Are we going to see some runs? Oh, can he get a run? Will he get a run? Come on then. Come on then. They get one. Will they come back for a second? Oh, no, they won't. And Plaminov gets a European cricket run. Full credit to him. I mean, this is a great moment for someone like him. You know, we've got to realize, I mean, cricket's not an established sport here in Bulgaria. And for a lot of these local players to be getting into the game, I mean, we really should be looking to encourage them. And a great moment for him. The 7th career run of Ivan Plaminov's career. Fantastic moment for him. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. So, Afyon Karahisar have won the toss and decided to have a bat. And as we can see, Oscar Duff up there with 483 points to his name for the Blacksmiths. No Karan Singh for this match as well. That is a big, big loss for this side. Meanwhile, for Afyon Karahisar, we can just see that Mesut Öztürk is their points leader with 366 points. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Oscar Duff made 7 of 10 before he was cleaned up by Zafar Durmaz. Anthony Dowling made 6 of 8, and then Kursad Dalian had an LBW on this ball. I think we just had a few question marks about where the impact one was on that. It's a really tight one. It was such a tight one, and it's certainly one that is going to divide opinion. Mehdi Akash would come out after this dismissal, and he would bat superbly, making 23 runs of 16 balls. He hit 3 sixes, the only sixes we saw this innings. Only 2 players were able to hit boundaries in this innings. Josh Dowling with 3 fours and Mehdi Akash with 3 sixes. I mean, a big thank you to them for giving us something to cheer about, and I'm sure their friends will feel the same way. At least it brought a smile to Blacksmith's faces in what was otherwise a pretty difficult match for them. And of course, this was the dismissal of Mehdi Akash. As plumb as you get, Shakil Faruqi had his man. Josh Dowling was caught out in the deep by Mesut Öztürk. He would depart, having made 14 runs of 12 deliveries. Abdullah Lodi had his man. This would, of course, be a big, big LBW shot. Ivalu Kadzarki survived that, but then he was run out on that very delivery. 2 of 6 for the skipper of the Blacksmiths. So good bowling performances all around. Afyon Karahisar used 8 different bowlers, and I think everybody stepped up and did a pretty decent job. Mesut Öztürk giving up 12 runs in the 2 overs he bowled, and the pick of the bowlers has to be Zafar Durmaz with figures of 2 for 7. We will take a quick break, and we'll be back in just about 20 minutes time with our second match of the day between the Blacksmiths and the Afyon Karahisar SHS. Make sure to tune in about 25 minutes when we'll, of course, bring you our final match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our final match of the day. We've got the coin toss coming up for the game between Afyon Karahisar and the Blacksmiths.
Afyon Karahisar to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a tails.
Thank you very much for that update to match referee Tyrone Peters. Afyon Karahisar have won the toss, and they've decided they're going to have a bat first. Once again, they'll be looking to post a big total on the board and put plenty of pressure on the Blacksmiths. Their idea might be to get enough runs on the board to really go for that bonus point once again. Obviously, they picked up a bonus point in the first match between these two teams. And here's a look at the fantasy dashboard. Blacksmith Cricket Club taking on Afyon Karahisar. And we can see Oscar Delp, the leading points getter for the Blacksmiths. Anthony Dowling with 322 points. Karanpal Singh missing for this match as well for the Blacksmiths, which is a big blow. Well, certainly not something they would have hoped for. Meanwhile, for Afyon Karahisar, Murat Yilmaz will be leading them. And the Mesut Öztürk is, of course, the leading points getter from them. Abdullah Lodi as well, with 253 points in this European Cricket Series. Afyon Karahisar are 83% favorites for this one. It's match 36 of our European Cricket Series in Bulgaria, and our final match of what has been a great weekend of cricket, not just here in Bulgaria, but across the network, of course. We've had 16 matches over the last 3 days on the European Cricket Series Bulgaria. And then over in Croatia as well, they've obviously had the great honor of bringing a terrific international series between Croatia and Spain that should be wrapping up now. And of course, the first ever Women's European Cricket Series. A great weekend of cricket, and what is a great time for, of course, world sport, as we also have the Olympics going on right now. So, yeah, just a great pleasure to be here. So we're just moments away from the first ball. And let's have a brief delay. The clock has just struck 1:45, so we should be ready to get underway. Yeah, I think the captain just wants to get his field setting right. That's, of course, Ivalio Kaczarski, who is leading the Blacksmiths. Here we go. Got a long on in place and a deep backward point. First ball of our final match of the day. Played beautifully. Very nice looking shot, high elbow. And Lodi will pick up a single. So, alongside Lodi, you got Nath opening the batting, Romeo Nath. It's a wayward delivery, just a wide down the leg side. The Blacksmiths, they've had a few issues with extras, and that's certainly something they will need to work on and improve. Now it's just played off the pads, and it's going to go through the fielder at square leg. And it's gone for a boundary. 4 more runs. Not the best display of fielding you're going to see. Romeo Nath just gets enough bat on that and works it away. That's Lodi, beg your pardon. That's not Romeo Nath. Yeah, beg your pardon, Lodi striking that one away from 4. Did look like him, obviously the yellow helmets and the pad. Now this is pushed away towards square leg. It's going to be another single, so Nath gets back on strike. Still hasn't faced a legal delivery. Need a big ball here from Oscar Duff. I think he bowled nicely in the previous matches, bowling good lines and lengths, and at times he was a little bit unlucky that he wasn't always backed up in the field. A wild swing over there. Take another look at this. I can just hear some big shouts from out at point. Here we go then. Oscar Duff coming in for the 5th ball of the over. Yeah, no real foot movement there from Nath. Just kind of throwing his hands at that ball. Yeah, everyone's just having a word here with Oscar Duff. Quite a few conversations going on. Here we go. Last ball of the over. Over will come to an end. 8 runs coming off the first over. So it's 50 days to go until the European Cricket Championship. Really looking forward to this one. Of course, it's the biggest event on the European cricket calendar. A chance to bring together all the best cricketing talent in Europe. It will certainly produce some thrilling matches, showcase some intense rivalries, and produce plenty of unforgettable moments. Cricket fans are in for a treat when we head over to Cardamom on the 23rd of September. So the countdown has officially begun as of today. Now we're just 50 days away. Oh, what a ball. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This has rocked Lodi. Oh, it's a nice sharp bouncer though, but well, the first concern here is how is Lodi? Oh dear. Oh, he's just turned his head towards this. So, oh, where has that struck him? Oh, that is very dangerous. That is very dangerous in particular. And it can strike you on the back of your head, and that's probably one of the least protected parts of the head. Oh, he just turned his head away. You really hope he's fine. I mean, seems to be smiling. They're going to do a quick test, but yeah, it just struck him on the back of the head. That's so good. They've just added that as a part of the helmet. Just the guard at the back, which is so important. Obviously, you know, seen unfortunately some players over the years just pick up injuries, really serious ones, because they've been struck on the back of the head. Of course, yeah, a few of you might know what incidents I'm talking about, but yeah, I'm gonna have to really check on Lodi here. And this looks like the physio has given the thumbs up. The medic said he is okay to continue playing. Yeah, that was a very scary moment. It just shows you the importance of wearing a helmet and also having that back head protection, which is so important. There we go. Yeah, just that stem guard. That just shows you the importance of it. Now, here we go. Lodi looks like he's back up. Really tough player. Let's see how he goes. I struck this one hard towards square leg. And it's going to be a single, so yeah, looking fine over there. He'll pick up a run. Now this one just going down the leg side. It's been given a wide. Enough yet to get off the mark. Still hasn't scored a run. Now struck hard, straight towards Duff, and a good bit of fielding. Got down well and prevented that from getting past him. If he had let that slip by, it would have gone for a 4. Struck firmly, and he just gets down there and feels that one really well. Yeah, top bit of fielding there. That's going to be another single. This is good bowling by Akash so far. I think both him and Oscar Duff bowled really well these first couple of overs. It's a great length, terrific length there by Akash. Very, very well done. Hits the Yorker over there, and it's just been really, really disciplined by these two. Oh, it's gone up in the air, and oh, it can't quite get to that one. Oh, well. Creating chances, this bowling attack. Take a look at this. Yeah, obviously a bump ball, but would have been nice to see him just get the grab. So apologies that the scorecard is a little bit behind. We'll try to have that up to date as soon as we can. So the final over of the power play coming up. We're into the 3rd over. We'll get this score updated ASAP. Oscar Duff bowled superbly in his first over. Gave up just 8 runs. Was metronomic with hitting his lines and lengths. And I think this just brief delay is because we're trying to sort out some of the issues with the graphics. We'll have them up for you as soon as we can. I can confirm that some progress is being made trying to fix these issues, so just hold tight and we'll have this problem solved. Yeah, so while these sides are waiting, it'll also give us a chance just to look at a few numbers that are very intriguing for European cricket fans. And, well, it looks like we might not be able to get those for you, so. Yeah, just a delay in this game. I think, as you can see, we're slowly getting there. Just a couple more balls for us to sort out. And, yep, I think we're almost there. And now it looks like we're ready for play. So, 13 for no loss at the end of the 2nd over. Here we go. Final over of the power play. That's a good ball. Back of a length delivery. And he's done well to just push that one away towards point. Yeah, nice one. Nice bowling there. Really nice bowling. Strikes this one, but isn't quite able to get that one as cleanly as he would like, so it's just the 1 run. It's been very tight bowling. I mean, you gotta say, these two have so accurate. I mean, there it is again. Brilliant ball, full and straight. But it's going to get worked away for a 4. I mean, it looked like, it really seemed like the fielder was going to get to that, of course. It's a bit deceiving from our vantage point because we can't quite see who's standing at the straight boundaries. And yeah, it looked like he was going to get to it, but I think that's a good ball. That's just one of those that it's going to go away for 4 inside the power play. But overall, I think Duff is bowling superbly. That's exactly where he wants to be. I think maybe if that was just a little bit fuller, right between the feet, it would have been perfect, but you know, the odd one's going to go for a 4 inside the power play. That shouldn't discourage him. And this one is struck towards mid-wicket. It's going to go for a throw, and Oh, nice backing up. Really nice backing up. And it's nice to see, I mean, these first 16 or so deliveries, I think we're starting to see the blacksmiths feel a little bit better than they usually do. I think a lot of these will be just slipping past them or going for overthrows, but no, not the case right now. They're doing a stellar job. Hits this hard. And oh, straight to Dowling, who's done a good job out in the deep. And once again, make sure they only get one run. So we've just seen a couple of boundaries so far in this power play, which is a big, big win for the Blacksmiths. And this is struck straight down the ground, and oh, it just slips right through Dowling. And it's just nestled in front of our commentary position. Goes away for a 4. He's a good effort here. You know, he's covered a lot of ground, but unfortunately for him, it's just snuck underneath him. And it's gone away for a 4. So a couple of boundaries in that over that will slightly disappoint Oscar Duff, but I think overall, great figures for him. Giving up just 20 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. I think it was a good spell by him. He was very accurate, I think, bowling good lines and lengths. A little bit unlucky with a couple of those boundaries. Could easily have gone for fewer runs, but consider the fact that he's bowling inside the power play with fielding restrictions. And there's some pretty special figures. It's going to be Akash to continue. He's going to get bowled out as well. They're going to look to bowl out the first 2 bowlers, and well, let's see if the Blacksmiths can get their first breakthrough in this over. A big swing and a miss, just not too far from the outside edge of that bat. I think it just straightens a little bit after pitching, which is why Nath has ended up missing it. No, this is going to go away towards fine leg. 4 runs. Oh, nice shot there, really nice shot. And he brings out the old ramp shot. Very innovative, very creative. 4 more runs. And the Alodi trying to get innovative, trying to get funky. And he pulls this one off and gets the boundary. No, this one is just too hot to handle for the wicketkeeper. There's a good thing there's a long stop back who's going to prevent that from going for more runs. So they'll just pick up the 1 run off buys. Now this is struck towards mid-wicket, and they'll pick up another single. Once again, hit hard, and oh, he's going to try to do a bit of foot fielding, but it's not enough to stop it from going for the boundary. Lodi gets another 4. Angling the ball into him, and he's just flat batted that one towards cow corner. Dowling reaches out his foot, and he's unable to cut that one off. I think we're going to just request new balls as that one has gone missing. So the umpire asking for a new Grizzly to be sent out. And it's just made its way out to the middle. So we got 1 ball left in the 4th over. As Afio and Karahisar are 35 for no loss. I think they've contained the net run rate, the overall run rate, quite well here. The Blacksmith is just 9 and over, which isn't too bad. And T10 cricket, this one is struck away towards square leg, and oh, is it going to beat this fielder inside the ring? It certainly does, but then Someone else comes across very well there. That's Genchev Ivanov, I believe. Let's come around and manage to get a foot to it. The fourth over comes to an end. Afyonkarahisar are 37 for no loss. There we go. Nath is facing the first ball of the fifth over. It's going to be Josh Dowling to bowl this one. That's a wider delivery, and this one's a little bit too hot to handle for the keeper, but a sensational bit of fielding out of the deep. Longstop just comes across, covers a lot of ground, and is able to get there in time, and he's saved his side 3 runs. Yeah, great bit of work, great hands. A terrific take, I mean, especially when you consider the fact that he's just starting sort of at a very fine leg position. The fact that he's managed to scramble across that quickly is great, and keeper will use his feet here to stop that. I mean, gets the job done somehow. Yeah, let's see if he can just get one on a nice length here. Ooh, overcompensates a little bit there. Just pushes one down the leg side. Yeah, he just needs to get this spot on. You know, and then can he get it up there? Yorker length in and around the stumps. He just misses this one. And ends up bowling one that is a little too wide. This is played away towards mid-wicket. And some nice fielding. That's going to be a single. We'll pick up another run here. Five balls to go in this over. Tries to reach out to one. It's been given a wide by the ump. Oh, let's have a look at this. Ooh, well, harsh call. Really harsh call. You got to feel for Dowling. I mean, he needs a little bit of luck, and I think decisions like that won't help him. Keep in mind, just a little bit of the ball just has to catch the line, and I think more than a little bit has caught the line there. Gets him bat on the ball, and it's going to go behind point for a 4. And Lodi picks up another boundary, so he moves on to 24. And it's a little bit too wide, just offers him a bit too much width. He opens the face of the bat and just strikes this behind point for a 4. So 3 balls to go until the drinks break. And Afyonkarahisar are going at a run rate of 10.7 so far, just slowly shifting up the gears after the power play. This is a good bit of bowling, to be honest with you. It's a nice idea, and he's been backed up well by some exceptional fielding. Once again, the fielder at long stop, he's just done such a great job, hasn't he? He's covered so much ground back there. Sprints across really well and saves this side some more runs. Gee, I wonder if I could just see the number on the back of the jersey to give him credit for that. I think he's been great. I mean, sprinting well. Great takes. Well, I think that might be Anthony Dowling, who's back there at long stop. There we go. 12 off this over so far. Last balls to come. Pushed away towards leg side, and that is going to be a single to end the over. Afyon Karaisar are exactly 50 for no loss at the halfway stage of the innings. Of course, a chance to welcome you all into the commentary position. And it's been an exciting day of cricket here in Sofia. We've had some nice matches, of course. A lot of moving today. It's been a big moving day. We, of course, had that big lunchtime match between the Spartans and the Sofia Stars. That was absolutely massive in importance. That game was, of course, taken by the Spartans, and it means that they will move into second place. They currently hold one of the top two spots, so the Sofia Stars are currently sitting in third place. And of course, that means if they stay there, they would have to go through the elimination round as well as the qualifier match to make it to the final. Meanwhile, turning our attention to this match we have at hand, of course, this Blacksmith side, they're a very inexperienced team. A lot of them are very new to cricket. And for them, really, this series is all about development and growing as a team. Their only two victories so far this ECS have come against Pleven, and they're hoping to pick up a victory against one of these other teams so they can just boost their development, boost their confidence, which is a little bit down at the moment. I mean, you can see some of them out there in the field. They look a little bit dejected. But the important thing is that they work hard, they continue to improve, and they really build on this incredible camaraderie all of them have. Their opponents, Afyon Karahisar, of course, they've made the trip over to Bulgaria from Turkey, and they've come here with ambitions of going on to win this series. Of course, their compatriots last year were able to win the ECS, and of course, a rain-hit tournament. We never actually had finals day, so Istanbul KSK ended up winning by virtue of finishing top in their group. And Afyon Karahisar, of course, had a tough start to this tournament. Remember, they lost their first game fairly handily, and since then they've been able to come back on track with a couple of wins against Pleven and winning a match against this Blacksmith side as well. Anthony Dowling is going to bowl the sixth over. Struck hard towards long off. Nice fielding there by Duff. It's going to be a single, so well, we've seen Dowling do a sensational job of patrolling that third man boundary, and now he's been handed the ball. Thought he bowled very nicely in the previous match. Let's see if he can follow that up. And this one's gone up in the air, and this is going to be a nice bit of fielding by the fielder out at mid-wicket. It's a fantastic one-handed take, and then a good throw back as well. Yeah, got to say, I mean, so far the Blacksmiths been very disciplined with their bowling. I think it's an improved fielding effort for them as well. That's Josh Dowling, who's out at mid-wicket, a brother fielding off his own brother. Oh, this one struck hard down the ground, and well, Duff covered a lot of ground. He was on it in the flash, but it was just struck far too hard by Nath, who flat bats this one straight down the ground. And it's going to go away for a 4. This one is hit towards cover. It's going to be quite a chase. It's going to be a big chase. And the ball is going to win this race. Even Plaminov just not able to get to it. It was struck way too nicely. Just threads the needle over here. Perfect placement. Hits it into the gap. And there's no way any fielder is going to get to that. 4 more runs. And consecutive boundaries here for Nath. 10 runs off this over already. A couple more balls left. That's a great ball, great comeback ball there. I mean, you could just see Nath advancing, stepping outside his crease, and he's pushed one wider. Nath just desperately has to try to reach out of that one, ends up playing it into the pitch. Yeah, smart bowling, good reaction to the batter's movement. Keeper has a shy at the stumps. And the 6th over comes to an end. He comes back well after hitting those 2 boundaries. 2 dot balls to end the over. 10 runs off that. And you've got to say they're doing a great job at containing them here so far, the Blacksmiths. Afyon Karahisar going at exactly 10 and over. 60 for no loss at the end of the 6th. They got plenty of wickets in hand here, so at some point you'd think that Afyon Karahisar would want to start taking a few risks and really going for the big shots. can see there's plenty of good batters in there. You got the likes of Mesut Özturk still to come, who's of course been a real star for this Afyonkarahisar side, a very experienced cricketer as well. Yeah, I think they just need to start taking a few more risks here. I think just playing within themselves a bit too much. Outside edge, and this is going to go away for a 4. Streaky boundary. Yeah, not much that Dowling does wrong there. It's a good delivery. I mean, sometimes you just have to accept that this is just the rough nature of cricket. Can be a cruel sport on bowlers at times. Particular this T10 format and with the short boundaries we have. I think just means the margin for error is so small, and sometimes you get it right and you still get hit for a boundary. And this one just striking him outside the line of the off stump, and yeah, Lodi was once again just looking to just paddle that around the corner. It's going to be a leg by. Yeah, you can see that one just striking him well outside the line of the off stump. Full toss, hit straight towards cover. That's going to be another single. Oh, nice bouncer, good shorter ball. Very nice delivery, but it's going to go away for byes. Yeah, it's just hard to tell over there. We want to see the height on this delivery. You can just see that. Ooh, well, could have been a wide. Is given a wide. Oh, it's a full toss, and this is going to get punished. It's going to get sent away to the boundary. I just wonder if it's landed in front of the rope. Looks like it has. Yeah, the umpire's going to signal that one a 4. It's a full toss on the pads. You can't afford to bowl there. You absolutely can't afford to bowl there. And yep, just inside the rope. And it goes away for a 4. Now then, can he get this one right? He's under a bit of pressure here, Dowling. Oh, once again, this is terrifically played, and it's going to go away for 4 as well. Great batsmanship here by Nath. Just shuffling across, helping it away. Very, very smart batting, and it's a risky shot as well. I mean, if you get those kind of strokes wrong, well, you could very easily get out. But yeah, I mean, they could afford to take risks now. They got 10 wickets in hand. Just 3.1 overs left. This is going down the leg side. And the over comes to an end. Afyonkarahisar are 77 for no loss. Now just taking a look at that shot which was struck again. Yeah, nice shot there. That over for Josh Dowling, going for 17 runs. Here's a look at the fixtures we have coming up tomorrow. Of course, we'll see the All-Stars play Afyonkarahisar in a doubleheader in the morning. Then the Sofia Stars playing the Spartans again, the second and final match between those two teams. A humongous match with massive ramifications. Those two sides playing each other again in our lunchtime match. And then Afyonkarahisar will play the table-topping Academic Sofia Cricket Club in our 4th match of the day before we round it out with the All-Stars coming back after a 2-match break to play the leaders, CC Academic Sofia. Yeah, just getting their, trying to get their field setting right over here. And it looks like everything's fine. Discussion has come to an end. And this one is struck firmly down the ground towards long on, and nice bit of fielding there. by Anthony Dowling. He's going to pick up a run. Of course, our final match of the day, so feel free to bring in any of your random questions for this match. This is struck out towards mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single. Yeah, this is nice bowling these first couple of balls by the skipper. Yeah, good job. It's 2 runs off these first 2 balls. Cleaned him up. He's got his man, and there's the first wicket for the Blacksmiths. Nath was going for the big shots. He misses. Kazarski hits. And the first wicket falls for Afyon Karahisar. Let's take another look at this. As you can see, look, clearing that front leg, going for the big shot. And he has his man. He certainly has his man. The Blacksmiths pick up their first. Here we go. It's a new batter coming in. And it's going to be Ellis acing the first ball. Down the leg side, and the keeper using his pads well there to just stop that from going away for more runs off buys. Sally Ellis is, of course, playing in his first ever European cricket series. Big swing and a miss there. The top score was, of course, 7 earlier this series against Academic Sofia. I think this match against the Blacksmiths, he'll probably be looking to just improve his personal numbers. Hit towards cover and very nicely struck. Really nicely struck. His 3rd ever 4 on the European Cricket Network. Gets to the pitch of the ball. Plays this one very nicely. And that has gone away for 4. So yeah, John Gray saying it's been a tough day for the Blacksmiths and a real learning curve for them. Yeah, absolutely. It certainly is a real learning curve for them, and an opportunity for them to continue to learn and continue to grow. Also a very good evening to Monica Ramos Acosta joining us from Colombia. Yeah, Monica, you were here for our first game of the day when I believe it was 12:30 local time for you. And you've come back. You probably slept, I'm assuming. And you've woken up first thing. And we're still here. We're still here covering all the cricket. You know, that's what you just love about the European Cricket Network. I mean, we're here for 12 hours a day bringing you all these exciting matches. 8th over comes to an end. Afyon Karahisar, 84 for 1. Here's a look at the run rate. As you can see, they're going along at about 10.5 and over. It's kind of been their trend. Most of this innings, they've gone at about 10 or 11. And let's see if the Blacksmiths can get a couple of good overs in here. A couple of really good overs and maybe keep them to under 100. I think then the Blacksmiths would certainly fancy themselves to at least pick up the point in the final match. Maybe even pull off an upset victory. I think the one thing, of course, for the Blacksmiths is no Kananpal Singh. That will certainly harm their chances, you know, when they go out there in the second innings to bat. But there's still plenty of batting talent in there. You look at the likes of Oscar Duff, Anthony and Josh Dowling. So if they can really restrict them to something paltry, something below 100, you know, they'll dare to dream in that second innings. Got him! He's got him! Ellis will depart. What a ball by Dowling. That one striking the off stump. Ellis will depart for a run a ball 4. Great delivery there, angling into the stumps. Goes for the big swing, and it just hits the top of the off stump. That is the perfect line and length. I mean, that's what every bowler is coached to do. Look to hit the top of the off stump. That's exactly what he's done. A little bit of extra bounce as well. Take a look at this delivery. I mean, it's quite full, and the fact that it's actually gone on to hit the top of the off stump just tells you the fact that it's actually just taken a rather odd bit of extra bounce. 85 for 2. Yilmaz is the new batter. The skipper, Murat Yilmaz. Strikes this one towards point. That's going to be a single. Yilmaz wants to come back for a second run, and that little misfield by Josh Dowling will allow them to pick up a second run. This one's gone up in the air, and there's a chance at point to take the catch. Oh, well, it was a chance. It certainly was a chance. That's Vasil Ivanov who's at point. It certainly carried in. Goes for that one, fingers pointing up. He isn't quite able to grasp it. And a chance goes down here for the Blacksmiths, but it doesn't hurt them too much, though. Just give up a run. That's going to go big here. He's going to launch this one over the rope for 6. Lodi hits a Maximo. What a shot. And this is the first Maximo we've seen this innings. Yeah, it's a bit too short. It sits up nicely. And he goes with the old horizontal bat stroke to slap this one over cow corner. Last ball of the penultimate over. And he's trying to go for the wrap shot again. That's the third time he has attempted that stroke. And yeah, credit to Dowling. I mean, he sees him do that. He just pitches it inside the tram line on the offside. And the 9th over comes to an end. Afyon Karaisar are 96 for 2, so a fairly decent over despite that 6. Only 10 runs coming off it, which is very respectable for the penultimate overs. That's 17 runs off the last 2. Ivalio Kadzarski will bowl the final over. We're just taking a look at the bowling figures here. I think it's a good all-round bowling performance by everyone in that Blacksmiths team. And Mehdi Akash with great figures, 0 for 16 in the 2 overs he bowled. But on comes the captain. He did a superb job in the penultimate over. And that's wide down the leg side. There you go, this over, such a massive over. If they get a good quiet over in here, man, you really feel like you might have a chance to pull off an upset. Not good decision making there by Yilmaz. He ends up following that ball. He's backing away, going towards the leg side, when really he'd have been better served stepping inside and looking to just take that wide. And yeah, unwise cricket there by the captain of this Afyon Karahisar outfit. Yeah, Murat Yilmaz has 51 career runs to his name on the European Cricket Network. His top score was 27, which was made against the Pak Falcons Cricket Club of Viren in the opening match of this ECS for his side. Inside edge, and goes towards square leg. They'll settle again for a single. Right, the 3 balls to go. Got Lodi out there. I mean, Lodi's faced a lot of balls. 24 deliveries, just 39 runs for him. A strike rate of 162. And we haven't seen Mesut Oztur come out to bat at all in this innings. And it's gone up in the air. This doesn't quite have the distance. It will land safely. Oh, he just hasn't quite been able to get the power and timing on that shot, Lodi. He will come back for a second run, which will bring up the 100 for Afyon Karahisar with just 2 balls left in the innings. He's going to go big, down the ground. This one's going to go all the way. Huge 6 for Lodi. And he's now got a chance to get his half century on the last ball of this innings. He's got to hit this one away for a boundary as well if he wants to get his 50. Nice stroke. Straight batted. Beautifully played. Over mid-on. Wonderfully played. Terrific technique on that. Plays it with a straight bat. And now we got the last ball of the innings coming up. Kadzarski. Oh, is he going to go for the Yorker here? He has to go Yorker. A little bit short of the length he would have wanted to be on. And this is going to go away for a 4 and brings up a half century for Lodi. A brilliant 50 for him. Well batted again. Back-to-back 50s for Lodi. It's another fine innings for Abdullah Lodi. This is his second career half century on the European Cricket Network, and both of them coming up against the Blacksmith. His previous best score prior to these two half centuries, of course, that undefeated 42 he had against Pleven earlier in this series. So he's been in good form in this ECS. He's now nearing just above 150 runs for this European Cricket Series. I believe when the numbers are confirmed, it'll be somewhere above that 175 to 180 plus runs range. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was Abdullah Lodi and Romeo Nath who opened the batting for Afyon Karahisar. Abdullah Lodi made 51 of 27. Romeo Nath made 34 of 25. Between the two of them, they struck 14 boundaries, 6 fours each. And then, of course, Abdullah Lodi had a couple of 6s as well. Then later, after the first wicket fell, we saw Salih Elise come in. He was dismissed for a run and ball 4. And then in at number 4 was Murat Yilmaz, the captain, who made a run, a ball 4. This was a great shot by Abdullah Lodi. I mean, he would attempt that shot 3 times in total at least during that innings. And he did manage to execute it once to perfection. He did play some good traditional cricketing shots as well, though. Showed that he was very good with his driving. Some beautiful on drives and some nice cover drives as well. This one was struck firmly straight down the ground by Romeo Nath, one of 6 fours that he would hit. Pierced the gap beautifully over there. So caught the outside edge and went flying over the fielder's head. And overall, you have to look back at this and say that Afyon Karahisar, they bat all right. I mean, they get to 110 runs, which is above the average run rate for this ECS. But I think going up against a side like the Blacksmiths and knowing the kind of talent they have, they'll feel like they left some runs on the table, especially considering they still had 8 wickets in hand. Could they have attacked a little bit more and gone on to make a few more runs? This was the end for Romeo Nath. Good bowling there by Ivalio Kadzarski. Stump-to-stump bowling. He had his man in the end. This was, of course, the end of Salih Ali's. Anthony Dowling got rid of him. Ali's hit a 4, but then would depart shortly after that. Abdul Lodi continued the onslaught. That was one of 2 6s he hit. Beautiful flat-batted stroke out towards cow corner. And we foresaw the skipper of the Blacksmiths bowling the last couple of overs. He did a superb job of that, of course, getting up 23 runs over the 2 overs he bowled, which in perspective isn't too bad. I think if you generally look at how T10 cricket goes, I think you'll more often than not take that many runs in overs 8 and 10. And then, of course, you have to keep in mind not all of those runs are going to be credited against him, since a few of them were because of byes. Here's a look at the scorecard. Abdullah Lodi top scoring, making his 2nd consecutive 50 and his 2nd career 50 as well. So getting both of his first 2 career 50s in this doubleheader with the Blacksmiths. Romeo Nath making 34 of 25, then 2 scores of a run and ball 4 from the other 2 batters, Salih Ali's and Murat Yilmaz. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling card for the Blacksmiths. Oscar Duff at figures of 0 for 20. He was bowled out inside the power play. Mehdi Akash, I thought he bowled superbly at figures of 0 for 16. Josh Dowling, a little bit expensive, going for 0 for 28 in his 2 overs. Anthony Dowling with figures of 1 for 20. And then Ivalio Kadzarski picking up the first wicket of this match. He went for figures of 1 for 22. 17 runs given of extras in this game. And I think that's something that the Blacksmiths will want to fix, but it's certainly an improvement on some of what we saw from them in previous game. So the Blacksmiths have a target of 111 for them in our last match of the day. Make sure to join us in 5 minutes time for the second innings. Also bring your random questions.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our final innings of the day. And we're going to see how the Blacksmiths fare with the bat in hand. Afyon Karahisar posted a total of 110 on the board. They managed to get some runs in that final over, but overall I'd say it was a pretty impressive bowling performance by the Blacksmiths. There were definitely a lot of improvements for them in the field. I think their ground feeling was much better than it usually is. They didn't have as many byes as they typically do as well, so there were certainly some signs of positivity for the Blacksmiths. Let's see if they really fancy themselves to pick up at least a single point from this game. Here we go, first ball. Gets behind this ball very nicely and plays it away for a single. So as you can see, 78 runs is what the Blacksmiths need to at least get a point out of this game. Of course, they get a bonus point if they can chase this down in 7 overs or less, which probably a bit unlikely for the Blacksmiths. Let's at least see if they can get as close as they can to this target. You just wonder though, if Kananpal Singh was there, they have really been able to give this a good go. I'm just going to watch that one go by him. That's a wide by Sinor. So a couple of young players going at each other here. And it just shows you a lot about the future of cricket. You've got Sinor, 18-year-old, bowling to Anthony Dowling. This one's going to be a wide who, well, just turned 17 last December, so he will turn 18 later this year. So a couple of players around that kind of under 18 range who are playing in this very important ECS Bulgaria matchup. This one's just run down towards third. It's a good bit of fielding. And it is thrown straight back towards the keeper. Yeah, so Monica's saying that, yeah, she did wake up, or she should say was awake during the first game, which was around midnight over in Colombia, and then she's just slept, and we are still here covering the match a good 9 hours later. Yep, well, you know, that's the beauty of our job, and this one's going to be a wicket. Sinor gets his man, and he puts out the celebration as well. Dowling will depart for a duck. Great bit of bowling there by Sinor, just gets a little bit of movement off the pitch as well. Derek comes out to greet Dowling, a horrible sight for any European cricket batter. And that is going to be the end for him. And the end of his day. Just pitching on a good length, and just take a look at that. Hits the top of the off stump. That's the second ball I've seen where someone's been dismissed by one hitting the top of the off stump in this match. That is just great to see. I mean, that is how you should be bowling in this format. Always look to hit the top of the off stump. That will serve you in whatever kind of cricket you play. Yeah, brilliant ball. Maybe just the batter was a little bit trapped in his crease, but it was always going to be very tough to play that. Great ball. Blacksmiths lose their first wicket. Struck hard in between the two fielders. It's going to go away for a 4. And Akash starts out with a boundary. Now Akash played some very nice strokes during the previous match between these two teams. And Akash was certainly the most impressive of their batters. He also was the only one who was able to clear the boundary rope a couple of times. It's gone up in the air, and is there a fielder out there? No, there isn't. And it's going to go away for a 4. So back-to-back boundaries here for Mehdi Akash. Another exciting young player in this team, 20 years of age. Hits this one over long on, and it goes for 6. Yeah, so they just put a long on in place now after he hit that shot. Oh, is there something there? Was that bat? Yes, it was. Yes, it was, according to the umpire. Well, clearly was. Wonder why Akash hasn't just walked immediately Oh, he's just trying to have a look at the square leg umpire. Try to play it all cool as if nothing's happened. That one's, he's absolutely clobbered that. Oh, well, let's have a look at this. I mean, the way Akash reacted to that, I think it threw us all off a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that is about as clear as it gets. In all honesty, you should be walking if you club it like that. But he hung around, tried to play it all cool as if nothing had happened. Yeah, the umpire says, well, I'm sorry, you've got to go. Absolutely whacked that one. First over comes to an end. The Blacksmiths are 11 for 2. Takes that one out well. Good length there by Durma. Starts out with a Yorker length delivery, looking to challenge the bottom of the bat. Yeah, so Chris Smith joining us as well. Very good evening to you. Monica saying that it's sunny with blue skies over where she lives in Colombia. This one just straying down the leg side. They're going to scamper across here for a single. It's going to be leg byes. And then, of course, Chris Smith, well, pretty much describing an average day in England. Overcast and muggy over there, and it's trying its best to rain, but hasn't quite yet. You did say, though, you had a roast lamb with a mint sauce for lunch. Yeah, of course. No Rico here, so I'm not sure how much we're going to go into the food talk. We're pretty well fed as well. Of course, got Prakash Mishra, the president of the Bulgarian Cricket Federation, looking after us really well, bringing us some lovely food every single day. This one's just an outside edge. Doesn't quite go where he intends, but it's into the gap. Goes away for 4 runs. Got a nice chicken and rice given to us for lunch today with a paratha, and also some yogurt as well. So certainly a nice lunch. Push towards cover. This is going to be a tight single, but they're going to make it in time. Yeah, but I like the intensity for them here. I mean, they've lost a couple of wickets, which is a concern. They're trying hard. They managed to get a boundary. They're running hard between the wickets. Again, a boundary or two of every over, and good running between the wickets means that they should be able to get to this total. This one's a full toss. Going to be punished. And he's going to split long off and long on and go away for a 4. Yeah, very nice shot there by Dowling. Just doesn't look to overhit it. The ball was there to hit. It was a juicy full toss. It's beyond the bowler's grasp. And it goes between the 2 fielders as well. 4 more runs. And yeah, this is what the Blacksmiths need to do. I mean, take away those 2 wickets they've lost, which obviously is quite concerning. This is the right rate. This is the right approach. Let's see, can they keep this up, the scoring rate, for another 7 or 8 overs? Ten off this over so far. 11 and over is what they need to win this match. Last ball of the second over coming up. Yes, just pushed away towards square leg. Pick up a single to end the over, so 11 off both of the first 2 overs. Blacksmiths are 22 for 2 in 2 overs. 2s all across the board. Let's have a look at the standings. And as we can see, Apyonk Raisar are 3-1 so far this European Cricket Series. The Blacksmiths have just 2 victories, both of them coming up against Pleven, whose tournament is done. We, of course, bid goodbye to them earlier today. They unfortunately have gone 2 years winless, which is something that will certainly not please them, but you got to credit them. I mean, despite having results go against them match after match, they still turn up, played hard every match. And yeah, hopefully they will improve in future ECS. Starts off with a wide. This is Kursa Dalia, the man who, of course, took that absolutely insane catch yesterday, where he flicked the ball up and caught it one-handed. A true football cricket hybrid catch. Nicely played. Pushed away for a single. Brings Dowling back on strike. And a good start for Dowling. He hit a boundary very early in his innings. Settled in quite nicely. Both Duff and Dowling spent a lot of time working on their game. Ooh, just misjudges that one. Just misjudges it. It was inside the tram line, so it's going to be a legal delivery. Hit towards mid-on and a chance for a run out, but he's just not able to collect that cleanly. That was Zafar Durmaz who the ball went to. If it was an absolutely perfect collection, I think there would have been a chance for a run out. This is pushed towards mid-wicket. And they'll pick up another single here. It's been good bowling in this over by Dalian. They've been dealing exclusively in singles. Got one ball to come in this over. The last ball of the power play. Can the Blacksmiths get a boundary? Strikes us hard, and it's just going to be one run. So terrific bowling here by Dalian. Just 5 runs off his over. And Blacksmiths are 27 for 2 at the end of the power play. Good power play for Afyon Karahisar. As you can see, though, the Blacksmiths are a couple of runs ahead of what Afyon Karahisar were at this stage, but the Afyon Karahisar mostly just look to conserve their wickets, and then they really attack during those middle and late overs. As you can see, you could argue that if anything, they were too conservative at the beginning and just probably should have started attacking a lot earlier, and maybe they would have gotten to an even bigger score. I think they will feel like maybe they left a few too many runs on the board. It's going to be Yilmaz, the skipper, coming into bowl the first over after the power play. Starts off with a dot ball, so we'll just take a peek outside the ice cube to tell you where some of the fielders are positioned. So got a long off, long on, and a cow corner. So just the 3 fielders outside the ring. Cleaned him up. He's got him. Great bit of bowling here by the captain, and the 3rd wicket will fall for the Blacksmiths. Dowling departs for a run of ball 7. That was full and straight, as simple as it gets. He missed, and Yilmaz hit. We'll take another look at this. And just getting that ball to angle back in to the right-hander. Didn't spin too much. It's pretty straight. And really just Dowling has just missed it. I mean, it's going across the line, I think. Knowing the talent he has, the technique he has, he just plays that with a straight bat. Looks to go through the line. I think he would have been able to get some runs. But yeah, looking at this Afyon Karahisar field, is pretty attacking. They've got 6 fielders inside the ring, 4 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. And the only fielders outside the ring, that could be a wicket. That's another one. That's another one for Yilmaz. Back-to-back wickets, and he's going to be on a hat-trick. Kadzarski departs. One captain gets the other. And the Blacksmiths lose their 4th. Hat-trick ball coming up for the Afyon Karahisar skipper. And the Blacksmith skipper, Kadzarski, is going to get greeted by a golden derrick. He's going to swap his bat as well. Well, do you want to give him that bat? That's the bat which got you dismissed. Oh, oh, look at that at the end. Is he doing the duck? I think he's doing. He probably knows Derrick's waddling right next to him. I think we're going to have another look at what Kadzarski does right at the end, and let's take a look at this. Just good to see. This is last time. This could be a hat-trick ball. It is a hat-trick. He's managed to get a hat-trick. Oh, what a moment for Yilmaz. And we see a hat-trick here in Bulgaria. Geshev departs on the first ball. What a moment. Half the Blacksmith side have been sent back to the dugout. And a moment to remember forever for Yilmaz. He writes his name into the ECN Hall of Fame. Cotton bowled. Yilmaz gets his man. The captain leading from the front. And that has probably broken the back of this Blacksmith side. It's up in the air. And what a nice catch. What a great catch by Murat Yilmaz. I mean, he has to keep his focus after delivering that ball. And a couple of cotton bolts in that hat trick to get rid of Kadzarski and then to get rid of Geshev. So Dowling, Kadzarski, and Geshev are all his victims. And now here's a chance. Can he go for a super hat trick? Can he go 4 in 4? We do know that this Blacksmith's lower order is genuinely a proper tail. Here we go. Oh, it's just about gets some bat on ball, and it's going to go away for a 4. And he manages to hit a boundary. Look how delighted he is. Look how delighted Ivan Plamenov is. I mean, when you saw him walking up with that batting stance, you would have thought that, oh, there could be a chance for another wicket here. But Plamenov strikes that one away for a boundary. A great moment for him. And that is his first ever boundary on the European Cricket Network. That is why Plamenov was so delighted. He just gets enough bat on that. Could it be 2 boundaries in a row? Could he get 2 boundaries in a row? It's going to be stopped. Oh, the fielder just raining on his party there. Plamenov almost had his second 4. That's Ali Özdemir, who's just covered a ton of ground. Oh, you should have let him have that moment. You should have let him have another. Boundaries sometimes come in bunches. End of the 4th over. The Blacksmiths are 33 for 5. Murat Yilmaz takes a hat trick in the 4th over. Well, we'll take a look at this graph. And as you can see, currently going well below their required rate, the Blacksmiths. You got him again! That's another wicket! Ricocheting off the pads. And now a chance for Öztürk to improve his personal numbers as well. Oscar Duff is gone. And now they're in all sorts of trouble. I mean, there is one of their few recognized batters dismissed. That's a terrific delivery. A superb delivery. And Duff will have to make the long walk back to the dugout. Now you got to feel for the young man. Very talented player. He's got a bright future ahead of him. And you can certainly see a lot of potential in him. That one just going down the leg side. Öztürk with a very optimistic appeal there. No, I'm not sure about that one. I mean, I think any kind of a Yorker is going to be a wicket. I don't see him bringing his bat down. He's practically standing there with a baseball stance. Yeah, Stellian, I mean, he certainly, you talk about high bat lifts. He's just taking guard, and boy, look at that. Look at that. Oh, a bit of baseball and cricket. He'll get some bat on that. No feet movement as well. He's just going at it with his hands. It really is. I mean, it's pretty much a baseball stance because he's got that nice and steady base. He's just looking to lean onto that back leg, and then he wants the power to smack the ball. And there we go. I mean, he's going to get cleaned up. Anything that's underneath that bat is going to be a wicket. And Öztürk will get rid of him eventually. And Derek will come to greet him. Stellian doesn't get close to that. And the 7th wicket falls for the Blacksmiths. We're now 33 for 7. Got 1 ball left in the 5th over. We've seen so many wickets tumble. 5 wickets have fallen in the last 11 deliveries. So we're pretty much seeing a wicket every other ball. And there's a big chance that they could just run through this entire side within the next over. I mean, that is certainly on the cards when you see what this Blacksmiths lower order is like. Again, you don't want to be harsh on them. I am not being harsh on them. They're quite new to cricket. Just stating the reality here, I think. A side like Afyon Karaishar, who've obviously played quite a bit of cricket, they'll feel like they can make quick work of this team. This one just pitching outside the leg stump. Osturk getting a little bit greedy, as he'll, of course, want to pick up some more wickets. And yeah, this one pitching and impact outside the leg stump. And of course, the Blacksmiths are 33 for 7. And it's a good chance to welcome you into our commentary position. Great to have you all here. It's been a long but fun day of cricket here in Sofia. We've seen some great matches, and we're rounding it up with one that's probably a little bit lopsided. I mean, the Blacksmiths, they are an underdog side. They are a developing team. As we mentioned a few times, a lot of players in this team haven't played much cricket growing up. And, of course, this series is a chance for them to develop their cricket. They've got some good players as well, some players who do have some cricketing heritage. I mean, the likes of Oscar Duff, the Dowlings, Karan Pal Singh, who's unfortunately unavailable for today's action. And I think some of these players they have in this Blacksmith side could be an important part of the Bulgarian outfit for years to come. But I think now, well, a lot of these, I think everyone in Afyon Karaisar is going to be running to the captain saying, you know, Murat, give me a ball, please. I want a ball. I think they're probably just like a shark smelling water in the blood. Smelling blood in the water, I should say. Oh, it's been a long day. It's been a really long day. It's been a really long day. It's been 12 hours on air by myself. Oh, boy. Yeah, like a shark smelling blood. I think everyone's probably raising their hand now, volunteering to go and bowl. There we go, Özdemir coming into ball. And he looks a lot better than he did yesterday. I mean, yesterday he obviously was clocked on the ribs by his own teammate. Took one just underneath the rib cage. And he was asked to bowl for some reason by Murat Yilmaz against Plevin. And boy, did he struggle so much. I mean, he was wincing after every ball. Yeah, it's good to see him bowling now. Looking a lot better. Bowling quite wide, though. I mean, I think he's got to be. I wouldn't fault him for being a little bit greedy here. And they're just going for the stumps. Go on then, Özdemir. Get yourself some wickets. This one just lands off the pitch. It's going to be a no ball. So free hit coming up here for Ivanov. Here we go. Free hit. Come on then. What can he do? Can Ivanov get some bat on ball? Oh, it's up in the air, and even if it's caught, it's not going to matter because it's a free hit. Well, everybody's seeing the funny side of it now. Everybody's seeing the funny side of it now. Genchev Ivanov. He's got 4 European cricket runs to his name when he struck a boundary against the Sofia Stars earlier in this tournament. Can he get his 5th? I push this away. Go on then. Go on then. And he's going to get a run. Ivanov is off the mark with a single. And that will bring the 6th over to an end. The Blacksmiths are 36 for 7. Hey, someone give Plavinov some strike. I mean, he hasn't had a chance to face too many balls since he hit that boundary. He's batting on 7 of 5. Of course, he struck his first career boundary and was absolutely delighted when he got to enjoy that moment. Chris Smith talking a little bit about some other things that are going on in the sports world, talking about the India-Sri Lanka match. I think apparently India in a spot of bother in that game against Sri Lanka. Looks like it's an ODI game that's going on. This one is a shorter delivery. But hey, talking about some other going-ons in the sports world, Novak Djokovic just picking up a gold medal in the men's single against Alcaraz. And, well, from what I've heard, there's been a very, very entertaining match between the two of them, of course. That is quite a rivalry, isn't it? I mean, you've got 2 players and very different parts of their career, of course. Alcaraz, a young player bursting on the scenes, who the way he's playing looks like he's going to get more than 20 Grand Slams by the time he retires. And then Djokovic, of course, the all-time Grand Slam leader. So, yeah, congratulations, Novak. Congratulations to any Serbian fans tuning in. Of course, proud moment for all of you to see one of your own lift a gold medal at the Roland Garros as well. This one's that's going to be blocked out by Ivanov. Now that one just somehow takes off. A little extra bit of bounce on that ball. I mean, generally, again, this is a low and slow wicket, but you do get some uneven bounce at times. And yeah, have a look at that. That one taking off like we're playing at the Waka. Ooh, no. Where has this hit him? Oh, not where I think it has. Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on. Not at the end of the day. Well, oh, dear. Oh, boy. Oh, how is he going to describe this to the medic? I don't think he has to say anything to him. Oh, well. Well, just take a moment's pause as, of course, Ivanov receives some treatment. Here's a look at the fixture list for tomorrow. As we can see, the All-Stars will be playing a doubleheader against Afyon Karahisar in the doubleheader to start things off. And then, of course, that lunchtime match is absolutely massive for me. That's the match of the day. Sofia Stars against the Spartans, a huge matchup between two teams who obviously want to get one of the top two spots to go straight to the qualification round and bypass the eliminator. Then Afyon Karahisar will come back with their third match of a triple header they have tomorrow. They will play Academic Sofia. And then, of course, BSCU All-Stars will go up against the table-topping Academic Sofia side as well. So a big day for a lot of teams over there. I think some of those sides will really get tested. And, yeah, it looks like he's going to get retired. I think Ivanov has had enough. I think he's got that flow in. Yeah, he's not coming back. So he's probably been retired hurt. I think we'll just wait for the official confirmation. But, yeah, I think... well, come on now. We don't need to show that replay. Yeah, in reality, that's probably just hit him around the belly. I think that's actually where he's been struck. There we go then. Last ball of the over. Top ball to end it. 1 run off Ellis' over. Still got 3 more overs to go. Here's a look at the fixture list once again. So, I mean, for Afyon Karahisar, it's a really big day because, you know, keep in mind, you know, they've really gone up against some of the sides who are under-fancied in this tournament, to put it kindly. I mean, they're probably going to pick up a 4th win here. They're probably going to pick up a bonus point victory as well. And their 4 victories have come against Plevin and the Blacksmiths. I think we'd like to see them go up once again against one of the real good teams in this tournament and see how they fare. There's a wicket. There's a wicket. He gets one there, Zafar Durmaz. And it's the first wicket for him in this match. I think, yeah, that's really just how you have to bowl to this Blacksmiths lower order. Just keep it full and straight. And they're probably going to miss. He'll probably get a wicket. A perfect ball. Just trying to get his feet out of the way as well, and I think, yeah, it's going to be a wicket. So they get one more wicket here. That will be the innings because, of course, one of the batters has been retired hurt. Here we go. And Durmaz get another wicket. So, okay, I just have an update. So he actually was not retired hurt in the end. He went right back out. The reason, because that's why Ivanov is still there, so I was just wondering if there was some issue with the graphic. No, Ivanov is not out. He actually wasn't retired hurt in the end. He forgot his box. He forgot his box. Oh, goodness me. That's actually why He was just about to go off. Ivanov will get dismissed now, hopefully with his box in place as well. And they're going to have a laugh, a quick handshake as well. And, well, this is a little bit interesting. I think there should be another batter coming out. Yes, there is a number 11's coming on. I think it was just a few friendly handshakes over there. But, yeah, so Ivanov forgot his box. He went out, and then he came right back on after grabbing it. So it's going to be on a hat trick here. Hat trick ball coming up. Beg your pardon, it's not a hat trick ball. There was, of course, a dot ball between those two wickets. So wicket, 0 wicket. Chance for Dormas to pick up his third of this match and bowl out the Blacksmiths. I mean, this could be up there as one of the lowest scores we have seen on the European Cricket Network. Certainly the lowest of this series. Here we go. Well, we're not a sort of network to keep a hall of shame. I mean, we don't have a graphic for the lowest ever scores on the network. And I think if they get this wicket here, this is certainly going to be an addition to the hall of shame, and this might go down as one of the lowest ever scores on ECN. All right then, Dormaz, he's got his last ball of his bowling quota coming up. I think everybody is inside the ring right now, and they're all really eager here to bowl out the Blacksmiths. Here we go. Can Dormaz get his third? Oh, he won't. This is like the end of a test match. I mean, there's obviously no slips or short legs in place, but everybody's so close. You don't tend to see this kind of a field in a T10 match. Yeah, they're hunting for that 10th wicket, Afyon Karahisar. Looking to pick up one more. It's been a good day for them, I think. Regardless of what you say, I mean, look, people will say, well, it's only the Blacksmiths they're going to pick up 2 bonus point victories against, but, you've got to do it. You can only beat who's in front of you, and Afyon Karahisar have done that convincingly on a couple of occasions. Now, they've also given a number of different bowlers a chance to roll their arm. A few more players have added ECN wickets to their career wickets tally. So, all in all, successful day for Afyon Karahisar. They'll be heading back to their hotel. Absolutely delighted. Oh, that one just takes off. Extra bit of bounce. They're not going to run here. Here we go. Ozturk bowling. He's yet to concede a run. He's taken 2 wickets. Inside edge. And not going to get a run here either. So he had a double wicket maiden in his previous over. Now he's seeking his third. Here we go. Everybody on the balls of their feet. And he gets the wicket. And they will bowl them out for just 37. A superb bowling performance by Afyon Karahisar. A dominant victory for them. They take this one by 73 runs. They run right through this entire Blacksmiths lineup. That one is full straight, crashes into the middle stump. Ozturk, 3 wickets he's managed to take without giving up a single run in the 9 balls he has delivered. What an incredible bowling performance by him and the entire Afyon Karahisar lineup. They will be delighted with their performance in this match. It was certainly absolutely spectacular. Here's a look once again at the fixtures we have coming up tomorrow. So a big day of action, 5 more games coming up for you. It's my last day as well covering the cricket here in Bulgaria. Charlie Hunt will be back tomorrow, so looking forward to that. Hopefully we get some exciting matches. In particular, match 39, I think that's the one you have to highlight and look forward to the most. We'll now turn our attention to the highlights of this innings. Oscar Duff made 8 runs of 9 balls. Anthony Dowling was dismissed right at the start. He was departed for a duck. Mehmet Sinar getting rid of him A couple of 18-year-olds doing battle in what was a very entertaining first over. Mehdi Akash managed to hit a couple of boundaries until, well, he gloved this one to Mertkan Filiz, and he tried to play it all cool. What are you talking about? I didn't glove anything. Yeah, very, very obvious gloving over there. Well taken by the Turkish wicketkeeper. That would be the end, of course, for Josh Dowling. He was dismissed by the captain, Murat Yilmaz. Murat Yilmaz, of course, picked up a hat-trick, a couple of cotton balls for him. He managed to get rid of Ivalio Kadzarski right over here. Very well taken, covering some ground, watching the ball closely. Again, it's always so tough to take these cotton balls. And Kadzarski knew Derek was right there with him. And then this would be the end for Valentin Geshev, and it would complete the hat-trick for Yilmaz. A great moment for the skipper of Afyonkarahisar. The tourists will certainly leave this day with a big smile on their face. This was a boundary for Ivan Plaminov, his first ever boundary on the European Cricket Network, and he raised his bat after striking that. He certainly was delighted. This was the end for Mikhev Stalian. He was dismissed by Mesut Öztürk. We'll continue to see some of these wickets. They just ran riot at the end. Afyonkarahisar cleaning up the entire tail. And at that point, well, it was just a case of when are they going to bowl them out, not if. This is a handshake after he managed to get rid of Genchev Ivanov. Of course, Genchev Ivanov copped that terrible blow, and he forgot his box as well, the dugout. And, well, the place he was struck was not too far from the place you're supposed to be guarding with a box. So this innings comes to an end. This fantastic day of cricket comes to an end. A terrific weekend over here. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And as you can see, all the scores are in single digits for the Blacksmiths. No real scores of note. They were just ran and ripped apart by the Afyonkarahisar Cricket Club. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling card for Afyonkarahisar. And, well, I think every single person who was handed the ball today will be absolutely delighted. Someone got something out of everything. Mehmet Sinar went for the most runs. He gave up 11 runs, but he did manage to pick up a couple of wickets. Zafar Durmaz picking up 2 as well in the couple of overs he bowled. Kursa Dalian, very economical, giving up just 5 runs. Murat Yilmaz, the skipper, getting a hat-trick. Very proud moment for him. Mesut Öztürk, well, look at those for bowling figures. He delivered 9 balls, didn't give up a single run, and picked up 3 wickets. And Ali Ozdemir and Salih Elise with quiet overs each. And, of course, here's a chance to just welcome you into our commentary position for the final time today. A big thank you from all of us for tuning in. It's been great to bring you all this action. We'll have a last look at the fixtures we have coming up tomorrow, and also after this, what's still left to come in Croatia. So here's our fixture list for tomorrow. Big day, 5 games coming up. Match 39 for me is the biggest match of them all. And then let's turn our attention to what's coming up in Croatia. So obviously had a couple of T20Is. I believe they've now wrapped up the best of 5 between Croatia and Spain. I believe Spain has swept Croatia over there. So now it'll come down to that deciding match between the Jinx Zagreb and Lavender Lionesses. So make sure to watch that game and tune over there, where, of course, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu will be taking you through all the games. I'd like to thank you all for tuning in. Of course, a big shout out to the Bulgarian Cricket Federation and everyone who has helped us put this together. Thank you very much. And without all your support, this simply wouldn't be possible. A shout out to the Blue Crew for another fine day of cricket here in Bulgaria. Gotta say thank you to everyone at Spring Production as well. None of this would be possible without all of you. And last but not least, to our big ECN universe, thank you so much to all of our fans who tune in here and make our day so bright. On behalf of the entire European Cricket Network, this is Nishay Butt wishing you all a good evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow for a marvelous Monday of cricket.